Dear Riemann Auto, voted Ford National Group Dealer of the Year for the 5th consecutive year. Built on legacy, driven by passion. Per Riemann Auto, voted Ford National Group Dealer of the Year for the 5th consecutive year. Built on legacy, driven by passion.
We're online, Mira. We've got over 120 people online. So this auction will be conducted mainly in English. We've got a lot of people overseas. We say to you all, hartelijk welkom in Appington. Baie dankie, dames en heren, vir julle bywoning. Dit is 'n fantastiese gesig. Ek wil net sê, Rikus, dit wat julle besluit het, is 'n wyse besluit. Kom kyk op Stampriet, hoe word dit gedoen? Julle is amper daar. Right, so, dames en heren, maar voordat ek verder gaan, wil ek net vra dat meneer Chris Hendriks vir ons die verrigtinge op die regte manier ophou.
Dankie Dion. Dames en heren, kom ons raak net 'n oomblik stil. En ons buig die hoofde. Ons hemelse Vader, baie dankie vir hierdie groot geleentheid. Waar ons met u diere kan werk. Op u grond kan boer. Ten volle met die geloof in u, dat u vir ons elke dag sal sorg. Hemelse Vader, ons vra dat u die verrigtinge van vandag sal seën. Hou die hand van beskerming oor ons, wanneer ons terugry na ons huise toe, hoe ver, hoe naby dit ook al sal sy. En seën asseblief die diere, waar hulle gaan afklim in die veld om te gaan werk, om vir ons lammers te teel. Hemelvader, ons vra dat u ons sal genadig wees vir al ons sondighede, dat u ons sal vergewe, dat u ons sal behoed en bewaar, en ons prys en loof u, o grote Skepper. Amen.
Well said. Dames en heren, is nou my groot voorreg aan die woord te stel die president van die Dorper Telersgenootskap, meneer Rikus van der Merwe.
Goeiemôre dames en heren. Ek wil net enkele bedankings doen. Dorper, dis jou 35ste veiling hierdie en baie dankie vir jou bydrae tot ons bedryf en sterkte vir jou en Andrei vir die dag. Andrei van Sail, baie dankie vir julle. Ons wil ook vir ons inspekteurs, meneer Philip Strauss, David Kriel en Japie Oberholzer sê baie dankie vir 'n baie groot werk wat julle gedoen het. Ongelooflike positiewe uitkoms, die manier hoe julle hierdie veiling geklasseer het. Stian van Willig, Vleis Sentraal. Ek gaan nie almal se name noem nie, ek is bang ek mis iemand of laat iemand se naam uit. Stian, ons het almal gewonder hoe jy dit gaan doen. Jy het dit gedoen, so maklik, is net nie waar nie. Als het seep glad verloop. Jou hele logistieke organisasie van hierdie veiling is ongelooflik. So veiling kan 'n mens nie doen sonder borge nie. En ek wil vir al ons borge sê baie dankie. Verbeek, Veekos, Agrimark, Moulotech, KLK, Oranje Rivier Voere, Appington Toyota, FNB en dan ook vir Swiftvee. Swiftvee en Vleis Sentraal het vir ons een reuse borg tegemoetkoming gekom en dit gaan terug in elke verkoper se sak. En in hierdie dae en tye is al swaar en alles het gering, tel elke rand en sent. Baie dankie daarvoor. Ek wil vir julle vir elke koper sê sterkte. Ek wil net sê alle Dorper ramme op hierdie veiling is vir vrugbaarheid getoets 'n maand voor die veiling. Hulle is BO verskoon. Hulle het vrugbaarheidssertifikate. So ons waarborg dat elke Dorper ram 'n vrugbare ram en BO verskoon is. Dit is 'n vereiste van ons genootskap, so ons te waarborg op elke ram van ons. Ek wil vir al die verkopers van al die rasse, die Dorpers, die Meatmasters, van Roy's en die Persies sê baie sterkte. Ons het 'n goeie dag gister beleef. Ons hoop vandag is eweneens goed vir ons almal, vir die kopers en die verkopers. Baie sterkte vir die dag. Baie dankie.
Dankie Rikus. Dames en heren, kom ons gee die man 'n groot klap. Hy sê warm wat hy insit, maar hy doen 'n great job. Right, so, dames en heren, voordat ons verder gaan, baie dankie. Soos Rikus sê, is my 35ste jaar in 'n ry wat ek op hierdie rosum staan. Na 126 miljoen rand se ramme het ek al verkoop in Appington. Ek gee myself die eer. Here is dik. Ek wil net een ding sê, dames en here, 35 jaar gelede het hierdie man my sukses in my lewe, jy weet, in 1% kommissie het ek al 12 miljoen rand gemaak uit die Dorper bedryf uit. Maar daar's een man wat ek wil baie eer aan gee, meneer Dan Bosman. Dan, baie dankie. Ek dink ons moet vir hom 'n moedeer gee. Baie dankie Dan, die stille man wat die alles gedoen het. Dan, dames en here, net paar reëlings meer, die persies en van roois. Julle moet asseblief julle geskenke gaan haal by Piet. Ja, by Pieter de Kok, vir julle wat nie gesaan wat die uitlaai, dames en here, die uitlaai gebeur hier agter, behalwe die dorpers oeye, gebeur die kant, okay? Transport, hoofroetes meer is beskikbaar. Baie dankie aan die borge. Ek wil hom sê meer, hier dra ek hulle hemp, Wilbeck. Ek moet dit sê, Wilbeck, baie dankie julle, baie dankie. En dan die gasbrandster vir die duurste ram. Jy kry 'n gas, weet jy wat nie? Sny sterte. O, okay, wat 'n donder anyway. Maar anyway, jy kry iets. Koop net jy moet seker net jou eie gas koop. Right, dames and here, we are for business. We are about to start going, we're gonna rock and roll now. Business time, here, op die roster, lot number 1 is op aan die nooit gedacht dorperstoeterij. Baie gelukkig saal, baie geluk, wel dan, great is ons begin met die lammie, so dames en here, hier soos hy. Vir die stoet lam, here, baie so meer perfecte gebouwde lam, here, met baie goeie telings en al. Right now, and take it away, what do you go now? I better, what do you say, here, what do you go, 30,000, what do you go now? 30,000, 20, 10, 10, but he goes number 10, I've got to go 11 now, 12, 40 now. At 40,000, I'm 14,000, I got 40, 40, but now. At 16, I'm 16,000, I got 16,000 now. Come on! At 16,000, let's get going now, I'm 16 now. 18 now, but 18 now. At 20,000, I'm 12,000 now. At 20,000, but he goes number 20, 20, but now. Off 20,000, I'm 20,000, but now. Off 22, at 22 now. Off to 24, at 12,000, I'm 24 now. At 12,000, I'm 24 now. At 26 now. At 26, come on now. At 28 now. 12,000 now. At 30 now. 30,000, I'm 30 now. Op 30,000, I'm 30 now. Links by julle. 30,000 by jou, Chris Vasers by Stian. Op 30,000, I'm 30 now. At 30,000 meer. I've got to go here. At 32 now. 32,000 but now. Op 32 Christian now. Op 32,000, I'm 32 now. Op 32,000, I'm 32 but now. Op 32,000 but he goes now. At 32,000 meter, time is running out now. Final warning. Once, twice, said it last time. And sold at 32,000. 81 by Lucky Chris. Right, here is Mira. That is my toppies. If you look at the figures, Mira, he's got 123 with a 72% direct correctness. You can't find Mira. He is at Mira. Baie geluk, Charles is Master Ramiri. Here we are. Dorperland Senior Champion, Mira, here we go. Lot number 2 in the ring, Mira, what do you say? Right, and take it away, what do you got now? 100,000 we say, 5,000 coming now. At 40, 30 now, 30,000, I got 30 now. Up there, they said, I got 30, 30, but now, they said, I got 35, now, 35 more. At 40,000, number 4,000 now. At 40, 40, but he goes, number 4,000, number 45. At 45, my man, 50 now, 50,000 more. At 50, 60 now, 6,000 now. At 60,000, I'm 70, but now. At 70,000, I'm 80 now. 80, 90, 100, I get 110 now. At 110,000 now. At 120, but he goes number 120 now. 130, 40, 50 now. At 150, 75, 175,000 now. Up your normal 5,000, but now. At 175,000, but now. At 180, I'll say a little once now. At 180 now, but 180 this side. At 180 now, 200,000 more. Up 200,000, I get 200,000. 200,000 but now. 200,000 but he says now. Of 200,000 number 200,000 now. 200,000 but Mr. Shadro the answer. 200,000 now. Of 200,000 but he goes around the ring once now. 200,000 be going twice. Third last time. And sold at 200,000. Well done. Congratulations. Hope he does well in Zimbabwe. 81, thank you very much. Right, here we are, Mira. Lot number 3 now. Lot number 3, ladies and gentlemen, they're getting better now. Yes, lot number 3, Mira. They are, I dring a radical Mira, lot number 3 now. Right, hand take it away, what do you say now? Right, Mira, let's go again now, Mira, lot number 3 now. And take it away, but he goes, 5 tuck days are to be said, 50,000, come on now. 30, 20, 10, up and going now. 10, 12, 15. At 15,000, but he goes now. At 15,000, number 15 days now. At 15,000, number 15, 17, 20 now. At 20,000, 10, you Chris. At 20,000, 25. 25 now, at 25, 30 now, there they said number 30, 40 more, at 40,000 number 40, 50, 60, 70, but now, 80, 100 but now, at 100,000 now, at 100 days a number, 100 but now, at 100 days a number, at 110, at 110, you know what? 100 sure, at 100,000 number 100 but now, ek voel soos 'n ou op honeymoon. At 100,000 where he go now, at 100 days a number 100 but now, vra vir Frans en Sagie wat sy ou het omgegee. At 100,000 now, at 100 days a number 100,000 now. Chris, 100 bits out, 110. 110 he goes, number 110, but he goes, 120, 120 but now, at 120,000 more, at 120,000, Hendrik van der West is in the studio, at 120,000 but now, up 120,000 now, at 120,000. Ladies and gentlemen, now go once around the ring now, twice, third last time, and sold at 110,000. Up. 120 jaar, sorry Chris. Jannie is baie belangrik. 120 jaar. Right, lot number 4, Mira, here we are. Lot number 4, Mira, let's go. Xerox in the ring, ladies and gentlemen, lot number 4. I proud for himself now. What a ram, Mira, what an opportunity now. Right, and take it away now, Mira, what do you say now? What's it now? 30,000 we go. 20, out 1 days around the come. 10,000 up and going. I've got 10 excellent clinkies for Mira, 10, 12, 40 now, but 40, 40, but now. At 40,000, number 16, 18, number 18 online. 18, 20, 20 back on the floor. At 22, now what do you say? 20,000 now we go. At 22, 25, 25 now, at 25, 27 more, at 27, number 30 now, at Darab, there's a number 35, at 500, there's a number 35, 40, 40 up and going now, at 40,000, number 40, 40, but now, at 400, there's a number 40 now, at 400, there's a number 40, 40, but now, at 40,000, number 40, but now, op 40,000 links weer 45, at 45, 50, at 50,000, come on, let's go now, at 50,000, come on, at 60, at 60,000 now, or 60,000 up. Oh, 60,000 number, say 70, but now, 70,000 number, 70,000 more, up 70,000 number, 70, but now, 80 now, 80,000, but he goes up at 80 now, at 80,000 number, 80, come on, 100, but now, at 80,000, come on, one more, at 80,000, let's go 100, 100, but he goes up at 100,000 more, at 100,000, but he says now, up 100,000 number, 100, but now, at 100,000 meter, you're back in business here, at 100,000 meter, once, twice, third and last time. All out to that. And so Chris Hendricks by donkey, 100,000, but he's gone. 23. Hulle sê mos op beveiling die eerste 5 ramme is die goedkoopste. Right, lot number 5. The meat for Pierre is sy. Beautiful mere daar sy. Luister collega. Collega, wei, miskien toch. Tel net jou pakkie sigarette op. Right, so here we are. Ek wil net sien, is dit regtig sigarette? Of is dit champagne? That's it, Mira, here we are. Lot number 5 in the ring now. Lot number 5 here, take a biggie boy. They talk for himself here, let's go. 50,000 visa. Up here, there's a number 40, but when you get number 30, 20, 10, but he gets up 10, 12, but he goes number 12, there's a number 12 more, 15 more. At 15,000, number 15, there's a now. At 15 now, 20, 20, but now. At 25, number 25 more. Up 500, there's a number 25 now. Up 530, number 30. Chris Hendricks now. At 30,000, he says number 30 now. At 35, but he goes number 35 now. Up 500, there's a number 35. Up 500, there's a number 35 now. Up 500, there's a number 35 all the way now. Up 500, there's a number 35 now. Up 500, there's a Chris out 40 now. At 40, Sianek at 40, 45 Chris. At 50, Sianek at 50 now. At 50,000, but he goes 60. At 60,000, Chris Albert says that's 70 now. At 70, Sianek now. 80 now. At 80, there's a number 80 now. At 80, there's a number 80. New man on the block here. Up 80, there's a number 80 now. Up 80, there's a Chris Hendricks going once now. At 80,000, but he goes here. Up 80, there's a mirror. Third and last time. On out and done. And sold at 80,000. Lucky soul. You, hoe speel jy gaan? Lyk op full of daai eerste aan vir my op honeymoon. What a battle. Right, I welcome my dear friend, Mr. Leroy Phillips. Leroy Phillips, Vera. They say in English, what a scintillating pack of rams. Congratulations, Leroy. They're all legacies. Hulle is allemaal legacies, Mera. Legacy is gone. But eerste van sy seun, really, Leroy, I think you're best I've seen for a long, long time. Here we are, Mera. Kyk hier so. Lot number 6 we start with. Lot number 6, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren. Is dit nie fantastisch? Kos gee die man 'n lekker hande klap. Dit is ontsettend dankie en ontsettend well done. Baie goeie pakker aan my here. Here we are. Lot number 6. Right, here we are, Mera, let's go. And take it away, Mera, uit lente, uit kruisvorm, uit balans. This is one hell of a ram, Mera, starting off for Leroy here. Right, Mera, we're going to take it slowly but deeply. Let's go again now, what do you say? 60,000, what do you go? 50, 40, 30, 20, 10 up and going, go, Chris. At 10,000, 20 now, 15 now, 15,000 more. At 15,000, 20, 20, but number 25. At 25, but he goes, number 25, 30 now. Up there, there's a number 30 now, let's go. At 30,000, come on, number 30 now. Up there, there's a 40 now, number 40 now. At 40,000, but he goes, number 40, 50 now. 60, that's 60,000, 70. At 70, Chris now. Up 70,000, number 70, but now. At 70,000, number 70,000 now. Up 70,000, number 70, but now. At 70,000, but he says 80 now. At 80,000, well done, Yella. At 90,000, but he goes now. Up 90,000, number 90 now. At 90,000, but he goes, number 90, 100, but now. At 100, but he got a 110. At 110,000, but he goes 110 now. At 110,000, but he got 120. At 120 now, but 120 now. At 120,000 now. Up 120,000 now, but 120. Come on. At 120 goes now. At 120,000, but now. At 120,000, Mera, I've got to go once around the ring here. Twice, the last time. And sitting at 120,000, but he goes. Christian, baie dankie. Dankie, meneer Lucas Burger, koper nummer 16. Hoekom het ek hom gemis? Nou sou ek vir my ramp gegee tot 90. Plus 100. Right, here we are, Mera, here we go. This is it, Mera, lot number 7, even better, Lloyd. Getting much better. Here we are, Mera, massive ram, Mera, here we are. Kyk 'n bietjie mooi. He's not twee tandbere, he's just cutting tooth now. He's still actually a little lamb still. But look at this, we're a lot 7. You should have called this ram Ate Leroux. But here we are, lot number 7, Mera, lot number 7 in the ring now. Right now, beautiful, and take it away now, what do you say? Right, Mera, what do you go, number 60,000, what do you say now? 60,000 now. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10 up and running. 10 now, got to go, 10, but he goes number 10 now. 10,000, but he goes number 10, 12, number 12, there's a number 12 now. Up 12, there's 15,000, but he goes number 15 more. 20, but number 20 now. Up 20, there's a 25, 30, but now. Op 30.010 jou. Op 30.000 number 30 now. At 35 number 35. Op 35.000 number 35 now. 35 my bot left voor my. Op 540 now Sian. At 40,000 number get 5. At 4.000 number 40 come on one more. At 40.000 after 45. At 45 but he goes number 45 now. Op 45.000 number 45 but now 50 at 50,000 but he says now. And 50 but he goes number 50,000 more. At 50,000 but he goes number 50 now. Op 50.000 number 50 now. Op 50.000 running at 50,000 now. At 50,000 even money boys. At 50,000 matter. Time is up. We're gonna go at 50,000 once, twice, third last time, and sold at 50,000. Well done, the bargain three. Good for you. 205. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I've seen plenty of them, Leroy, but this one is right up there. This one is right up there, ladies and gentlemen. Lot number 8 in the ring now. Kan ons water kry asseblief? As julle nie geld het, die vra van net. Lot number 8 here we are. Beautiful, isn't it beautiful, Mira? What impressive ram, Leroy. Well done. Really, Mira, he's done a ram and a half now. And take it away we go. Yeah, right, Mira, what's Sylvia? 5,000 on the visa. At 40, 30, now 20. At 20, donkey crash, 20,000 but now. Up to another number 20, but now. Up to another number 20 now. Up to another number 20, but now. Up 20,000 meter 25 my man. 30 Stian. Up there number 35 now. Up 500 number 35, 40 now. At 4,000 50 now. At 5,000 50 now. At 50,000 60 but now. 6,000 number 60 now. Up 6,000 running at 67. 7,000 80 now. 80,000, let's go now. 90. At 90,000, but he goes number 9,000 now. At 90,000, come on, let's go. At 90,000, come on. At 90, but he goes number 90 now. Up 9,000, be okay. 100, at 100,000 now. 100, but he goes up 100 bit now. I get a 110, I get a 110 now. At 110,000 bit now. Up 110,000, I get a 110 now. At 110,000 bit now. At 110,000 bit now. At 120, at 20 bit now. 120,000 now. Up 112,000 now. At 120,000, but he goes here. At 120,000, we had a final warning. 130, at 130 now, but 100 now. At 130 now, come on, one more. At 130 now, but 130 now. At 100 Christian now. At 130,000 more. At 130,000, but he says, I've got to go 140 new man in now. At 140 meer, vat jou tyd, wees geduldig. Ek is hier, moenie worry nie. 150, I've got to go. At 150 now, but 150,000 now. 150 Chris Hendricks for you now. At 150 now, but 150,000 more. Up 150,000 now, but 150 now. At 150,000 biddies in the market for 2 seconds. At 150 twice, third and last time. And sold up 150,000. 89, baie dankie julle. Lot nummer 9, lot nummer 9. Lot, even mera, lot nummer 9. What a nice name, mera. Hy praat van homself. Ek hoef niks oor hom te sê nie meer. He's got it all. Right now, one on Leroy. Here we are. And take it away we go, sir. Lot number 9. And have a look here, have it here. We say 5,000 on the come. 40, 20, I've got. 12,000 lucky crash. 20,000 up again, number 12 now. Extra clinkies for number 20, 22, number 12,000, number 22 now. Up 12,000, number 22 now. 12,000 number 22, but number 20 by Marius at 22,000 now. Up 12,000 number 22 now. Up 22,000 meters Yamoka at 22,000, but at 24, at 24, 26 boy. Up 26 come again at 28 now. 28 30,000 now. At 30,000 number 32. At 3,000 number 32, 5 more. At 35 number 537 now. At 7,000 number 30, 40 now. At 4,000 number 40, 42. 42 more. At 42, number 45. At 45, he goes number 45,000 now. At 47, number 47 now. 50,000 more. At 50,000, running at 50 now. At 50,000, number 50,000 more. At 50,000 meer, hy gaan Strijdemburg toe. Op 50,000, number 50 now. Op 50,000 meer, hy Jola, and done. I've got 50,000 on the floor. Going once, twice, and third and last time. Marius Hugas, baie dankie my maat. 57. Wat, dames en heren, lot nummer 10, meneer, lot nummer 10. Seker die ram, my 35 jaar, met die mooiste kop wat ek by Dorpers ooit gesien het. A legacy out of his twin sister, his fully bred, line-geteel legacy. What do you want more? Double shot legacy. Beautiful ram, lot number 10 now. Right now, and take it away, what do you go? 20,000, what do you got? 20,000 kom. 10,000, what do you got? 10 up and going. 10 minutes of Klinkies van now. Klinkies met multiple 12 now. What 12,000 number 12 now. Up 12, 14, 40 online. 14,000, I'm sitting online. 16,000 back on the floor. 18 now. 18, 20 all over now. 22, 4 now. 36 now. Up 6, 12,000 number 26 now. At 28 now. 28, 30 now. 30,000 now. 32. Up 32,000 number 32 now. Up 32,000. Come on now. At 32 number 3. 34 online. 36 now, back on the floor. At 6,000 number 36 now. At 38 now. 100,000 number 40 now. 40 back on line. At 40,000, I'm setting on line. 42 now, back on the floor. At 42 number 45 back. At 44, 44 now. At 44 now, 46 on the floor. At 6,000 number 46 now. At 46,000 now. At 46 number 46 now. At 6,000 number 46 now. At 46,000, but at 48 now, back on line. 50 now, 50,000 on the floor. At 50,000, number 50,000 now. Swiftly, come swiftly. At 50,000, number 50 now. At 50,000, number 50 now. 50,000. Yes, here is 8 now. At 52, at 50 to 55, 55 now. At 55, but he goes now. At 55,000 online. At 55,000, but he says now. Up 5,000 number 55. At 55, we had a last chance. Tino, standing online. 55 on die wonderveilige van kwart per 3 in Kuimos. Maar vat jou 57. At 57 now. At 57 number 57 now. 60,000 back online. At 60,000 number 60,000. Kom nou weer met 2. Kom ek wacht vir julle. At 60,000, come on, let's go 2 more. Op 60,000 number 60, kom, banggat. 60,000 number 60 now. At 60,000, but now, up 60,000, ladies and gentlemen, I've got to go once around the ring now. At 62,000, twice, 65. 65 back now. Number 65, Stian. At 65, 65, they said number 65, I'll take 7 now. At 65,000, but he says number 65, Paul. At 65,000, but now, at 65, they said number 65. At 65,000, ladies and gentlemen, once now. 67. 67 back online. Hy gaan nie weer kom, ek glo my. Ek ken die game. 67 now, make it 70. At 67,000, come on. At 67, what do you say now? At 67,000, I'm sitting online. At 67,000, hy gaan nie weer kom nie, want hy is op pad toilet toe. At 67 now. At 67,000, once, twice, third and last time. Sold at 67 by Nagistion. Mr. Louis Phillips, what a privilege. Thank you. Righto, namens de heer Johan Marits weer nou. Boys van Ramamera, namens de heer Johan Marits weer daar is hy. Kyk 'n bietjie mooi. Twee tan meer daar sy, lot number 11 meer, geharde ramme meer, he was made in a Kalari meer and he will walk in a Kalari. Here we are, namens wie onmerits weer lot number 11 now. Right now, and take it away, where he go now. Right, meer what's it is on, there we go, 20,000, come on now. At 20,000, what he got out, 10,000, but he goes out, 10, thank you sir. Op 10,000 number 10,000, but he goes number 10, 12, number 40 more. At 14,000, extra 2 fun. At 14,000, 16,000, 18,000, 20,000, 22. What do you say now? Up to 24, 24 now. At 24, but he goes number 24 now. At 24,000, but he goes now 26 now. At 28 now. 30,000 now. There they say now. At 30,000, number 30 now. Up there they say number 30 now. At 30,000, Chris Hendricks for you now. At 30,000, number there they say now. At 30,000, but he goes number there they say now. Op 30,000 meer is jammer klaar is daar. At 30,000, I've got to go now. Once around the ring here. At 30,000, going twice. Third last time. 30,000 kan ek kry. Baie dankie, Chris Hendricks. 155. Jy laat jou vrou be, nee. Jy weet ek is sag op 'n vrou. Blik, ek het mos dit geweet het. That's fine, goeie antwoord. Lot number 12, dames en heren, lot number 12. Lot number 12, weer wat series, lot number 12. Kyk die bespiering, kyk die binne, buite duie van hierdie ram. Beautiful. He's got it all, meneer, he's got a top, meneer, he's looks as a tafel. Right now, lot number 12. Let's go and take it away now. 30,000, what do you say? Or 20,000, let's go. 10,000, Chris. Come on, 10 up and going now. Up 10,000 number 10,000, but he goes number 10, 12 now. At 12,000, 14 number 15,000 now. 16,000 more. At 16, 18 number 18,000 now. 18 number 20, 20, but he goes number 12, 22 now. Up 12,000 number 22 more. 24. At 12,000 number 26 now. At 26,000, but he goes number 26 now. Up 12,000 number 26 now. Up 12,000 number 26. Come on, one more. Up 12,000 Maganach now. Up 12,000 number 26 now. At 26, 28 now. Up 12,000, 30,000 more. Up there, there's a number 30 now. Up there, there's a number 30 now. Up there, there's a number 30 now. Up there, there's a number 30 more. Up there, there's a number 30 now. At there, there's a mirror setting on the left now. At 30,000 mirror going once here and twice and third last time. Op there, there's a baie dankie, Chris Hendricks. Selfde koppe, baie dankie. Right now, lot 13, lot 13 mirror daar staan, lot 13. Dis nog 'n lam, meneer, this is still a lamb. We've got a lamb in the ring, meneer, is 'n mooi ram. Hendrik is 'n mooi lam hierdie. Hy Pierre, wat sê jy? Maak dit 20,000 kom. 10,000 dan kyk kras. 10, 12, 40 now. 40,000 but now. That's 16,000 now. That's 16,000 but he goes number 16,000 now. That's 16,000 but he goes number 16,000 now. Op 16,000 number 16,000 18 boer. 18,000 number 20 by jou. Op 20,000 22 more 24. Agter 26 now. Op 26 number 26 now. Op 26,000 28 30 now. Op daar now 32 more. At 33,000 number 32 now. At 32 Clinky Saddle. At 34 Donkey. At 34,000 number 34. At 34,000 number 34. At 34,000 number 34. 36. Word wakker. Word dit wakker. 36 number 36 now. Op 36,000 now. At 36,000 now. Op 36 come on 38. 40 now, my man, at 42 number 42,000 now, at 42 Saddle, dis net geld, dis aardse goed man, 42, go 45, at 42 now, 45 crash, at 45,000 number 45, at 45,000 when he goes number 45 more, at 45,000 number 40, it's by Hilton, at 45 don't care when you check him up, 47 now, 50,000 Hilton now, at 50,000 number 50 now, at 50,000 when he goes number 50 now, at 50,000 when he goes number 50 more, op 50,000 number 50 but now, at 50,000, 55, at 55,000 now, 60,000 back on the floor, op 60,000 number 60 now, at 60,000 but he goes now, op 60,000 number 60 now, at 60,000 but he goes here, at 60,000, 65, at 65,000 number 65 now, at 65,000 but now, Chris, at 65,000 now, that's 65 Hilton. Kyk vir my. Kom aan. 65, Hilton, lig jou kop. At 65, come on Hilton. At 65 now. Op 65,000, come on Hilton, one more. Laat jou dogter aangaan, jy beteken niks. 65,000 now, at 65,000 now, at 65,000 on the left here, at 70 back online, at 70,000 now, op 70,000 now, maar 70 but now, op 70 Hilton, ek wacht vir jou, at 70,000 Hilton, ek wacht vir jou, at 70,000, come on 75, at 75 but now, at 75,000 but now, at 75 now, maar 75 more, at 75,000 now, at 75 now, maar 75 now, op 75 now, at 75,000 meter, going once. Twice, 80 now. 80,000 now, we gotta go. 80,000 now, but 80,000 now. 80,000 meter online now. 80,000 now. At 80,000 now, but 80 now. Up 80,000 now, but 80 now. At 80,000, I'll give you hope. At 80,000, I'm setting online. At 80,000, but he goes once, twice, set a last time, and sold at 80,000. Right, here we are, lot 40 now. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 14. Very soon, Ramira, julle sê vir my, ek gaan. Let's go. 12,000, what do you say, yeah? Billik meer, 12,000 lankie Chris. At Vleesendaal, Chris Hendricks, 12,000, but he goes number 12 now. Up 12,000, number 40, 40, 40, 40, come on, number 40,000 more. At 40,000, number 40, 16,000 more. At 16,000, kyk mooi. At 16,000, 18 more. 18,000, number 18, 20 now. At 20,000, but he goes number 22 more. At 22,000, number 22 now. Up 22,000, number 22 now. At 22, number 24. At 22,000, number 24 now. At 24,000 nummer 24 links by Chris now. At 30, 24 Turkey side. At 24 number 24. Come on. At 24 number 24 more. At 24,000 meer is helemaal klaar. I've got to go here once and twice. Sitting last time and sitting at 24,000. Dankie Chris. 155. Dankie Johan. Right, weer een stek in die soet gebruik van Mickey en Ashley Phillips, mere. Here we are, mere, there we go. This is lot number 60 now. Masterpiece, mere, 6-tooth. Right, mere, daar sy nou. Gebruiksnaam, mere, was used extensively with great success in the stad, yeah. Okay, let's go, Mira. Proven sire, dames here. Proven sire, Mira. Let's go again now. Lot 16, yeah. Masterpiece. And take it away. What do you got now? I've got to go now, Mira. What do you go? It's good standing to a Queenian, huh? Yep, I agree. Here we go, Mira. Right, Mira, what's it? 5,000 on the go. 30,000, Mira, I'm open now. 10,000 up and going, surely. 18,000 lunky number 10 now. At 10,000, but he goes number 12, 40 more. At 16,000, but he goes number 16,000 now. 18,000 number 18, 18, but now. 18, 10, you number 18 now. 18, 20, 20, but number 12 now. Up 12,000 number 25, 25 more. At 5,000, 30 more. Up 30,000 number 30 now. That number 35, 35 now. At 5,000, Chris number 35, 40 now. At 40,000 number 45 go. At 45 up and going now. At 5 get Joe. At 5,000 number 45. Up 5,000 number 45, 50 now. At 50,000 but he goes number 55. At 55 but he goes 60 more. At 60,000 number 60, 70 but now. At 70, 80 now. 80,000 but now. At 80, 90, 90, 90 but now. At 90, 100 but he goes 100 now. At 100 but he says number 100,000 now. At 100,000 but he goes number 100 but now. At 100 but he goes number 100,000 now. At 110, negative 110, negative 110 now. At 110,000 but now. At 120 now. 120 but he goes number 120 now. At 120 but he gets us at 120,000 now. At 130, 130, well done there. At 130, come on now. Come on. At 130 now, but 130 now. Over 100 there, they said now. At 130, that's 140. At 140,000 now. 150, donkey. 150,000 now. At 150,000 more. Op 150,000 now. At 150,000 but now. At 150,000 now. At 150 meer. What do you say now? At 150,000 but he goes here. At 150,000 once. Twice. Third and last time. And sold at 150,000. Nommer. Waar? 16, dankie. Nee. Sugar boy, Mira, lot 17 now. Sugar boy, dankie Lucas. Lot 17, Mira, here we are. Lot 17 now. Sugar boy, Mira, here we are. Out of Mickey and Ashley Phillips, Mira. From Targetstad, Mira, let's go. And take it away to go, sir. Right, Mira, let's go again now. What do you say? 30,000 now. 20, but now. 10,000. Sorry, donkey. At 10 for 2 now. At 10,000, but he goes number 10,000 now. Up 10,000 number 10 now. At 10,000, but he goes number 10,000 now. At 10,000, I'm open here. At 10,000, but he goes number 10, 12 now. At 12,000, 140 now. At 14,000, number 40 now. At 15,000, number 40, 40, but now. At 14,000, meter online. At 15, 16,000 more. At 16, 18 now. 18,000, but he goes now. 18,000 now, but 18 now. 18,000, let's move it now. 18, 20, 20, but number 12 now. At 20,000, but he goes number 20 more. At 12,000, number 20 now. Up 12,000, number 20, 20, but now. Up 22 now, 25, 25 now. At 24, 28 now. 12,000 lungs now. 12,000, number 28 now. Come on, Elias. At 28, that's 30 now. 12,000 now. At 35, 5,000, number 35 now. At 35, we're going to go 40 now. 40,000, but he says now. At 40,000, number 40 now. At 45, 45 now. At 45,000, number 45. At 45,000, but he goes number 45 more. Up 45,000, number 45 now. Up 45,000, number 45. Up 45,000, number 45. At 45, number 45 now. Up 50. At 50,000 online. Well done, Swift here. At 50,000, come on, let's go. At 5,000, number 50 now. At 50,000, but now. At 50,000, but he goes up 5,000 meters, Yamokla. I've got to go now. I'm sitting online once around the ring now. At 50,000, going twice. Third last time. And sold online 50,000. Righto, lot number 18, lot number 18, lot number 18. Forex Vera, here we are. Forex Vera, there we go. Nice ram. Yes, very good ram. Good ram. Mickey? I must say, since Ashley is taking control, as things are going well. It's like your golf swing. Lot 18 meter, here we are. Beautiful. As this is good. This is what we want in the industry. Here we are, Mira, lot 80 now. Beautiful. And take it away now. What do you go? 30,000 who says, that come on. 20,000, I'll tell you what, Chris, 10,000. Up and going. 10 and we up and running now. 10,000, but he goes number 10 now. At 10, 10, but he goes number 10,000 now. Up 10,000 also. At 10,000, number 10,000 now. 12,000, but he goes number 12, 40 now. And 40, 40, 60 now, but 18, 20, 22, 40, number 26 now. That's his 20,000, number 28, 30 now. Hilton, 10,000, number 30 now. Up there, number 30, 30, but now at 32, number 20, 34. Hilton, 34, number 4,000, 36 up, so at 38, 40,000 on Hilton. At 4,000, number 42 now. At 42, number 45. At 5 and 4,000 takes 5. 145 and 0. At 45,000, but now at 5 and 4,000, number 50 now, 55. At 55, 60,000 more. 60,000, number Hilton. Up 60,000, number 60 now. Up 60,000, number 16, sir. Up 60,000, but now at 60,000, but now up 60,000, number 60 now. Up 60,000 now. 60,000 meter. Final warning now at 60,000 once, twice, third and last time, and sold 60,000 by donkey. 128, Mr. Spanneberg. Lot number 19, as you start to the Ramswick here, is I know. Ja, this is a natra mera, baie lui vet op hom is. He's got it all, Mira. 10, 20,000 in ag. I've got 20,000 now. At 20,000, but he goes number 20, but number 20 now. Op 20,000 hier te laat geslaan nou. Op 20,000 number 20,000 now. At 22, number 24, come on. At 24,000 number 26, 28 now. 28,000 number 28 now. 28,000 number 28 now. 28,000 number 28 now. At 28,000 Mira met Botler, that's voor. At 28,000 now. 28,000, I've got to go, yeah. At 28,000, but now. 28,000 Mira going once now. At 28,000. Go twice here at 28,000, but he says third and last time and setting at 28,000. It's a pleasure, Ashley. Here we are, 64. Hello, Gavi. Right, so here we are, klipkoppies. Klipkoppies, baie na my hart. Daar sy Mira is te sê, doen goed, Mira. Right, lot 21 Mira, van klipkoppies, Mira, goeie rammies al. Lot number 21 now. Auto, and take it away, Mira, what do you say? Where do you go now? 30,000 we said, 12,000 come. 10,000 up again, 10, but he goes number 10,000, number 10 days now. And 10,000, but he says number 10 days, number 10, but he goes number 10 more. Of 10 days, number 10,000, but he says number 10 now. Of 10 days, running at 10,000, made at 10 now. He's in the market, 12 more. At 12 days, number 12 now. Of 12 days, but number 12,000 more. Of 12 days, number 12, but now. At 12 days, number 12, 40 more. At 15 days, number 40 now. At 15 days, running at 40, but now. Of 15 days, number 40, but now. At 15,000, but he says now. At 14,000, but he goes now. At 14,000 now. At 14,000, Mira Ayola Tanzania. At 14,000, open 16. At 16,000 more. Of 16,000, Chris Baji now. Of 16,000 now, but 16,000 now. Of 16,000, come on. 18, but he goes now. 18,000, Mira back on the floor. 18,000, let's go 20 now. 18,000, but he says now. 18,000 now, but 18, but now. At 18,000, but he says, Mira, big Chris Hendricks now. 18,000, Mira going once now. At 18,000, 20 now, 20, but now. At 22 online, 22 now. Of 22, come on, Chris, come on. At 22 now, but 22 now. Of 22, they say, continue now. Of 22, they say, number 22 now. Of 22, they say, number 22 now. Of 20,000, but he says now. At 22,000, once, twice. Third and last time, setting online and sold at 22,000. Hier staan so 'n blou bakkie hier voor die hek. Kan jy hom net asseblief wegvat, Mira, hulle wil die yskriem lorry inbring. Die blou bakkie wat hier voor die hek staan, binne in die hek. Frik, kry net vir ons sy nommerplaat. Hy staan binne in die hek, dis so goed soos jy sien jou buurvrou voor jou eie stoep. Right, hier is het beerde daar, sy daar. Right, here we are, Mira. Lot 23, lot nummer 23, Mira. Right, vir die kinderra, Mira, here we are. Ons vat 1000 op hulle nou. Right, here we are, Mira, let's go. 10,000 aan die visa. 10,000 go 8, 8,000 number 8, 9, but he goes number 9 now. Op 9,000 running 9, but he goes over 1,000 now. At 9,000, but he says number 9,000 running 9, 10, but now. Op 10,000 running 10,000, but he goes number 10 more. And 10, but he goes number 10,000 now. At 10,000, but he says number 10,000 now. At 10,000, but he says now. Op 10,000 number 10 now. Op 10,000 Mira is helemaal klaar. At 10,000 Mira for the flock here. At 10,000, once, twice, set it last time. And sold at 10,000. Right, lot 25, Mira. Lot number 25 now. Lot 25 here for the flock ram, Mira. Beautiful is all. And take it away we go. 10,000, what do you say? 8,000, come on, Chris. 8,000 now. 8,000, but he says, I get 8,000, but now, but right now. 8,000, but he says, now, but right, but now. 8,000, but now, but 8,000 more. 8,000, 9, but now. Up 9,000, number 9, 10, 10, donkey Chris. Up 10,000, beyond number 10 now. At 10,000, but he says, number 10 now. At 10,000, but he says now. Up 10,000, meter going once now. At 10,000 meter, are you all out here? At 10,000 meter, third and last time. And sold at 10,000. By donkey Chris Hendricks. 29. Uitslaatmaker. Right, so once again, Mr. Leroy Phillips, lot 26 now. Type 5 here is also now, lot 26 now. All right, Peter, let's go. I like him here. Go for him. 2-2. Here we are. And take it out. What do you got? Did you phone me for the pin position? Did you phone me this morning to find the auction place? Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. 26 now, old school. Okay, here we are. And take it away now, lot 26 now. From Mr. Leroy Phillips, we are at type 5 here. And take it away now, what do you say? 30,000 be said. 20, but now. 20,000 attack, 20,000 up again, number 20, but now. Up 20,000 number 20, but now. Up 20,000 number 20, but number 20 now. Up 20,000 number 20,000 now, 22. At 20,000 number 22 now. At 24 online. At 12 market says Donkey Sorrow. At 20,000 number 26 now. At 28 number 12,000 now. 12,000 now, 30 more. At that 32 now. At 32 online market feed. At 32 number 34 more. At 34,000, but he goes now. At 34,000, number 34 now. Up feeling that 36 now. At 36,000, 38 now. Achenderf, deze number 38, you now. Achenderf, deze number 38 now. Achenderf, Vaio B. Achenderf, deze number 38, vlak at 40. At 38 number Achenderf now. Achenderf, deze number 30 now. Op 38, deze meer. 38,000 is in the market here. At 38,000 once. Twice, very last time, and sold by Naki Sarol, 34. Ah, man. Have a look at this one, ladies and gentlemen, lot 27 now. This is Goosebump Mera is mooi. Kijk, I clear from Mera, high quality Mera, let's go. Lot 27 now. Right, we are a young tutu, here we are, and take a Mera. All legacies, we are blue blood. And take it away, Dama. Let's go. 30,000, we said. There are they said under com. At 20,000, what do you get on? 20,000, what do you say, sir? At 10,000, up at 10, 12, but he goes number 12, 14, 16, number 18 more. 18,000, but he goes number 18, but now. 18,000, number 18,000 more. 18,000, number 18, still at 20 online. At 20,000, number 20 now. At 20,000, number 20 now. Up 20,000, number 20 now. At 20,000, but he goes number 20 now. At 20,000, selling online now. At 20,000, made a last accounts now. At 20,000, at 22 now. At 22, number 22 now. Up 22, wees jullie dezelfde man. That's right, 22, well done. At 22, there's a number 22 more. At 22, but he goes number 22 now. At 22, there's 24. At 24, there's a number 24 now. At 24,000, number 24, come on now. At 24, kom nog hier na. At 24, deze market says for yellow. At 26 now. I can say some 12,000 back in business now. At 26,000 number 26 now. At 26,000, but he says now. Obsession 12,000 number 26 now. Obsession 12,000 now. At 26,000 28 now. At 28,000, but he goes now. 12,000 number 28 now. 12,000 number 28. Luister my maat. Luister vir my. Mooi. As jy saam met die groot wonder speel, moet jy jou been oplig. Kom, 30. Come on. 28 now. 28,000, come on. At 28,000, come on. At 28,000 now. 30,000 attack. At 30,000 back in business now. Op 30,000 number 30 now. Op 30,000 number 30 now. Is gereisd van 'n Jack At 16,000, but he says of 16,000 links now. Christian, 16,000 number 60 now. At 16,000 by W. At 16,000 meter once of 16,000 meter. Got to go twice now. And third and last time. Goeie koop. Let's give it to him. Baie dankie. O, ek soek 25. Toe maar, vat dit maar. Wie is maar sukkel. Right, lot 29, off Mr. Leroy Phillips here, lot 29. Lot 29, 2-2, type 5. Oh, Leroy, you really brought them out. Right, weer alles mooi. Van 1 tot is weer 'n bitter mooi ramisa. Lot 29, and take it away, what do you go? Right, Peter, let's go. Get down at 30,000, I'm at 30,000 now. 20,000, I'm at 12,000, come on. 10,000 now. 10 out of gate, 12 more. 12,000, but he goes number 12 now. And 12, 14, 14, 44, 40 now. At 14,000, number 40, 40, but now. Or 14,000, I got 14, 40, but now. Or 14,000, I got 16 more. At 16, 18 now. 20, 20, but now up to another number 20 now, at 20, 22 now, up to 12 number 22 now, 24, at 24 number 24 more, at 12 number 24 now, up 12 number 24 now, up 12 setting on the right 26 now, Derek, up 12 number 26 now, at 28 but now, up 12 number 20, 30 more, at there number 30 now, up there number 30, 30 but now, up there number 30 but now. At 30, 32 now. At 3 and there are 35, 35 now. 5 and there are they number 35. 5 and there are they number 35. At 35,000, make it 7. Come on. At 35,000 now. Up 5 and there are they number 35 now. At 35,000, ladies and gentlemen, I've got to go. Once, twice, 37. 37 now. Make it 40 now. At 4,000 now. At 40,000 more. At 40, 40, but he goes now. At 40,000, but he says now. Up 4,000 number 40 now. At 40,000, but he goes here. At 40,000, but now. Up 4,000 meters, helemaal klaar. At 40,000 once, twice, third and last time. And sold at 40,000. By a 71. 71 baie dankie. Right to lot 30. Lot number 30, ladies and gentlemen, daar sy. From Mr. Leroy Phillips here at 2-2. Legacy. Once again, right opportunity again, Mira daar sy. Hier is sy Mira, sy beste gehou vir laaste. One of the better ones, dink ek, Mira, is a top ram. He's out of trunk, Mira, here we are. And take it where he go, yeah. Right, Mira, this is a hell of a ram, Mira, let's go. Right, Mira, let's go. At 30,000, we said. There are those coming now. Up there are those make it 20, 20, but number 20,000 now. At 20,000, but he goes number 20,000 now. At 20,000, he goes 20, but number 20 now. Up to another number 20, 20, but now. At 22, number 20, 12, number 22 more. Up to 12, number 22, number 22 more. Up to 12, meters, Yamakla now. 25, 25, 30. Now, up there at the number 30 now, up there at the number 30,000, yeah, up there at the number 30, 30, 30, but now, up there at the number 30 now, 35, at 35, number 35, come on, 40 now, at 4 at the number 40, 40 now, up 4 at the number 40, but now, up 4 at the number 40,000 now, at 40,000, but he goes number 40 now, at 40, 40, but he says now, at 40,000, I've got to go once now, at 40,000, I'm going twice, at 40,000, made a third and last time, 45 now. Up 5 from 4,000 now. At 45, come on, yeah, at 45, mark. Got 5 now, at 45,000 now, 50,000, I get number 50 now, I get 50,000 now, at 50,000, but he goes number 50 now, sal ons op 2 help, 50,000 nou, op die stadium, niks nie, bliksem, maar ek het 50, at 50,000, but he goes now, at 50,000, but he goes now, oh, at die ouwenand, baie dankie julle, 50,062, oh, vanmiddag gaan hy weer moan, Liepe Vader, klopper, waar het jy my gevat? Dankie, Wattie. Dankie, Mr. Leroy Phillips. Dames en heren, kos geef vir Leroy baie goeie aan. Ek dink dit was uitstekende pak, en nou, wat meneer in sin spend, ja. Lot 31. Lincoln. At 10, 12, now 15,000 more. At 15,000, I got 17, 18 now, but 18,000 now. 18,000, but he goes now, but 18, 18, but now. After days now, but 18,000 now. At doctor now, but 18, but now. 18,000, but he goes now, but 18. Come on, come on. 18,000, 20, 20 now. Up to another days now, but 20 now. Up to another days now, but 20 now. At 20, 20, but he goes now, but 20 now. Up to another days now, but 20, 20, but now. Up to another days now, but 20 now. Up to another days now, but 20 now. Up to another days and 25. At 25 he goes number 25, 30 now. Up there at days number 30 now. Up there at days number 30 now. There at days number 30, 30 now. Come on. Up there at days number 30 now. Up there at days number 30, 35. 35. 35 is die helfte van 10. Okay, 32 number 32 now. Op 32 nou. At 32 number 32. 35, 35. Sien jy wat gebeur? 35,000. Wie is nou slim? Gee 40 klim uit. At 35 number 35 nou. At 35 daar. Kom ons kyk hoe dit werk. 35 maak dit 40 en klim uit. At 35 number 35 nou. At 35 hy number 37. Of 35 niks. At 35 35 nou. By jou staan. Of 35,000 number 35. Come on boys. At 35 he goes number 35 now. Op 35,000 now. 37 now. Op 37,000 at 40 now. At 45. At 45,000 number 45. 50 now. Op 50,000 I got 50 now. 55, 55 more. And 55 he says number 60 now. 60,000 I got 16, 65. Op 65,000 I got 65. Op 65,000. Come on! Now, that's 65, number 65. By jou, that's 67. That's 67 now. Op 67,000. Ek is hier vir die dag, manne. Op 67,000. 70. Op 70,000. Maar moenie my tyd morsie. Come on, that's 70 now. Op 70,000 now. What 70,000, but he goes now. Op 70,000 number 70 now. Op 70,000 on the left hand side. At 70,000. One straight. 72. 72 now. Op 72,000 maak het 5 dan. Op 72,000 number 70, 75. Op 75 maak het 7. That's 70 now. That's 75 number 75 now. Op 75,000 now. That's 75,000 but now. Op 75,000 maak het 7 more. At 75,000 now. At 75,000 but he goes now. Op 75,000 now. At 75. Jappie. 7. 77. Op 75,000 vat 'n sluk. Vat 'n diep sluk. Op 75,000 I've got to go once here. Twice for the last time. And sold of 75,000. Dankie Rikus. Pieter Bisa. Roger, lot number 32, Mira, here we are. He was used in a start, Mira, so numbers like baie goed hier so. Lot 32 now. Right, here we are, Mira, daar sit now. Right, Mira, let's go again now, Mira, lot 32 now. And we go again now, Mira, wat sit hier so. Right, Mira, wat sit hier now, lot 32 now. And take it away again now, Mira. He's a solid drum, Mira, let's go. 30,000, where do you go? 20, 10 now, 10,000 now. 10, 12, 14, 16, 18 now. 18,000 but now. At 20, 20. But now, 20,000 now. Up to another days number 20, 20, 20, but now 20 more. And 20,000, but he goes number 20,000 now. Up to 20,000 number 22 now. Up to 20,000 number 22 now. Up to 20,000 number 22 more. And 22, but he goes number 22 now. Up to 20,000, I get 22 now. At 24, number 24, number Willem. At 24, number 26 now. At 26,000, number 26 now. Up to 28 now. At 28,000, but he gets 30 now. Down now. Up 30,000 number 30,000 links now. Op 30,000 by Chris now. At 30,000 number 30 now. At 30,000, ladies and gentlemen, even money once 32. Is that bought? At 32, 32 now. Up 32,000 number 32 more. At 35, 35,000 I get 7 now. At 35 number John. John, 37, come on John, 37 now, op 37,000 number 37 now, at 40 now, 40,000 now, at 40,000 number 40 now, John, 40,000 number 40, 40, 40, 40, but now, maak het 5, John, kom hier so, kom terug, 45, 45,000 now, at 45, number 45, at 45,000 number 45, at 45,000 number 40, 45 now, at 45,000 number 45, Iemand keer net vir John Daniels, ek dink hy's daar by die hek uit. 45,000 now, at 45,000 now, at 45,000 meer, you all out and done here. Once, twice, third and last time. 47. 47 now, 47, 7 but now, and 47 now. Maak het maar 50 en kry klaar julle. Nee, 50, sê jou. 50,000, I got 50 now. At 50,000, but he goes number 50 now. Op 50,000, number 50 now. Op 50,000 meer is helemaal klaar. Once, twice, third and last time. Baie dankie, waar is hy? Geluk, nommer 1-3. Come on, let's go man. Kom, kinderspeletjies hier. 33, here we are, mere. Lot 33, mere, here we are. Lot 33, half through, mere, van lot 32. He's half brother of the previous round, mere. Lot 33. Chris, kom ek sê wat, maak het 12. 15, dankie Chris. At 15,000, but he goes now. At 15,000, but he goes number 15 now. 15,000, number 15 days around now. At 15,000, but he goes number 15 more. At 15 days, I got 1570, but now. At 17 days and 70 by Willem. At 17 days and almost 17,000 now. At 70,000 now, but 17, let's go 20 boys. At 1770, but now. Of 17 days and almost 70, but now. Of 17 days and now. At 17,000, he says, yeah. At 70,000 in the market, 20 more. At 20, but now, but 12 now. Of 12 days and now, but 20 now. At 22 now. Of 12 days and now, but 22. At 12 days and now, but 22. Let's go 4. At 12 days and now, but 22 on the right now. Of 12 days and now, but 22 now. Of 12 days and more, there we go. Of 12 days and 24 more. And 24 he goes, number 24 now. Of 26 now. At 26,000, but he goes now. 12 days and now, but 26 now. Of 12 days and now, but 26 now. Of 12 days and now, but 26 now. Of 26,000, 28 now. 12 days and up 30 now. 12 days and now, 30. Let's go 2, Chris. At 30,000, let's go 2, 32 now. At 12 days and now, 32 more. Of 12 days and now, 32 now. At 34, 34,000, but now. At 12 days and now, 30. At 36 now. At 36,000, let's go one more. At 6 let's go 40. At 6 days and come on. At 6 days and let's go 40 now. 40,000, I got 40, 40, but now. At 40 days and number 40 now. At 40 days and number 40 now. At 40,000, but he goes here. Op 40 days and meer once. At 40,000, I'll take 2, Chris. At 40 days and I'll take you 2 now. At 40 meer, ek sê laat 2. 42, dankie. At 42 now, but 42 now. Op 42,004 vir jou, Dirk. At 42, come on. At 42 now. Op 42,000 now. At 42,000, but he says once around the ring now. At 42,000, 45 now. At 45, number 45 now. At 45 now. At 45,000, number 45 now. Op 45,000, once around the ring, twice, and third last time. And Sol, dankie julle, daarbo in die hoenderhokke. Ek kan nie eens daar sien nie. 115. Wat het gesien. Lot 34 mere, ek hou van hierdie ram, dames en here. Maverick sien mere, hy so sê, kyk 'n bietjie daai toplyn van hom hier so. His top line mere is beautiful. Lot 34 now. Lot 34 mere, let's go. Lot 34 mere, let's go. Get on, but what do you say? Right now, Lot 34 now. And take it away now, but what do you say? Let's go. 30,000 now, 20,000 now. 10 up and going, Chris. Yes, sir. I've got 10 up and running now, but 10,000 now. And 10, but he goes now, but 10,000 now, but 10,000 more. Up 10,000, I got 10, but he goes now, but 10,000 now. And 10, 12, thinking now, but 12,000 now, but 12 more. At 12, 40, but now. At 40, but now. At 15, 16,000, 18,000 now. 18,000, my man now. 18,000 now, but 18 more. 18,000 now, but 18 now. 18,000 now, but 18,000 now. 18,000 now, but 18, but my. 18,000 20,000 now, maar 18 meer. 20 now. 20,000 maak het 2. 22 more. 22,000 now, maar 22 now. Op 22,000 now, maar 22 now. 22,000 but he says now. Op 22,000 now, maar 22 now. Op 22,000 now. 22,000 but 25. 25,000 maak het 7 vir jou. Dis sielkundig. Al hierdie goed in die wêreld is maar sielkundige goed. Luister na Donald Trump wat se stront hy praat. 27 maak het kom. 25. By Chris. 25, maar ek wil nog ietsie vat Chris. 25, wat ek jy okay. Chris, jy het hom 25. Ek sal dit vat hè. Woorde by daai man glad hè. Right so. Take it away now, mirror, lot number 35. Lot 35. Lot 35 here, lot 35. Right so now my Top Gun mirror. This is a Maverick uit 'n halfsuster van Lincoln. So die blou bloed is in hom mirror, baie mooi ramie. Lot number 35. Hy is gebruik in die stoet mirror. He was used extensively in the start here. I think it's a nice ram, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are, lot 35. And take it away you go. This is left mirror, let's go. 20,000 bisa. At 10,000, I'm at 10,000 now. 10, 12, 40 now. 16,000 now. At 16,000, but he goes up 18 now. 18, 20 more. At 20,000, I'm at 22, 24 now. At 24, 26 now, I'm at 28 now. 28,000, I'm at 30 now. 30,000 now. At 32, number 300,000, number 35. At 35, let's go 40 now. At 40,000, number 40, 40, market 5 here. At 45,000, number 45,000 now. At 45,000, number 45 now. At 45,000, but he goes number 45 now. At 45, 50,000 now. At 50,000 is a mooi ram. At 50,000, number 55. At 55, but Chris is 8. At 55, number 55. Hy gaan Pretoria toe. At 60, at 60,000 now. Of 60,000, number 60 now. 60,000, number 60 now. Come on, market 70. Of 60,000, gooi jou laaste dice. At 60,000, go 70. Of 60,000, number 60. Okay, kom ek help jou. Vat 5. 60,000 now, 65, maak so. Of 65,000, number 65 more. At 65,000, but now. Of 65,000, but now. Of 65,000 meer, I've got to go once here. 70,000 now. Of 70,000, jy moet altyd vir 'n grys kop luister. At 70,000, number 70. Kom ek gee jou goeie raad. Maak dit 80 en klaar. Come on. 70,000 numbers. Ek sê weer 5 vat. Kom straai maar weer. At 70,000, let's go. Op 75, at 75, amper is ek in die moeilikheid. At 75,000 now. Op 75, ten minste is hy 'n blou wil. Beteken 75 nou. At 75,000. Chris, waar is jy? Op 75, is jy by die huis? At 75,000, once, twice, suddenly 80,000 now. 80. Luister net vir my nou. Luister net vir my. Maak dit 90 en maak klaar. 80,000 now. Of 80,000 now. 80,000 now. Kom ons straai maar weer die 5. Kom ons straai maar weer die 5. 80,000 now, maar 80 now. At 80,000 is jy seker. Op 80,000, maar dankie vir jou hulp. All out and done and sold for 80,000. 80,000, baie dankie. Jywie, baie dankie, Louis Fontaine. Dames en heren, dit is my team vir die dag. Baie dankie vir julle ondersteuning. Mooi bly, bye-bye. André.
Righto, baie dankie Dion. Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ons gaan aan, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 36, lot nummer 36, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, Stoet Ramlam, LMI van 112, lot nummer 36, lot 36, dames en heren, baie goed op melk Goed op naspeen groei. Sy naam is Logix. Hy's een van 'n tweeling, one of a twin. On behalf of Ashley Phillips, ladies and gentlemen, lot 36, let's go. 10,000 10,000 12 bird, hek 12,000 12,000 asking 14, up 12,000 12,000 now 14 16,000 but 16,000 asking 18, hek 16,000 but 16,000 but 16,000 but up 16,000 but 16,000 once 18 18,000 Burma 1990 Burma 19 Burma 1990 Burma 19,000 but 19 Burma 1990 Burma 19 but up 19,000 Burma 1990 Burma 19 Burma 19 but up 19,000 Burma 2020 Burma 20,000 but now 2020 Burma 20 but up 20,000 Burma 20 Burma 2020 Burma 20,000 but now 2 20 Burma 22 Burma 20 Burma 20 Burma 22 Burma 20 Burma 22,000 once 22 twice all through and all done. 157 by donkey. 157. Wild track, ladies and gentlemen, is used in the stunt. There's a Romlam, type 5, lot 37, type 5. Look at him, let's go. 10,000 Burma 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 10 bird, 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10 Burma 10,000 Burma 10 Burma 10 but 12, 12,000 Burma 12 Burma 12 Burma 12 14, 14,000 Burma 14 Burma 40 40 Burma 16, 16,000 Burma 16,000 but now 16 Burma 16,000 but now 16 Burma 16,000 Burma 16,000 but now 16 Burma 16 Burma 16,000 but 16,000 Burma 16 Burma 16,000 but now 16 Burma 16 bird, 16,000 Burma 16,000 but now 16,000 Burma 16,000 for a type 5, 18,000 Burma 18,000 but now 18,80 Burma 18 bird, 18,000 Burma 18,000 but now 18,000 Burma 18,80 Burma 18 but 18,000 Burma 18,80 Burma 18,000 Burma 18,80 Burma 18,20, 20,000 Burma 20,20 Burma 22, 20 Burma 20 20 Burma 20 Burma 20 Burma 22 Burma 22 Burma 22 bird, up 20 Burma 20 20 Burma 20 Burma 23,000 once. 22 twice, all through, and all, done at 22,000. What's your man, Willem? 110, 110. Hy is ook 'n ram met uitstekende lyfvet, LMI van 109. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 38, he's got the looks, let's go. 10,000 Burma 10 Burma 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 10 bird, 10,000 Burma 12 Burma 12,000 Burma 12 Burma 12,000 but 12,000 Burma 12 Burma 12 Burma 12,000 but now 14 Burma 40 40 Burma 40 Burma 40 40 Burma 40 Burma 40 40 Burma 16,000 but now 18, 20,000 Burma 20,000 but now 20 20 Burma 20 20 Burma 21, 21 1 Burma 1 1 Burma 1 1 Burma 21 1 Burma 1 1 Burma 21 bird, 20,000 Burma 21 1 1 Burma 21 2, 20 20 Burma 22 Burma 20 Burma 22 Burma 20 Burma 22 Burma 20 Burma 22,000 but 20 20 Burma 22 Burma 20 Burma 22,000 once, twice, all through, done at 22. Bar number 98, koop nummer 98, 98. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, type 5. Hy is so opwissel, besig om te wissel, type 5, lot nummer 39, lot nummer 39, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, goed op maternaal, goed op naspeen groei, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, let's go. 10,000 10,000 10,000 10,000 12. Ek het 12,000 12,000 40 40 40 40 40 40 bad. Ek het 16,000 16,000 16,000 16 bad. Ek het 16,000 16,000 18,000 18,000 18 20 20 2. Ek het 22 22 24 24 26 at 26 26 26 26 but at 28 28 20,000 bad 28,000 28 28 bad op 28,000 28,000 once twice over and done. Donkey Hilton 128. Hy is sommer nog 'n jong lam. Hy's 'n jong lam nog. Lot nommer 40. Lot 40, ladies and gentlemen, dames en here. Lot nommer 40, lot number 40. Let's go. Ramlam in die ring. What do you say? 10,000 10,000 10,000 number 18,000 but now 18,80 but 18 bird 18,000 but 18,80 but 18 but 18,80 but 18 but I'm asking 90 18,000 asking 19 18,000 but 18,80 but 18 but 18,80 but 18 but 18,80 but 18 but 18,000 but 18,80 but 18 but once 18 twice all through and all done at 18 it's from what 72 72 thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, selling on behalf of Middle Erf Dorpers, ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 41, lot 41, 2 ton type 5, 2 ton type 5, 2 ton type 5. Hy is die laaste, een van die laaste van die donkos. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, let's go. 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 per 10 per 15 per 15 per 40 per 40 per 15 per 16 per 17,000 per 17,000 per 16 per 16 per 17,000 per 16 per 18 18,000 per 18 80 per 18 per 20 20 per 20,000 per 20 per 20 20 per 20 but ek 22 24 4 per 4 4 per 24 per 24 per 26 26 per 26 per 26 per 28 per 28,000 per 30,000 per 30 per 30 per 30 per 30 per 30 but ek 32 per 35 per 35 per 35 per 35 per 37 per 37 per 37 per 37 per 37 40 ek 40,000 per 40 per 40 per 40 per 40 per 2 at 42 per 42 per 42 per 42 per 42 per 42 per 42 5 at 45 per 45 per 45 per 50 per 50,000 per 50,000 but at 50,000 per 50 per 50 per 50 per 50 per 50 per 50,000 but ek 50,000 per 50 per 50 per 50 per 50,000 per 50 per 50 once 50 twice all through om Chris is teen jou en dan het 50 dankie Dirk is joune 44 baie dankie vir nummer 44 by nummer 44 Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 42, lot nummer 42, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 4 ton type 5 in the ring, ladies and gentlemen, lot 42, let's go. Ek het 14,000 by my 14 by my 40 40 by my 40 by my 16 16 by my 17,000 by now 1880 by my 10,000 by my 1080 by my 10 by my 1080 by my 10 by my 1080 by my 10 bad 18,000 by my 1080 by my 10 by my 1080 by my 10,000 by my 10 20 20 by my 20,000 by now 20 by my 20 20 by my 20 but ek het 22 by my 20 by my 20 by my 22 by my 20 by my 22 bad 24 by my 20 by my 24 by my 6 20,000 by my 26 at 6 20 by my 26 by my 6 20,000 by my 26 by my 26,000 at 28 28 by my 28 30 by my 30,000 by my 30 by my 30 by my 30,000 by my 30 by my 30 bad at 32 by my 30 by my 30 by my 32 by my 30 by my 32,000 but at 35 by my 5 by my 5 and by my 35 by my 5 by my 35 37 but at 7 by my 37 but now 37 7 by my 37 but up 7 by my 37 but now 7 by my 37 but now 37 7 by my 37 up 7 by my 37,000 once 37,000 twice over dan het 37 baie dankie om Chris 155 lot nummer 43 lot nummer 43 ladies and gentlemen dames en here 4 ton type 5 lot nummer 43 let's go 10,000 by my 10 by my 10 by my 10 is about 10 by my 10 by my 10 by my 10,000 by my 12 by my 12 is about 12 by my 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 40 40 by my 40 by my 40 40 by my 16,000 but 16,000 by my 10 80 by my 10 by my 10 80 by my 10 by my 10 by my 10 80 by my 10 but at 200,000 by my 20 by my 20 20 by my 200,000 but 20 by my 20 by my 20 20 by my 20 20 by my 22 by my 24 I get 24 by my 24 by my 6 20 by my 28 28 by my 28 by my 10 by my 10 by my 30 30 by my 32 at 20 by my 30 by my 10 by my 35 at 35 by my 37 but now 37 7 by my 37 but now 40 I get 4,000 by my 40 by my 40 40 by my 40,000 by my 40 by my 40 40 by my 42 at 20 by my 42 by my 10 by my 42 by my 10 by my 42 by my 10 by my 42 but at 20 by my 42 by my 10 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 by my 45 I get 50 by my 50,000 but now 50 by my 50 40 by my 50,000 but at 50,000 by my 50 by my 50 40 by my 50 by my 50 by my 50 40 by my 50,000 but at 50,000 by my 50 by my 50 40 by my 50,000 by my 50 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 once and 5 55 5 and 5 by my 55 by my 60 by my 70,000 but now 70,000 by my 60 by my 70,000 but now 60 by my 60 by my 60 but I can say that 70,000 by my 70,000 but now 60 by my 70,000 but now 60,000 once ek sal enige tyd 62 62 5 and 7 by my 65 by my 5 by my 65 by my 65 asking 67 67 now 70 70,000 by my 7,000 but now 7 by my 7 by my 77 by my 7 by my 70 bad I get 7,000 by my 70,000 by my 70 by my 77 by my 70 by my 70,000 once and 2 and 5 75 5 and 7 by my 75 by my 5 by my 75 by my 5 by my 5 and 7 by my 75 by my 5 by my 75 once 75 twice 80 80,000 by my 80 by my 80 by my 80 by my 80 by my 85 I get 5,000 by my 85 by my 5 by my 85 by my 5 by my 85,000 but 85 by my 85 by my 5 by my 85 5 I get 5,000 by my 85 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 once 85 twice all through dan at 85 baie dankie gee maar lekker aan cover nummer 44 bar number 44 Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 2 tons to drum, 2 tons to drum, 2 tons to drum, lot 44, let's go. Hy is Delta, Red Bull lyne, Delta en die bekende Red Bull lyne. Hy het nou net gisteraand 2 tand gesny. Let's go. Stoedram. Let's go. 10,000 by my 10 by my 10 by my 10 is by my 12 by my 12 by my 12 by my 20 by my 10 by my 12,000 by my 12 days by my 12 by my 12 by my 12,000 by my 12 days by my 12 by my 20 by my 10 by my 14. At 14 days by my 40 40 by my 40 by my 40 40 by my 40 by my 40 but at 14 days by my 40 by my 40 40 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 by my 14 16. At 16 days by my 16 by my 16 days by my 16,000 by my 16 days by my 18. 18 days by my 18 80 by my 18 by my 18 80 by my 18,80 per 18 bird, 18,000 per 18,80 per 18 per 18,80 per 18,000 per 18,80 per 18 bird, 18,000 per 18,80 per 18,000 20, get 200,000 per 20,000 per 200,000 per 20 per 2, at 22 per 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 22 bird, get 20 per 24 per 4 per 26, at 620 per 26 per 620 days per 26 per 620 per 26 per 26 bird, at 620 per 28 per 28 now 30, get down days per 30,000 per 30 per 30 per 30 per 30 per 30 per 32, at 32 per 35 per 5 per 5 and per 35, get 5 and per 35 per 5 per 35 per 5 per 35 per 5 per 35, 37, 37, 7 there per 37 but now 37, 7 per 37,000 per 37 but now 37, 38, 37, once, twice, all through, done at 37. 155, dank je Chris. Lot nummer 45, lot nummer 45, ladies and gentlemen. Twee tand, dan hier. Lot nummer 45, lot nummer 45, ladies and gentlemen. Look at him, let's go. 10,000 per 10 per 10 per 10 is per 10 per 10,000 per 10 per 12 per 12 is per 12 per 12 per 40 per 40 per 40 per 40 per 40 per 16 per 16 18 80 per 18 per 18 80 per 18 per 20 get 200 is per 20 20 per 20,000 per 200 is per 20 per 20 20 per 22 at 20 per 20 20 per 20 per 20 20 per 20 per 24 at 420 per 24 4 per 4 per 24 4 per 4 per 24,000 baht at 26 per 620 is per 26 per 620 per 26 bird, ek het 26 per 26 per 28 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 per 30,000 per 30,000 per 30 per 30 per 30 per 30 per 30 per asking 2 ek het 20 per 30 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 bird, ek het 20 per 30 per 30 per 35 at 35 per 35 per asking 7 at 35 per 35 per 35 per 5 per 35 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 once, twice and 37 37 37 nou is dit nie meer oomse nie. Ek het 7 der per 37 per 37 7 per 37 per 37 7 per 37 once, twice all through dan het 37 baie dankie kom er maar een baie number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting you Rolex. Ram met 'n sterk kop, ladies and gentlemen, is used in the stud, and this is a ram lamb. Hier is 'n ram lamb, type 5 ram lamb. Ladies and gentlemen, selling on behalf of Mickey Phillips Dorpers. Ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 46, lot 46. Let's go. 10,000 per 10 per 10 per 10 is per 10 per 10 per 10,000 per 10 per 10 per 10 is per 10 per 10,000 per 10 per 10 per 10 is per 10 per 10,000 dankie. Ek het 12,000 per 12 per 12 per 12 per 10 per 12,000 per 12 per 12 per 14 per 14 per 16 18 per 18,000 per 18 80 per 18 per 18 80 per 18 per 18 80 per 18 bird. Ek het 18,000 per 18 80 per 18 per 18 80 per 18 per 18 80 per 20. Ek het 20,000 per 20,000 per 20 per 20 per 20 per 20 per 22 per 22 bird at 24 per 24 per 26 per 26 at 26 per 26 per 26 per 26,000 28 28 per 28 per 28,000 per 28 per 28 but 28 per 28 per asking 30 ek het 28 per 28 per 28,000 per 28 julle laat 'n goeie ram verbygaan vir min geld 28 per 28 per 30 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 Matari 10 Matari 2000 but up 32 Matari 10 Matari 2000 Matari 10 Matari 2 bad up 32 Matari 10 Matari 2000 once 32,000 twice all through and all done. Baie dankie, koper nummer 5109. Dankie meneer Liter. Dames en heren, Ramlam, ladies and gentlemen, stud Ramlam used in the stud. His name is Precision. This is one of the better ones around. Lot 47, let's go. 10,000 10,000 10,000 10,000 10,000 Get 4 and 20, but about 24, 4, but about 6 and 20, but about 28. 28,000, but about 28,000, but about 80, but about 28, but about 80, but about 28, but about 80, but about 28, but about 28, but get 30, 30, but about 30, but about 30, 30, but about 2, 32, but about 2, but about 32, but about 35, 35, but about 5, but about 37, but now 37, but about 40, 40, but about 4, but now 40, but about 40, but at 40,000, but about 2, but about 2, but about 42, get 42, but about 2, but about 42, but about 42, be fluid, at 42, but about 2, but about 45, at 45, 40, but about 5, but now 40, but about 40, 40, but about 45, get 55, 60, but about 7, but now 7, but about 60, but about 60, but it says that but about 7, but now 60, but about 60, but about 60, but it says that but about 7, but now 60, but about 7, but now 60, but about 60, but about 60,000, but up says that but about 7, but now 60, but about 7, but about 60,000 once. 60,000 twice. All through. And 5, 65, 65, 70. 70 but about 7 days, but now 7 but about 77 but about 7 but get 7 days, but about 7 but about 77 but about 7 but about 77 but about 70 but oops 7 days, but about 7 but about 77 but about 70,000 but about 77 but about 70 once 70 twice all through dan het 70 Dankie Koenie 14 number 10 number 10 baie dankie Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, presenting lot number 48, Ox, wissel 2 ton, type 5, wissel 2 ton, type 5. Dames en heren, hy is 'n broer van die vorige ram. Ladies and gentlemen, 'n ram met baie goeie lyfvet. Lot 48, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. 20, 10, 10,000, but about 10, but about 10, but about 10,000, but about 10, but about 10, 12, but about 12, but about 12, but about 40, but about 40, but about 40, but about 16, but about 16, but now 18, 80, but about 18, but about 18, 80, but about 20, 20, but about 20, but about 22, 20, but about 20, but about 20, 20, but about 20, but about 24, 4, but about 4, 4, but about 26, that's 6 and 20, but about 26, but about 6 and 20 days, but now 26, but about 26, but up 6 and 20, but about 26, but about 6 and 20 days, but now 26,000, but up 6 and 20, but about 28, but about 80, but about 20, but about 30, but about 30 days, but get down days, but about 30,000, but about 20, but about 20, but about 30, but about 20, but about 30, but about 32 bad, up to and down, but about 30, but about 20, but about 30, but about 35, get 5 and down, but about 35, but about 5, but about 35, but about 35, but about 37, but at 7 down, but about 37, but now 37, 7, but about 37, but now 37 bad, up 7 down, but about 37, but now 37, 7, but about 7 down days, but up 7 down, but about 37, but now 37, 7, but about 37,000 once. 37,000 twice, all through, and all. Dan het 37. Baie dankie, Corneille van Staden, 5078. Dames en heren, lot 49. Die jongste ram in hierdie groep, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, type 5 Ramlam, type 5 Ram Lam, ladies and gentlemen, lot 49, still a lamb, type 5. Let's go. 10,000 10,000 22,000 but up 22,000 but 22,000 but 22,000 but 22 but Marshall McClure up 22,000 but 22 but 24 at 24 but 24 but 26 at 620 but 26 but 620 but 26 but 620 but 26,000 once 26,000 twice all through and all done at 26,000. Buy donkey, cover number 18, buy number 18. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, selling on behalf of CJ Coetzee Witdorper, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 51, lot number 51, ladies and gentlemen. 2 ton type 5, 2 ton type 5, 2 ton type 5, 2 ton type 5, ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 51, lot 51. Let's go. 10,000 per Martin, per Martin, per Martin is about Natin, per Martin, per Martin,000, per Martin, per Martin is about Natin, per Martin,000, per Martin, per Martin is about Natin, per Martin,000, per Martin, per Martin,000, but Natin bad. 18,000 per Martin, per Martin,000, per Martin, per Martin is about 19,000, but 18,000 per Martin, per Martin,000, but Natin, per Martin, type 5. 18,000 per Martin, 12, per 12,000, but not 12, per 12, per 12, per 12, per 12 bad. 12,000 per 12,000, per 12,000, but not 12, per 12,000, 14. 14,000, but about 40, 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 but up 15,000, but about 40, but about 40, but about 40, but about 16,000, but not 16, but 16,000, but about 16, but about 16,000, but not 16,000, but 18,000, but about 1880, but about 18, but about 1880, but about 18, but 1880, but about 18, but 18,000, but about 18, 20, 20, but about 200,000, but not 20, but about 20, 20, but about 20, but up 200,000, but about 20, 20, but about 20,000, but about 20, but about 20, but about 20, but about 20, but about 20,000 once. 20,000 twice, all through, and all done at 20,000. Buy donkey, Christopher, 5126. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 4-ton drum, 4-ton, sterk, stevige 4-ton drum, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 52, lot 5-2, let's go! Op 10,000 per about 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 10,000 but up 10,000 per about 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 10 bad up 10,000 per about 10,000 per about 10,000 per about 8,000 per about 8,000 per now 18 per about bad ek 8,000 per about 10 per about 10 per about 10 per about 1,000 per about 10 per about 1,000 per about 10 per about bad 8,000 per about 10 per about 10,000 per about 10 per about 10,000 per about 10 per about 10 12 at 12,000 per about 12 per about 12 per about 12 per about 40 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 per about 14 again ek 16,000 per about 16,000 per 18,80 per about 18 per about 18,80 per about 18 bad at 20,000 per about 200,000 per about 20 per about 20 20 per about 20,000 but up 200,000 per about 20 per about 20 20 per about 20,000 per about 20 20 per about 20 once 20 twice and 2 20 per about 10 per about 20 10 per about 10 per about 10 per about 20 10 per about 10 per about 20 10 per jou at 20 10 per about 10 per about 20 10 per about 10 per about 24 at 24 per about 26 per about 26,000 per about 26 per about 26,000 per about 26 per about 26 per about 26,000 but up 26 per about 26 per about 26,000 but that's 26,000 once and twice and all through done at 26 98 ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 53, lot nummer 53, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 2 tons to drum en heren, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 53, let's go. 10,000 berma 10 berma 10 berma 10 berma 10 berma 10,000 berma 10 berma 10 serbat na 10 berma 10,000 berma 10 berma 10 bad 10,000 berma 10 berma 10,000 berma 10 berma 10 serbat na 10 berma 12 12,000 berma 12 berma 40 berma 40 berma 16 berma 16 serbat na 16 berma 16,000 berma 18 80 berma 18,000 berma 18 80 berma 18 berma 18 80 berma 18 20 20,000 berma 20 20 berma 20,000 stian 20,000 berma 20,000 berma 10 berma 10 berma 10 berma 24 20 berma 24 4 berma 4 berma 24 4 berma 4 berma 24 4 berma 26 6 berma 26 berma 6 berma 26,000 but up 6 berma 26 berma 6 berma 26 berma 26 bad it says 6 berma 26 berma 6 20,000 but now once 26,000 twice over and all done at 26,000 baie dankie koper wat 147 147 Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 54, lot nummer 54, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, kyk bietjie die ramse houding, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 54, tweetand ram meneering, ladies and gentlemen, tweetand ram, let's go. Op 10,000 berma 10 berma 10 berma 10,000 berma 10 berma 10 berma 10,000 berma 10 berma 10,000 berma 10 berma 10 berma 10,000 berma 10 berma 10,000 berma 10 berma 10,000 bad. Op 10,000 berma 10,000 berma 10 berma 10 berma 10,000 berma 10 berma 10 bad. 10,000 berma 10,000 berma 10 berma 10,000 berma 10 berma 10,000 berma 10 batsa. Op 10,000 berma 10 berma 10,000 berma 10,000 is helemaal klaar. Op 10,000 berma 10,000 berma 10 berma 10,000 once. 12,000 berma 12 berma 12 berma 12,000 berma 12,000 berma 12 berma 12 berma 10 berma 12,000 berma 12,000 once. 12 twice. Over you. And all. Done at 12. 158. 158. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ons is by lot nummer 55, lot nummer 55. Ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 55, lot 55. Tweetand stoetram. Tweetand stoetram, meneer. Let's go. 10,000 berma 10 berma 10 berma 10 berma 10,000 berma 10 berma 10 berma 10,000 berma 10,000 berma 10 berma 10,000 berma 10 berma 10,000 berma 10 berma 10,000 berma 10 berma 10 bad 10,000 berma 10 berma 10,000 berma 10 berma 10,000 berma 10 berma 10 berma 10 batsa up 10,000 berma 10 berma 10,000 berma 10 berma 10,000 berma 10 berma 10,000 berma 10 bad 10,000 berma 10,000 berma 10 berma 10,000 berma 10 berma 10,000 once 12,000 berma 12 berma 12 berma 12 berma 10 berma 10 berma 12,000 berma 12,000 berma 12 berma 12,000 but say julle gaan hom verloor op 12,000 berma 12,000 berma 12,000 berma 12,000 once 14,000 berma 14,000 berma 40 berma 40 berma 40 berma 40 berma 16,000 berma 16 berma 17,000 berma 16,000 but op 16,000 berma 17,000 berma 16 berma 17,000 berma 16 once twice all through. Done at 16. 137. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot number 56, lot nummer 56. On behalf of Leroy Phillips, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, one of the better ones around. Tweetand type 5. Tweetand type 5. Ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 56, lot 56. What do you say? 10,000 berma 10 berma 10 berma 10 berma 10,000 berma 10 berma 10 berma 10,000 berma 10,000 berma 10 berma 10 berma 10 berma 10,000 berma 12 berma 12 berma 12 berma 40 40 berma 40 bad 14 16 berma 16,000 berma 16 berma 16 berma 16 berma 16,000 berma 18 20 20 berma 20 20 berma 20 berma 2 10 berma 24 4 berma 24 26 28 28 berma 28 berma 30 30 berma 30,000 berma 30 berma 30 30 berma 20 berma 20 berma 32 bad 20 berma 32 berma 30 berma 32 berma 30 berma 35 37 but now 7 there berma 37 but now 37 7 berma 37 but 7 there berma 37 but now 40 berma 40 40 berma 40 40 berma 40 40 berma asking 2 40,000 berma 40 40 berma 40 berma 40 40 berma 40,000 berma 40 40 berma 40 but 40,000 berma 40 40 berma 40,000 but now online 40,000 berma 40 40 berma 40 berma asking 2 at 42 berma 2 berma 2 berma 42 berma 2 berma 45 45 berma 45 berma 5 berma 45 berma 5 berma 45 by Dirk 45 45 berma 45 berma 45 berma 45 50 47, 47 Burma 47 but now 47, 7 Burma 47 but now 7 4 Burma 47 but now 7 4 Burma 47 but now 50. Ek het 50,000 Burma 50 Burma 50 50 Burma 50,000 but now 50 Burma 50 50 Burma 50 but 5 at 5 from 50 Burma 55 5 Burma 5 5 Burma 55 5 Burma 5 5 Burma 45,000 but ek het 5 from 50 Burma 55 5 Burma 5 5 Burma 5 from 50 Burma 55 but at 5 from 50 Burma 55 5 Burma 55 once 55,000 twice. All through. And all. Done at 55. Maar dankie Gert Labbeskag nie, hy gaan Petersburg toe. 5115. Twee tans te drum, twee tans te drum, twee tans te drum, meneer, lengte, nogmaals lengte, twee tans te drum. Ram het baie lyf het. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, een natraminering, lot nummer 57, twee tans toe drum, let's go! 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10 Burma 10 Burma 12 Burma 12,000 Burma 12 Burma 40 Burma 40 Burma 40 Burma 16 ek het 16,000 Burma 16,000 Burma 17,000 Burma 16 Burma 16 bed ek het 16,000 Burma 17,000 Burma 16,000 Burma 17,000 Burma 16,000 Burma 18 18,000 Burma 20 Burma 20,000 Burma 20 Burma 20 20 Burma 20,000 Burma 2 at 22 Burma 10 Burma 10 Burma 22 Burma 10 Burma 10 Burma 22 bed ek het 22 Burma 22 Burma 10 Burma 24 at 24 Burma 26 Burma 26 Burma 28 Burma 10 Burma 28 Burma 30 Burma 30 but up 30,000 Burma 30 Burma 30 Burma 30 Burma 30 Burma 30 Burma 30,000 Burma 30 bad ek het 30,000 Burma 30 Burma 30 Burma 30 Burma asking 2 up 30,000 Burma 30 Burma 30,000 Burma 30,000 Burma 30 Burma 30 Burma 30 Burma 30 Burma 30,000 once 30,000 twice all through and all. Done at 30,000 by donkey. Buy number 57. Twee tans to drum, twee tans to drum, twee tans to drum, twee tans to drum. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 58, twee tans to drum. Look at him, look at him, look at him. Let's go. 10,000 Burma 10 Burma 10 Burma 10,000 Burma 10 Burma 10,000 Burma 10 Burma 10 Burma 10,000 Burma 10 Burma 10,000 Burma 10 Burma 10,000 Burma 10 Burma 10,000 Burma 10. Hy lyk soos 'n ram, sterk op. 14, 16, 16,000 Burma 16,000 Burma 16 Burma 17,000 Burma 16 Burma 16 Burma 18, 18,000 Burma 18,000 Burma 18, 80 Burma 18 Burma 18, 80 Burma 18 but 18,000 Burma 18, 80 Burma 18 Burma 18, 80 Burma 18 Burma 18, 80 Burma 18 Burma 20, ek het 20,000 Burma 20, 20 Burma 20,000 but op 20,000 Burma 20, 20 Burma 20 Burma 20, 20 Burma 20,000 Burma 20 Burma 20 but ek het 20,000 Burma 20,000 Burma 20, 20 Burma 20 Burma 2, at 22 Burma 20 Burma 22 Burma 22 will be fluid. 20 Burma 22 Burma 20 Burma 22 Burma 20 Burma 22 Burma 20 Burma 20 Burma 22 Burma asking for ek het 20 Burma 24 4 Burma 4 4 Burma 24 4 Burma 4 4 Burma 24,000 but op 24 Burma 24 4 Burma 4 4 Burma 4 4 Burma 24 4 Burma 26 ek het 26 Burma 26 Burma 26,000 but now 26,000 but op 26 Burma 26 Burma 26,000 but now 26,000 but ek het 26 Burma 26 Burma 26 Burma 26,000 once 26,000 twice all through and all done at 26,000 baie geluk met uitstekende ram 135 dames en heren, hy is lot 59 by mekaar ram, lot 59, twee tand raminering, twee tand raminering. Laai hom na by die pad af, dat almal hom kan sien. Let's go. 10,000 Burma 10 Burma 10 Burma 10 is Burma 10 Burma 10,000 Burma 10 Burma 10 Burma 10 is Burma 10 Burma 10,000 Burma 12 Burma 12 is Burma 12 Burma 12,000 Burma 40 Burma 16 Burma 16 is Burma 16 Burma 16 but ek het 16,000 Burma 18 80 Burma 18 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 but 18,000 Burma 18 80 Burma 18 Burma 18 80 Burma 18 Burma 18 80 Burma 18,000 Burma 18 20 ek het 20,000 Burma 20 20 Burma 20 Burma 20 20 Burma 20,000 Burma 20 Burma 20 but op 20,000 Burma 20,000, but about 200,000, but not 20, but about 20, but about 20,000, but op 200,000, but about 20,000, but about 20, but about 20, laat de goeie ram voorbij gaan voor mijn geld. Op 200,000, but about 20,000, but about 200,000, but not 20,000, once. And 2. And 4. On the Werving. 24. 24, but about 24, but about 4, but about 24, but about 4, but about 24,000 once, twice, all through, and all done at 24. Baie dankie. Hy help al jou dag 26. Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 60. Lot number 60, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, twee tand ram, meneer. Let's go! 10,000, but about 10, but about 10, but about 10 days, but about 10, but about 10,000, but about 10, but about 10, but about 10 days, but about 10, but about 10,000, but about 10, but about 10, but about 10,000, but about 10, but about 10, but about 10 days, but about 10, but about 10 bad. 10 days, but about 10, but about 10,000, but about 10, 12. 12 days, but about 12, but about 12, but about 12, but about 40, but about 40, but about 40, but about 16 bad. 16 days, but about 16, but about 18, 80, but about 2020, 20 days, but about 20, but about 20, but about 22, up 20, but about 20, 20, but about 20,000, but about 20, but about 22. 22, but about 20, but about 24, at 20, but about 24, but about 4, but about 24, but about 24, but about 24, but about 25, at 5 and 20, but about 25, but about 5, but about 25, 5, at 5 and 20, but about 25, but about 5, but about 25, but about 5, but about 25, but about 25, 26, 26, but about 26, but about 6 and 20 days, but now 28, 20, but about 28, 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 but about 20,000, but about 28, but about 28, but 20 days, but about 28, but about 29, 29,000, now 30, 30 days, but about 30,000, but about 30 days, but about 30, but about 30, but about 30, but 30 days, but about 30, but about 30, but about 30, but about 30, but about 30,000 once, twice, all through. Dan met 30,000, baie dankie, baie dankie. 55. Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, selling on behalf of Charles Saunders en nooit gedag. Dames en heren, lat nummer, die hele string van hulle 61 to 65, ramme met uitstekende cijfers, tussen 111 en 118. Logics, Marite, cijfers, die LMI-indekse, dames en heren, ons is by lot nummer 61, lat nummer 61, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren. Speen direct 115, naspeen 113. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot 61, let's go. 10,000, but about 10, but about 10, but about 10 days, but about 10, but about 10,000, but about 10, but about 10, but about 10 days, but about 10, but about 10,000, but about 10, but about 10 days, but about 10, but about 10,000, but about 10, but about 10 days, but about 10, but about 10,000, but about 10, but 12 days, but about 12, but about 12, but about 10, but about 10, but about 12,000, but about 12 days, but about 12, but 12, but about 14, 16, 16 days, but about 18, 80, but about 18, but about 18,000, but about 18 days, but about now 18, but about 18, 80, but about 18, but about 18, 80, but about 18, but about 18, but about 22, but about 22, but about 20, but about 22, but about 20, but about 20, but about 22, but about 20, but about 22,000, but 20, but about 24, but about 4, but about 24,000, but get 4 and 20, but about 24, but about 4, but about 24, at 26, but about 6 and 20 days, but about 26, but about 6 and 20, but about 26, but about 6 and 20 days, but up 6 and 20, but about 26, but about 6 and 20 days, but not 26, but get 6 and 20, but about 26, but about 6 and 20, but about 26, but about 26,000, but up 6 and 20,000 rand, meneer, at 26,000. Ladies and gentlemen, once, 28, 28 online, 30, 30,000, but about 30, 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 but about 30,000, but about 30,000, but about 30, but about 30, but about 30, but about 30, came on 8, 30,000, but about 30,000, once, twice, all through. Done at 30,000, 30,000 rand by donkey, 81 buys. 2 ton type 5, 2 ton type 5, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 2 ton type 5, hy is lot nummer 62, dames en heren, speen direk 118, maternal 106, naspeen 118, hy's groei, hy's melk, LMI van 115, dames en heren, syfers, par excellence, lot nummer 62, 2 ton type 5, let's go. 10,000 10,000 10,000 10,000 24 bird, op 24 24 24 26 28, 28 28 30,000 op 30,000 op 32,35 ek het 35,37,7,000 op 37,37 37 40,000 bird. Ek het 40,000 42 at 42,42 op 45,000 once, twice, all through. Dan met 45, baie dankie. Same baie. Lot nummer 63, lot nummer 63, 2 tand stoetram, 2 tand stoetram. Sy ma reeds 6 lammers gespeen. Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, speen direk 115, na speen 115, ram wat groei het, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 2 tand stoetram in die ring, let's go! 10,000 10,000 ek het 22, 22, 22, 24, at 24, 26, 26, 26, 26, op 26, 26, 26,000 op 26, 26, 26,000 once, 26,000 twice, all through, and all done at 26, 190 buys. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot 64, lot nummer 64, lot nummer 64, 2 ton, stoetram, lot 64, speen direk 115, maternal 105, naspeen groei van 116, LMI van 109, dames en heren, syfers en looks, let's go! 10,000 20,000 of it now once, 20 twice, all through, done at 20. Okay, bring gou vir ons die ram terug asseblief, maak net toe. Dames en here, ons val net terug op ons veilingsvoorwaardes, ons verklaar 'n dispuut. Jammer meneer Van der Berg, is net 'n dispuut, ons verkoop die ram weer, let wel, dit is slegs die 2 laaste beers wat aan die dispuut mag deelneem. Meneer Van der Berg en dan die persoon wat die dispuut verklaar het, klem dis by jou, 20.000 online, 22, 22, 22, 22, 22, 24, ek het 24, 24, 26, 26, 26,000, but ek het 26, 26, 26, 28, 28, 30, ek het 30,000, 30,000, 30,000, but op 30,000, op 30,000 asking two, op 30,000 rand at 30,000, meneer Van der Berg, ons neem aan jy's klaar, jy's uit op hierdie ram, 30,000 once, twice, all through, and then at 30,000, bye bye, dankie, klem net gou daai nommer, 155, bye bye, dankie. As daar 'n probleem is, dan sort ons hom vinnig uit. Dames en here, ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 65, lot nummer 65, twee tandram, lot nummer 65, ladies and gentlemen, dames en here, speen direk 111, naspeen van 109, LMI van 114, ladies and gentlemen, dames en here, lot nummer 65, lot nummer 65, twee tandram menering, sy moeder reeds 7 lammers suksesvol gespeen, 7 lammers suksesvol gespeen, ladies and gentlemen, dames en here, let's go. 10,000, 10,000, 12, ek het 12,000, 16, ek het 16,000, 16, 18,000, 10, 20, 20, 20,000, 20, 20, but op 20,000, 20, 20,000, 2, ek het 22, 22, 24, at 24, 24, 24, bad, up 24, 26,000, but at 26, 26, bad, up 26, 26, asking 28, it gets 26,000 once, twice, all through. En dan, baie dankie meneer Van der Berg, 5056. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en here, ladies and gentlemen, selling on behalf of Mr. Leroy and Bruce Phillips, ladies and gentlemen, all the rams, young rams, 10 to 11 months. Hierdie is jong ramme, 10 tot 11 maande, 10 to 11 months old. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en here, lot nummer 66, lot number 66 in the ring, ladies and gentlemen, dames en here, type 5 ramlam, type 5 ramlam. Ladies and gentlemen, here's quality, presence. What do you say? Let's go. 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 12,000, at 14,000, 40, bird, ek het 14,000, 40, 16,000, 16,000, but op 16,000, 16,000, bird, op 16,000, 16,000, julle laat 'n goeie ram verbygaan, at 16,000, 16,000, bird, op 16,000, 16,000, once. 18, 18 bid. 18 bid. 18,000 by my 1880 by my 18 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 by my 18 19 20 20 bid. 20,000 by my 20,000 by my 20 by my 20,000 by my 20 by my 20 20 by my 20,000 1 21 22 21 21,000 by my yen and 20 by my 21 1 minimum 1 1 minimum 1 1 minimum 1 1 minimum 21 1 minimum 1 1 minimum 21 once 21,000 twice all through and all dan at 21,000 bye bye dankie hey help hom mooi heel dag mooi kom nummer 26 by one number 26 Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 7, lot nummer 67, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, Ramlam, type 5, type 5, type 5, type 5, type 5, type 5, Ramlam. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, he's one of the better ones around, let's go. 18,000, 20 at 20,000 about 20 20 about 20,000 about 20 20 about 20 but up 20,000 about 20 20 about 20 about 20 20 about 20,000 about 20 20 about 20,000 2 at 20 about 20 20 about 20 about 20 20 about 20 20 about 20 about 22 bad at 20 about 20 20 about 20 about 22,000 once 22,000 twice all through and all done at 22,000 by ranking number 26 by number 26 stoet ramlam, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren. Jammer, hy is twee tand, stoet ram, lot number 68, twee tand stoet ram, meneer Ring. Ladies and gentlemen, twee tand stoet ram, let's go. 10,000 again. 10,000 10,000 12 hectic 12,000 40,000 bad up 14,000 40 again hectic 16,000 18,000 18,000 now 18 bad 18,000 20 2 22 24 at 24 24 6 record says 26,000 26 bad record says 26 once twice all through done by number 26 as well. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, twee tans to drum, 69, 69, twee tans to drum, meneer Ring, let's go. 10 again, 10,000, 10,000, 12, hectic 12,000, 40, 16,000, 18,000, 18, 20, 20, 20, is about 20, about 20, 20, about 20, but okay, 20,000, about 20, 20, about 20. 200,000 about 20,000 bird up 200,000 about 20 20 about 20 about 20 about 22 about 20 about 24 at feet and 20 about 24 about 24 about 4 about 24 at feet and 20 about 24 about 25 at 5 and 20 about 25 about 5 about 25 about 25 about 5 julle laat 'n goeie ram verbygaan vir min geld 25 about 25 about 5 about 25 about 26,000 but at 26 about 26 about 26 27 27. 27 but now 27 7 but about 7 200 days but now 27 7 but about 7 7 but about 27 but now 7 200 but about 28 but about 10 but about 28 but about 10 but about 28 but 28 days but about 28 but about 10 but about 28 but about 29 ek het 29 but about 29 but about 29,000 baht ek het 29 but about 30,000 but about 30 days but about 30 but about 30 but op 30 days but about 30 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 but about 30,000 but about 30 but about 30 once 30 twice, over u, and all. Dan 30,000, bye donkey. Donkey Chris, vir hom se hulp. 205, bye donkey. Ladies and gentlemen, selling lot 70, lot nummer 70, is a wakker rammethouding. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot 70, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, stoetramlam. Let's go. 10,000 but about 10 but about 10 days but about 10 but about 10 but about 12 but about 12 days but about 12 but about 12 but about 12 but about 12,000 but about 12 days but about 12 but about 12 but about 10 but about 12,000 but about 12 bad record 12 days but about 12 but about 12 but about 40 but about 40 but about 40 but about 16 days but 18 days but about 18 80 but about 18 but about 18 80 but about 18 but about 18 80 but about 20 record 22 but about 10 but about 20 but about 10 but about 10 but about 10 but about 20 but about 10 but about 22 bad record 20 but about 20 but about 10 but about 20 but about 10 but about 20 but about 22 up 20 but about 22 but about 10 but about 22,000 but about 22 but about 22 once 22,000 twice all through and all done by number 45 by donkey number 45 Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, Tony Kai Witdorpers, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, look at him. Quality, purity, excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, selling you lot number 71, lot number 71, lot number 71, ladies and gentlemen, lot number 71 in the ring, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, wat sê ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, type 5, tweet on type 5, lot 71, let's go. 10,000 but about 10 but about 10 but about 10 days but about 10 but about 10,000 but about 10 but about 10 but about 12 but about 12 days but about 12 but about 40 but about 40 but about 40 but about 60 but about 1880 but about 18,000 but about 1880 but about 18 but 18 days but about 20 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 but about 22 by May 20 but about 22 but about 24 at 20 but about 26 but about 6 20 but about 26,000 about 28 but about 30 but about 30 days but about 30,000 but 30 days but about 30 but about 30 but about 35 but about 5 but about 35 record 5 and but about 35 but about 5 but about 35 but about 5 but about 35 by my daar kyk mooi 35 37 but about 40 but about 40 but about 40 but about 40 days but now 40 but about 40 but about 40 but about 40 but about 40,000 but about 40 but about 40 but record 40 days but about 40 but about 40 but about 40 but about 40,000 but about 40 but about 40 but up 40 days but about 40 but about 40 but about 2, record 42, but about 2, but about 2, but about 42, 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 but record 24, but about 42, but about 45, record 45, but about 45, but about 55, but about 45, but about 55, but about 45, but about 45, 50, record 50, but about 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 50, but up 50, but about 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 50,000, but about 50, but about 50, but about 50 once. And 55, but about 5, but about 5, but about 55, but about 5, but about 5, but about 5, but about 55, but about 5, but about 5, but about 5, but about 55, once, twice, all through, and all. Done, by number 34. Kom nummer 34, by donkey 34. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 72, tweetant type 5, tweetant type 5, speen direk 111, naspeen 107, LMI van 107. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, what do you say? Let's go. 10 to start. 10,000 berbatere 10,000 once. 28, 28, 28. 28 berma 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 28 once, twice, all through and all done. Thank you very much, Mr. Terence Long van Johannesburg. 5014 5014. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ek verkoop vir julle lot nummer 73, lot nummer 73. Lot nummer 73, lot nummer 73, Tweeton type 5, Tweeton type 5, Tweeton type 5. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get under wat sê hulle, Tweeton type 5, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, onder wat sê hulle, let's go. Ek sê vir hom baie dankie. Ek het 16, 15,000, berma 14, 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 berma 17,000, berma 16, berma 17,000, berma 16, berma 16, but ek het 18,000, berma 20, berma 20,000, berma 22, berma 20, berma 22, berma 20, berma 22, but op 22, berma 22, berma 20, berma 22, berma 24, berma 24,000, berma 24, but op 24, berma 24, berma 4, berma 24, berma 4, berma 24, op 24, berma 24, berma 4, berma 24, berma 4, berma 24,000, but op 24, berma 24, berma 4, berma 24, berma 4, berma 24,000 chicks, at 26, berma 26, berma 26,000, but now 26, berma 26,000, but op 26, berma 26, berma 26,000, but now 26,000, but op 26, berma 26, berma 26,000, but now 28, 28, berma 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 28,000 once. 28,000 twice, all through and all done at 28. Buy number 73, koper nummer 73. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 74, lot nummer 74, ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 74, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 74, ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 74. Uit die way, wat reeds 8 lammers suksesvol gespeel het. Dames en heren, look at him. Tweeton type 5, Tweeton type 5, lot number 74. Tweeton type 5, Tweeton type 5. Let's go. And look at him, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, he's one of the better ones around, ladies and gentlemen. Look at him now, 10,000 to start. 10,000, berma 10,000, berma 10,000, berma 10,000, berma 10,000, berma 10,000, berma 12, berma 12, berma 12, berma 12, berma 12, berma 40, berma 40, berma 40, berma 40, berma 40, berma 40, bird. Ek het 14,000, berma 40, berma 40, berma 16, berma 16,000, berma 18, 18,000, berma 18, 80, berma 20, 20, berma 20,000, berma 20, berma 20, berma 20, 20, berma 20, berma 22, bird. Ek het 22, berma 20, 20, berma 20, berma 20, 20, berma 20, berma 22,004, at 24, berma 26, berma 26, Dirks, kyk net, 26, 28 by jou as ek mag, 26, berma 28, berma 28, berma 28, berma 30, berma 30,000, berma 30, berma 30, berma 30, batsa, op 30,000, berma 30,000, berma 30, berma 30, berma 30, berma 30, berma 30, berma 32, bad, ek het 35, berma 5, berma 35, berma 5, berma 35, op 35, berma 35, berma 5, berma 35, berma 5, berma 35, wakkie, ons wacht vir jou, at 37, berma 37, berma 37, berma 37, berma 37, berma 37,000 bad, at 37, berma 40, berma 40, berma 40, berma 40,000, berma 40, berma 40 bad, op 40,000, berma 40, berma 40, berma 2, at 42, berma 10, berma 10, berma 42, berma 10, berma 10, berma 42, berma 10, berma 42,000 but op 42, berma 42, berma 10, berma 42, berma 10, berma 42. 45, 45, 45, asking 47. Ek het 45, Burma 45, Burma 47, but now 47, 7, Burma 47, but now 47. Hilton, ek gaan jou help. Chris het jou beneek nou met hierdie vorige ene. 48. Dankie, 48. 48, Burma 48, Burma 48, Burma 48, Burma 49. At 49 now 50. Op 50,000 Burma 50, 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 Burma 50,000, but now 50, Burma 50, Burma 50,000 once. 50,000 twice. All through. And 2. Ek het 52, Burma 50, Burma 10, Burma 50, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 50, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 50, Burma 10, Burma 52. Once, twice. All through. And up. Baie dankie Fikkie. Baie number 5, 107. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 75, lot number 5 and 7, and lot number 75, ladies and gentlemen, lot number 75, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren. Stoet ramlam, ladies and gentlemen, stoet ramlam, stoet ramlam, stoet ramlam. Dames en heren, LMI van 108, LMI van 108, reproductie 117, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. 10,000 Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, Burma 12, Burma 12, Burma 12, Burma 40, 40, Burma 40, Burma 40, Burma 14, 16, Heckin 16,000, Burma 18, 80, Burma 18, Burma 18, 80, Burma 18, Burma 20, 20, Burma 20, Burma 20, Burma 20, but at 22, Burma 20, Burma 20, Burma 22, Burma 20, Burma 22, but Heckin 20, Burma 22, Burma 20, Burma 22, Burma 20, Burma 22,000, but up 20, Burma 22, Burma 20, Burma 24, up feet and 20, Burma 24, Burma 4, Burma 24, Burma 4, Burma 24, Burma 24,000, but up feet and 20, Burma 24, Burma 4, Burma 24, Burma 25, select fought at 5 and 20, Burma 25, Burma 5, Burma 25, Burma 5, Burma 25, heck at 5 and 20, Burma 25, Burma 5, Burma 25 once, 25,000 twice, all through, and all done at 25. Baie dankie. By number 31. Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. Namens meneer Ben van der Westhuis en Adelaide, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, nog al die jare 'n man met van die beste dorpers, in my opinie, in Suid-Afrika. Lot 76, tweetand, type 5. Lot 76, tweetand, type 5. Speen direk syfer van 116. Naspeen 103. LMI 103. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot number 76, tweetand, type 5, let's go. Heck at 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 12, Burma 12,000, Burma 12, Burma 12,000, Burma 40, 40, Burma 40, Burma 40, 40, Burma 14 bird. Heck at 16,000, Burma 16, Burma 1880, Burma 18,000, Burma 1880, Burma 18 bird. Heck 20,000, Burma 22, Burma 20, Burma 20, Burma 22, Burma 20, Burma 20, 24. Heck 24, 4, Burma 4, 4, Burma 24, 4. Burma 24,000, but up feet and 20, Burma 24, Burma 4, Burma 24, heck get feet and 20, Burma 24, Burma 4, Burma 4, Burma 24, Burma 4, Burma 24, Burma 24, Burma 24, bird, heck get feet and 20, Burma 24, Burma 4, Burma 24, up feet and 20, Burma 24, Burma 26, heck get 6 and 20, Burma 26, Burma 6 and 20, Burma 26,000, Burma 6 and 20, Burma 26,000, but up 6 and 20, Burma 26, Burma 6 and 20,000, Burma 26, julle gaan hom verloor, 6 and 20, Burma 26, Burma 6 and 20, Burma 26, Burma 26,000 once, 26,000 twice, all through, and all, done at 26, by number 54, by donkey. Dames en heren, 2 ton type 5, 2 ton type 5, 2 ton type 5, hy is lot nummer 77, speen direk 114, naspeen 107, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot 77, let's go! 10,000 10,000 Type 5 at 12,000, but about 12 days, but not 12,000, but about 12 days, but not 12 days, but of 12 days, but about 12, but about 12, but about 12,000, but about 12, but about 14, get 14 days, but about 14, but about 14, but about 16 days, but 16 days, but about 16, but about 16 days, but not 16, but about 16 days, but not 16 days, but about 16 days, but not 16, but up 16, 18 days, but about 18, 80, but about 18, but about 18, 80, but about 18, but about 18, 80, but about 18, bad 18,000, but about 18 days, but now 18, 80, but about 18,000, but about 18, 80, but about 18, but 18 days, but about 18, 80, but about 18, but about 18, 80, but about 18, 20, 12 days, but about 20, but about 20, but about 22, but about 20, but about 22, get 20, but about 22, asking 24, 24 bid, now 6, 24, 24 for but about 4 but about 4 but about 24 for but about 4 but about 24 for but about 4 but about 4 but about 24 for but about 24, once, twice, all through, done 24, by number 34. Lot nummer 78, 78, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 78, lot nummer 78, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, speen direk 106, naspeen 104, LMI 104, uit die moeder uit, wat 7 lammers al suksesvol gespeen het. Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, 6 stand type 5, let's go! 10,000, but about 10, but about 10, but about 10,000, but about 10, 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 but about 10,000, but about 10, but about 10, 10 days, but about 10, but about 10, 12, at 14, but about 44, but about 16, but about 17 days, but about 17 days, but about 16, but about 18, 18 days, but about 18, 80, but about 18, but about 18, 20, at get 20 days, but about 20,000, but about 10, but about 10, but about 10, but about 22, but about 10, but about 22, but at get 24, but about 4, but about 4, but about 4, but about 4, but about 24, up 4 and 20, but about 24, but about 4, but about 24, but about 4, but about 24,000, but up 4 and 20, but about 24, but about 6 and 20 days, but about 26, but about 6 and 20 days, but now 6. Chris is by my 6 and 20, but about 26, but about 6 and 20 days, but about 26, but about 6 and 20 days, but now 26,000. 28, 28, 28, but about 28, but about 20, 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 but about 28,000 once, 28,000 twice, and 30. Darren days and about 30,000 and about 30, but about 30, but about 30,000 and about Darren days and about 30,000 and about 30, but 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 rocket Darren days and about 30,000 and about 30, but about 30,000 once, 30,000 twice, Chris is jou manne uit, all through, and all, done, by number 34, by donkey. Lot nummer 79, 79, ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 79 in the ring, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren. Speen direk 111, maternal 104, naspeen 110, daar's melk en groei, LMI 105. Reeds 7 lammers gespeen sy moeder, lot 79, ladies and gentlemen, type 5, 2 ton type 5, let's go. Up 10 days and about 10, about 10, about 10,000, about 10, about 10 days and about 10, about 10,000, about 10, about 10 days and about 10, about 10,000, about 12, about 12 days and about 12, about 12,000, about 12 days and about 12, about 44, about 14 bird, record 14, 16 days and about now 18, 80, about 18, but about 18 bird, 18 days and about 18, 80, but about 20, 20, but about 12 days and about now 20, but about 20,000, but about 20, but about 20, 22, record 20, but about 20, 20, but about 20, but about 20, 20, but about 20, but about 20, 20, but about 20, but about 24, up 4 and 20, but about 24, but about 4, but about 24, but about 4, but about 24, at 4 and 20, but about 24, but about 4, but about 24, at 4 and 20, but about 24,000 once, 24,000 twice, all through, done at 24. 18. 18. Dankie om Chris. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 80, lot nummer 80, lot nummer 80 in die ring, lot 80, lot nummer 80, lot 80. Speen direk 117, naspeen 109. Sy moeder reeds 8 lammers suksesvol groot gemaak. LMI van 108. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 2 tans te drum in die ring. Let's go! 10, 10,000, bit about 10, bit about 10,000, bit about 12, bit about 12, bit about 40, 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 bud. Ek het 14,000, bit about 40, bit about 40, bit about 40, bit about 40, bit about 14,000, but op 14,000, bit about 40, 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 bit about 14,000, but now 40, bit about 40, bit about 40, but op 14,000, bit about 40, bit about 40, bit about 14,000, bit about 40, bit about 14 once. 16, 18, 18, bit of 18, 80, bit of 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 18, bud. 18,000, bit of 18, days, but now 18, bit of 18, 80, bit of 18,000, bit of 18 once. 18 twice. All through. Done at 18, 54 by Donkey. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, namens Dirk Steenkamp, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 81, lot nummer 81, ladies and gentlemen, in the ring, lot 81, lot 81, lot 81. 2 tons to the drum, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, let's go! 10,000, bit about 10, bit about 10, bit about 10,000, bit about 10, bit about 10,000, bit about 10, bit about 10, bit about 10, bit about 10, bit about 10,000, bit about 10, bit about 10, bud. 10,000, bit about 10, bit about 10, bit about 10,000, bit about 10, bit about 10, is about 10, bit about 10, bit about 10, 12. 12,000, bit about 12, bit about 12, bit about 12, bit about 10, bit about 10, bit about 12,000, bit about 12, bit about 12, bud. 12,000, bit about 12,000, bit about 12,000, bit about 12, bit about 12,000, about 12,000, bit about 12,000, bud. 12,000, bit about 12,000, bit about 12, bit about 12, bit about 12, bit about 12, bit about helemaal klaar. 12,000, bit about 12,000, bit about 12,000, bit about 12,000, bit about 12, bit about 12, bit about 12, bit about 12,000. Once. 12,000. 14. 14, bit about 40, 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 bit about 14,000. Once. Twice. All through. And all. Done. Thank you, Wiseman. Hy gaan Alberton toe 5040. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 82. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 82, lot nummer 82. 2 ton type 5, 2 ton type 5, 2 ton type 5, ladies and gentlemen, lot number 82. Let's go! 10,000, but about 10, 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 but about 10,000, but about 10, but about 10, but about 10, but about 10,000, but about 10, but about 10, but about 10,000, but about 10, but about 10, but about 10, but about 10, but about 12. Heck, 12,000, but about 10 was op die vloer. 10,000, but about 10 is op sy bord. 10,000, but about 10, but about 10,000, but about 10, but about 10,000, but about 10, but about 10 is about 10, but about 10, but about 10,000, but about 10, but about 10 is about 10, but about 10,000 is about klaar. 12, 12,000, but about 12, 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 but about 12,000, but about 12, but about 12,000, but about 12, but about 12, but about 40, but about 14, bud. Ek het 14,000, but about 40, 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 but op 14,000, but about 40, but about 40, but about 40, but about 14 once. 14 twice. All through. And all. Done at 14. Point number 29. Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 83, lot nummer 83. Hy was in Februarie maand die reserve junior kampioen Griquastad. Die Griquastad reserve junior kampioen lot nummer 83, lot nummer 83. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 4 tand ram in die ring, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, onder wat sê from let's go. 10, 10, number 10, number 10, number 10, number 10, number 10, number 10,000, number 10, number 10 is number 10, but 18 is number 10, number 10,000, number 10, number 10 is number 10, number 10, number 10,000, number 10, number 10, number 10, but 18 is number 12, number 12, number 40, 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 but 14 is number 14,000, number 40, number 40, number 40, number 14,000, but 14 is number 40, 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 number 14,000 once, twice, 16, 18, 18 bed, 18,000, but 1980, but 19, but 1980, but 19, but 1980, but 19, but 1980, but 19, but 19, but 19, but 19, but 19, once, twice, all through, and done. 54. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 84, lot nummer 84. Lot nummer 84, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 84. Tweetal dramaneering, ladies and gentlemen, let's go! Lot 84, 10, 10,000, number 10, is number 10, number 10, number 10, number 10,000, number 10, is number 10, number 10,000, number 10, is number 10, number 10, number 10, number 10, number 10, but 18 is number 10,000, number 12, number 12, number 12, is number 12,000, number 12, number 12,000, but 12 is number 12,000, number 12, is number 12, number 12, number 10, number 10, number 12,000, number 14, at 14 is number 40, number 40, number 40, number 14,000, number 14, but at 15 is number 40, number 40, number 40, number 14,000 once, twice, all through, and all. Done at 14. Number 100. Lot nummer 85, lot nummer 85, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, twee ton, dramaneering, let's go. 10,000, but 10 is 10,000, but 10,000, but 10 is 10,000, but 10 is 10,000, but 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 10,000, but 10,000, but 10,000 to start. 10 is a Nike. 10,000, but 10, but 10, but 10, but 10,000, but 10, but 10 is 10,000, but 10, but 12. Look at 12 days, but 12, but 12, but 12,000, but 12, but 12,000, but 10, but 12, but 12 days, but 12,000, but 12, but 40, but 40, but 40, but 40, but 14,000, but 14 days, but 40, but 40, but 14 once, twice, all through. Done at 14. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, namens Johan Maritz Jr., Witdorpers, ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 86, lot nummer 86. Twee tons to drum, twee tons to drum, twee tons to drum. Lot nummer 86 in the ring, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, let's go! 10,000, but 10, but 10, but 10,000, but 10, but 10, but 10,000, but 10, but 10 is 10, but 10,000, but 10, but 10, but okay, 10,000, but 10,000, but 10, but 10 is 10, but 10, but 10, but 10, but 10, 12, 12,000, but 12 is 10, but 12,000, but 12, but 12, but 12, but 12,000, but 12, but 10, but 12, but 14, 40, but 40, but 16, but 17 days, but 16, but 17 days, but 18 days, but 18, 80, but 18, but 18, but 18, but 18, but 18, 80, but 18, but 18, but 18,000, but 1880, but about 20, but about 20, but about 80, but about 22, but about 80, but about 22, 4, 24, 4, but about 4, 4, but about 24, 4, but about 24,000, but feed and 20, but about 24, 4, but about 4, 4, but about 24, but about 4, 4, but about 24, feed and 20, but about 26, but about 6 and 20 days, but about 26, but about 26,000, but 6 and 20, but about 26, but about 6 and 20 days, but about 26,000 once, 26,000 twice, all through, and up, 155, 155. Ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 87, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, hier in Lexus, en 2 tons te drum, ladies and gentlemen, 2 tons te drum, ladies and gentlemen, lot 87, let's go. 10,000 10,000 12 days 16 18 80 20 20 days 24 6 season 26 season 20 days 26,000 but season 26 season 26 season 26,000 once 8 28 28 once twice all through 28 155 lot number 88 ladies and gentlemen dames en heren lot nummer 88 twee tans toe nominering let's go 10,000 10,000 29,000 number 29 number 29 29 once 30 Dara days number 30 30,000 number Dara days number 30 once twice all through Glen Sala number 155 lot number 89 ladies and gentlemen dames en heren lot nummer 89 ladies and gentlemen twee dans te drum let's go wat number wat sel 10 December nummer 10,000 number 10,000 number 10,000 number 10,000 number 10 number 10,000 number 10 number 10 number 10 but 10 December number 12 number 12,000 number 12 number 40 number 40 number 40 number 40 number 40 number 40 but up 14 December number 40 16 days number 16 number 18 18 days number 18 number 20 20 number 20 days number 20 number 20 number 22 number 20 number 20 number 22 20 number 24 4 number 4 number 24 number 6 and 20 number 26 8 number 26 at 6 and 20 number 26 8 number 6 and 20 days number up 6 and 20 number 26 8 number 6 and 20 number 27 at 7 20 number 27 but now 28 20 number 28 number 28 number 28 number 29 at 29 number 29 up 29 days but now 29 once 30 30,000 per matera days but now 30 per matari per matari per matari 30 per matari per matari 30 per matari per matari 30 per matari 30 per matari 1 ekketim na per matari 1 once twice all through done 31 select copper 155 ladies and gentlemen lot number 90 lot number 90 ladies and gentlemen dames en heren twee dans te drum ladies and gentlemen let's go op 10 December per 10,000 number 10,000 die man wil net gaan werk 10 December per 10,000 number 10,000 number 10,000 number 10,000 number 10,000 number 10 bad ek 10 December per 12,000 number 12 days number 12 14 number 16 now ek 16 December per 17 days number 17 days number 18 18,000 number 20 days number 20 24. Ek het 24 Burma 26 Burma 26 Burma 26 Burma 28 Burma 80 Burma 28 bird. A dara Burma 30,000 Burma 30 Burma 30 Burma 2. A 32 Burma 30 Burma 32 Burma 30 Burma 32 Burma 30 Burma 32 bird. Ek het 32 Burma 32 Burma 30 Burma 32 draai gou 'n bietjie daar in die ronde. 32 32 32 33 34 34 34 for Burma 4 for Burma 4 for Burma 34 for Burma 4 for Burma 35. Ek het 35 Burma 35 for Burma 5 for Burma 35 for Burma 5 for Burma 35. Op 35 Burma 35 for Burma 5 for Burma 35. Once, twice, all through. Down to 35. 155. Hulle sê baie dankie vir julle ondersteuning. Righto, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, namens meneer Ben van der Westhuizen, ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 91, lot nummer 91, lot nummer 91, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 2 tans toe drum, meneer Ring, 2 tans toe drum. Speen direct 105. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot 91 in the ring, let's go. Up 10,000 Burma 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 10 Burma 10 bird. Up 12 40 Burma 40 for Burma 40 Burma 40 for Burma 40 Burma 40 for Burma 40 Burma 40 bird. Look at 14,000 Burma 40 Burma 40 for Burma 40 Burma 40 for Burma 40 Burma 40 for Burma 40 but look at 14,000 Burma 40 for Burma 40 Burma 40 for Burma julle laat 'n goeie ram verby gaan vir min geld. Op 14,000 14,000 once 16 16 16 16,000 Burma 16 Burma 17,000 Burma 16 Burma 17,000 Burma 16 Burma 17,000 Burma 16 Burma 16 Burma 16 Burma 16,000 once 16 twice all through and all done at 16. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 92, lot number 92, ladies and gentlemen, lot number 92 is a 2 ton type 5, 2 ton type 5, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, speen direct 108, na speen 104. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, let's go, meneer Ander, wat selwe maak sy so daar, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, Ander, wat selwe, let's go. 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, dankie. Ek het 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 12, en 12,000, Burma 12, 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 but ek het 12,000, Burma 12, Burma 40, Burma 40, Burma 40, Burma 40, Burma 40, Burma 40, but op 14,000, Burma 40, Burma 40, Burma 40, Burma 40, Burma 40, Burma 40, Burma 16, at 16,000, Burma 16,000, but now 16, Burma 16,000, but now 16, Burma 16,000 once.
17, please.
17, 17, 18, 17 once, 18. 18, Burma 18, 80, Burma 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 18, Burma 18,000 once, twice, all through. Done at 18,000, bye donkey. Buy number 52, keep nummer 52. Dames en heren, lot nummer 93, lot nummer 93, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 4 ton type 5, 4 ton type 5, let's go. 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10, 10 December 10, number 10,000, number 10, number 10,000, number 10, 12, 12 December 12, number 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 13, 13 December 13, 30, 13, 15, 30, 13, 13, bad, 13 December 13, 30, 30, 14, 14 December 14, 40, 14, 14 December 40, 14,000 once. 15 December 16 16 December 16 December 16 once 18, 18 December 7, 17 December 17, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, bad, 18, 18, 18, 19, 19 bad, 19,000, 19, 90, 20, 20 December 20, 20, 20, 20,000, but up 20 December 20,000, once, twice, all through, done at 20, 139. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 94, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 2 tons te drum, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 2 tons te drum, let's go. Lot number 94, lot nummer 94. Wat met andere wat zullen vermaal, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, andere wat zullen 10.000 rand gemeen, 10,000 bits, 10.000 per 10, per 10, per 10,000 per 10, per 10,000 per 10, per 10, 12, ik heb 12.000 per 12, per 12, per 12, per 12, per 12,000 per 40, per 40, per 40, per 40, per 40 baht, ik heb 14.000 per 40, 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 per 15, ik heb 15.000 per 15, per 15, per 15, per 15, per 15, per 15, per 15 baht. Up 15,000, 15,000, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, up 15,000, 16,000, 16, 16, but I get 16,000, 16,000 once, twice, all through, and done. 26 guys. Dirk, is het niet een van jouw mensen, hè? Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 101, lot 101. Namens geduld Dorpers van Bloemfontein, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 101, lot nummer 101. Dames en heren, kyk bietjie die syfers op hierdie ram. Speen direk 119, speen maternal 107, naspeen van 120, LMI 115. Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, voor omsetsyfer van 123. Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, is in die kudde gebruik. Lot nummer 101, lot 101. Let's go. 10,000 per 10, per 10, per 10 is er met 10, per 10,000 per 10, per 10, per 10 is er met 10, per 10,000 per 10, per 10 is er met 10, 12. Ik 12,000 per 12, per 10, per 10, per 10, per 12, per 40, per 40, per 40, per 40, per 40, bad. Ik 14,000 per 40, per 40, per 40, per 40, per 40, per 40, met op 14,000 per 40, per 40, per 40, per 40, per pionnen laat de goede ram voorbij gaan van mijn geld. Op 14,000 per 40, per 16. Ik 16,000 per 17. Deze repenatie, deze repenatie, op 16 december 17, deze repenatie, 10,000 once, 16,000 twice, all through, and all. Done at 16,000, buy number 139, 139, 139. Lot nummer 102, lot nummer 102, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 102, speen direk 107, naspeen al 106, LMI van 106, sy moeder 7 keer gelam, 10 lammers suksesvol gespeen. Ooi produksie indeks van 118. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, hy is in die kudde gebruik, 4 tand stoetram. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go. 10,000 per matere per 10,000 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 per 10 bad. 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 per 10, 12 and 12,000 per 40 per 40 per 40 per 40 per 40 per 40,000 per 15,000 per 40 per 40 per op 14,000 per 40 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 per 40,000 once. Twice. Over. Done at 14 by donkey. 1, 209. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 103. Lot number 103. Hy is 'n donkou klein seun op 'n eyster ooilyn. Dames en heren, stoet ram lam. Lot nummer 103, 103. Speen direk 103. Naspeen 102. Voer omset van 107. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 103. Let's go. 10. 10,000 per matere per 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 per wijs gelam. 10,000 per 10,000, dankie. 10,000 per 12 per 12 per 12 per 12 per 12 per 12,000 per 12,000 per 12 per 12,000 per 40 per 40 per 40 per 40 per 40 per 14,000 per 40 per 40 per 40 per 40 per 40 per 40 per 40,000 per 40 bad. Op 14,000 per 40 per 40 per 40 per 40,000 per 40 per 40 per 40 per op 14,000 per 40,000 once, twice. Ek sal enige tyd dit doen. 15, 15, 15. Ek sal 16 ook vat. 15,000 per 15 per 17,000 per 17 per 17,000 per 17 per 17,000 per 17 per 17,000 per 17 per 17,000 per 16. Once, twice, all through. Then at 16. 11. Dames en heren, maak net 'n aantekening. Lot nummer 104 is onttrek. Lot nummer 104 withdrawn. Lot nummer 104 is onttrek. Ons is by 105. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lam in die ring. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, speen direk 113. Maternal 111. Naspeen 116. LMI 111. Ladies and gentlemen, Ooi produksie 105. Ismail kies groei. Let's go. 10,000 per matere per 10,000 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 once, twice, all through. Done. Koper met 3 baie dankie. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 106, lot nummer 106, ladies and gentlemen, dames nooit gedag vir Dorpers, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren. Lot number 106, 106, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren. Hy is 'n ramlam, 106. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get up there wat sele vir ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 106, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, namens Charles Sondersen, let's go! 14,000 per Martine, per Martine, per Martine, is er met Martine, per Martine, per Martine, 10,000 per Martine, per Martine, per Martine, is er met Martine, Witdorper mannen staan nader, 10,000 per Martine, per Martine, per Martine, 1,000 per Martine, per Martine, per Martine, is er met Martine, per Martine, per Martine, but, ek het 10,000 per Martine, 1,000 per Martine, per Martine, 1,000 per Martine, 12,000 per 12,000 per 12,000. Hy kom uit Tony Kai lyne. 14,000 per 40 per 40 per 40 per 40 per 16,000 per 16 per 16,000 per 18, 18,000 per 18, 80 per 18 per 18, 80 per 18 per 20, up to 20,000 per 20,000 per 20 per 2, up 22 per 20 per 20 per 22 per 20 per 22 per 20 per 22 per 20 per 22, but up 20 per 22 per 20 per 20 per 20 per 20 per 22. Once, twice, all through, done at 22. $107, ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 107, 107, 107, Tweeton type 5, Tweeton type 5, Tweeton type 5. Let's go, lot 107, Tweeton type 5. Selle lyne, Tony Kai lyne, ladies and gentlemen, let's go, Tweeton type 5. 10,000 per Martine, per Martine, per 10,000 per Martine, per Martine, per Martine, is er met Martine, per 10,000 per 10,000 per Martine, per 10,000 per Martine, per Martine, is a donkey. 10,000 per Martine, per 10,000 per Martine, per 10,000 per 12,000 per 12,000 per 12,000 per 12,000 per 12,000 per 12 per Martine, per Martine, per Martine, per 12,000 per 12 bird, up 12,000 per 12 per 12 per 12,000 per 12,000 per 12 per 12 per Martine, per Martine, per 12 per 14, up 15,000 per 40 per 40 per 16. Up 16,000 per 17,000 per 16 per 17,000 per 16 per 16 but look at 18,80 per 18 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 80 per 18 per 18 bad 18 20 20 per 20,000 per 20 per 20 20 per 20,000 per 20 per 20 22 up 20 per 22 per 20 per 20 per 22 but 4 up 20 per 24 per 24 24 24 24, 25 achter. Ek het 26 per 26 per 26,000 per 26 per 26 per 26 per 26,000 but het 26 per 26 per 26 per 26,000 once. 26,000 twice. 27, 28, 28, 28, 29, 30. And 1 and 30. And once, twice, all through. En dankie meneer Spannenberg. 128 bars for 30,000. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 109, lot 109, 109, 109, 10. 10,000 per Martine, per 10,000 per welkom Dirk. 10,000 per Martine, per 10,000 per Martine, per Martine, is er met Martine, per 10,000 per Martine, per 10,000 but 10,000 per Martine, per 10,000 per Martine, per 10,000 per Martine, per Martine, is er met Martine, per 10,000 but 10,000 per 10,000 per Martine, per Martine, is er met Martine, per Martine but 10,000 per 10,000 per Martine, per 10,000 per Martine, is er 12, 12,000 per Martine, per 40, per 40 but 14,000 per 40 per 40 but 14 but 14 per 16,000 but 16 per 16 per 16 per 16 per 16,000 but 16,000 per 16,000 but 16,000 per 16,000 but 16,000 once, twice, all through. Then at 16. 121 by donkey. Righto, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, welkom Martin, welcome back. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 111, lot nummer 111, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, wat sê lot nummer 111, tweetans to drum, lot number 111. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, tweetans to drum, let's go. Ek het 10,000 per my 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 10, 12. 12,000 per my 12,000 per my 12 per my 12,000 per my 12 per my 12,000 per my 40 per my 40 per my 14,000 per my 40 per my 40 per my 40 per my 40 per my 14. Dis teen julle 16. Ek het 16,000 per my 16,000 per my 16, 19. 18,000 per my 10, 80 per my 10 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 per my 10, 80 per my 10, but 18,000 per my 10, 80 per my 10 per my 10, 80 per my 10,000 once. 18,000 twice. All through. And all. Done. Number 3, 18,000 by donkey. Dames en heren, hy is in die stoet gebruik. Dorper Landskou, derde gevagsklas gewen. Dames en heren, hy is lot nummer 112. 2 ton tot 5, ladies and gentlemen. He's got the presence, he's got the looks. Hy is in die stoet gebruik. Righto, ladies and gentlemen, that's yet under wat sê wat maak sy so daar, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, onder wat sê, let's go! 10,000 per my 10, per my 10, per my 10,000, per my 10, 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 per my 10,000, per my 10, per my 12, ek het 12,000 per my 12, 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 per my 12,000, per my 12, per my 12, per my 12, but op 14,000 per my 14, 16 per my 17,000 per my 19, 80 per my 10, per my 10, 80 per my 10, per my 10, bad 18, 20, 20 per my 20, 10 per my 10, per my 20, 10 per my 10, per my 10, per my 22, bad ek het 20 per my 20, 10 per my 10, per my 20, 22, but op 20 per my 20, 10 per my 10, per my 23, ek het 23 per my 25, per my 5, per my 27, but 27, 7 per my 27, but asking 28, 720 per my 27, but 27, 7 per my 720, but 27, 7 per my 27, but op 720 per my 27, but not 27 once. 27,000 twice. All through. And all. Done. Stiam. 110. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 113, 113, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 2 tons to drum and 2 tons to drum and ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, look at them, ladies and gentlemen, and not drum and let's go! 10,000 per my 10, 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 per my 12, per my 12, per my 12, per my 12, per my 40, 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 per my 14, 16, ek het 16,000 achter, 16,000 per my 16, per my 17,000 per my 16, per my 17,000 per my 17,000 per my 10, 80 per my 10, 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 but 18,000 per my 10,000 per my 18 per my 10, 80 per my 10, per my 10, 80 per my 10, but 18, 20,000 per my 20,000 het ek boorgevat, 20, 22, Chris, by jou, 22. At 22, per my 24, per my 4, per my 24, per my 26, per my 26,000, but at 26, per my 28, per my 20, per my 28, per my 20, per my 20, per my 28, 29, 29, 29, 30 as ek mag. 29. 29,000 per my 29, per my 29, once, twice, all through. Done at 29,000, but I get the Marwada number 72. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 114, lot nummer 114, ladies and gentlemen, 2 let's go. 10,000 per 10 per my 10 per my 10 per my 10 is about 10 per my 10,000 per my 10 per my 10 is about 10 per my 10,000 per my 10 per my 10 bad 15 is per my 10 per my 10,000 per my 10 per my 10,000 per my 10 per my 10 is about 10 per my 10,000 but 15 is per my 10 per my 10,000 per my 10 per my 10,000 per my 10 per my 10 12 12 is per my 12 per my 40 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 bad 15 is per my 40 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 per my 16 at 16 days per my 16,000 per my 16 days per my 16 per my 16 per my 16 per my 16 bad at 16 days per my 16 days per my 16 days per my 16,000 per my 16 days per my 16 once 16 twice All through. And all. Done at 16. By number 125. Lot number 115, 115, ladies and gentlemen, lot number 115, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren. 2 tans te drum, 2 tans te drum, 2 tans te drum. Bespiering par excellence, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Up 10 December, 10,000, 10,000, 12, 40, 14, 4, 16 December, 17 December, 16 December, 16 December, 16, Yalachter, 16 December, 17 December, 17 December, 16,000, 17 December, Shelamakar, 16 December, 17, 18, 80, 18, 80, 18, bad, 18,000, 18 December, now 18, 80, 18 once, 18 twice, all through, done at 18, Dirk by jou. Baie number 31, Koper by 31, Kasteel Witdorper, Pieter Wiese, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 116, lot nummer 116. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 116, 116, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, speen maternal, 112, na speen groei, 106, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, ooit productie index van 122, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 116, let's go. 10,000, type 5, type 5 around meneer en ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, type 5, type 5, type 5, 10 to start. 10 December, 10,000, 10,000, 15 December, 12, at 12 December, 40 bad, at 14 December, 16, at 16 December, 18, 18 December, 20, 20, 20,000, 20 bad, 20,000, 20,000, but now asking 2, 20,000, 20,000, 22 bad, 24,000, but 24, 26, at 26, 26 bad, at 26, 26 bad, up 6 28, 28, 28,000, but 28, 30,000 bad, 30,000 once. And one. Oh, 31, 1, 31, 1. And 2. Oh, 32,000, but up 32. Once. 34. At 34,000 once, 34,006, 6 and 36, 36, record 6 and 36,000 once, twice, all through. Done at 36,000 by donkey number. By number 2 and 3 by donkey, government 2 and 3, 2 and 3, 2 and 3 by donkey. Dames en heren, lot nummer 117, 117. Hy is gebruik in die stoet, dames en heren. Stoetram. Lot 117, ladies and gentlemen. Lot 117, let's go. 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, let's go. 10,000, 10,000, ladies and gentlemen, 10 is in de rand begin. 10, 10,000, 8,000, 8,000 per bykie, per bykie, per bykie, per bykie, 1,000 per bykie, 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 1,000 per bykie, per bykie, per bykie, 1,000 per bykie, per bykie, 1,000 per bykie, bid. Ek het 12,000 per bykie, per bykie, per bykie, 12. Ek het 12,000 per bykie, 40, 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 per bykie, 40 bid. Ek het 14,000 per bykie, 40, per bykie, 40, per bykie, 16,000 per bykie, 16 per bykie, 17,000 per bykie, 16 per bykie, 16,000 per bykie, 17,000 per bykie, 16 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 once. 16 twice, all through, and all done. As ek mag, 16,000. 155. Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 118, lot nummer 118, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, stoetramanering, dames en heren, ram wat zijn nageslag uitstekende hoë LMI's het, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren. Lot nummer 118, lot nummer 118, stoetramanering, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, let's go! 10. 10,000 per batere per 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 10 baht. 10,000 per 10,000 per batere per 10,000 per batere per 10,000 per 12. 12,000 per 12 per 12,000 per 12 per 12,000 per 40 per 40 per 40 per 40 baht. 14,000 per 40 per 40 16 per 17,000 per 17,000 per 16 per 16,000 per 17,000 per 16 per 17,000 per 16 per 16,000 16 December, 17 December, 17 December, 17 December, 16 bed. Ik get 16 December, 17 December, 17 December, 16,000 once, twice, all through. Done at 16. 155. Dames en heren, lot 119, 119, die ram met die hoogste LMI op die hele veiling, 123. Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, speen direct 119, maternal 128, naspeen 128, daar is baie groei, daar is baie melk. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, look at them, let's go. Lot nummer 119, 119, let's go. 10,000 per batere per batere per batere per batere per batere per 10,000 per batere per batere per batere per 10,000 per batere per batere per batere per batere per batere per 10,000 per batere per batere bad 10,000 per 10,000 per batere per batere per 10,000 per 10,000 per batere 10,000 per batere per 10,000 per batere per 12,000 per batere per batere per batere per 12,000 per 14,000 per 14,000 per 40 per 40 per 40 per 40 per 40 per 16. Ik het 16,000 per 16,000 per 16,000 per 16,000 per 16,000 per 18,80 per 18,000 per 18,80 per 18 per 18,80 per 18 bad 18,000 per 18,80 per 18 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 once 18,000 twice 20 20,000 per 20 per 20 20 per 20,000 per 20,000 per 20 20 per 20,000 per 2 ik 20 per 20 20 per 20 per 20 per 20 20 per 20 per 20 per 20 20 per 20 per 20 per 22 and 3 23 per 23 3 per 23 per 23 3 per 23 3 per 23 per 23 3 per 23 3 per 23 and 4 24 per 26 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 bad ik het 26 per 26 per 26 per 26,000 once twice all through done at 26 by donkey 155. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, hier zijn nou 120, lot 120, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, stoetramanering, lot 120, lot 120, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 106 maternal, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ooit productie index van 112, let's go! 15,000 10,000 16 Jobbert 16 December 16 Mirma 17 November 16 Mirma 18 18 December 18 80 Mirma 20 20 Mirma 20 December 20 Mirma 20 20 Mirma 20 Mirma 20 20 Mirma 20 bad 20 December 20,000 Mirma 20,000 20 December 20,000 once 20,000 twice and two. 20 once, 22 twice, all through. Done at 22. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, setting on behalf of Witdorpers, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren. Wat naar Amler wat sê, ladies and gentlemen, shine. Lot nummer 121, 121, ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 121, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, Amler wat sê, 4 towns, 2 drum, meneer, let's go. 10 December 10,000 number 10 10,000 number 10 10,000 number 10 is number 10 number 10,000 number 10 number 10 number 10 is number 10 number 10 is number 10 number 10,000 number 10 number 10,000 but 10 December 10 number 10,000 number 10 number 10,000 number 10 number 10 is number now for his to drum 8 December by 10 by 10 by 10 by 1,000 by 10 by 10 by 1,000 number by 10 by board look at 8 December by 10 by 10 by 10 by 1,000 number by 10 by 10 by 1,000 number by 10 by board 8 December by 10 by 10 by 1,000 number by 10 by 1,000 number by 10 by 1,000 number by 10 by 10 okay 12 December by 40 by 40 by 40 by 40 by 40 by 40 bad okay 14 December by 14 16 by 17 December by 16,000 but 16 December by 17 December by 16 by 17 December by 16 by 16 by 16 by 16 once 16 twice all through and all done at 16 163. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 2 tons to drum, lot 122, 2 tons to drum, let's go. At 8,000 per mouth, they said about now 80 per 80 per 80 per 1,000 number 80 per 80 per 1,000 number 80 per 80 per 1,000 number 80 per 1,000 per mouth, they said about now 80 per 1,000 bad. At they said per 80 per 80 per 1,000 number 80 per 80 per 1,000 number 80 per 80 per 1,000 number 1,000 per 80 per 1,000 bad. At they said per 1,000 number 80 per 1,000 per mouth, they said about now 80 per 80 per 1,000 about now 8,000 but 10 they said per 10 per 10,000 number 10 per 10 they said about 10 per 12. Okay 12 they said per 12,000 per 40 40 per 40 per 40 per 40 bad. Okay 16 they said per 16,000 per 16 they said about 16 per 16 they said about 16,000 but 16 they said per 16 they said 18 80 per 18 per 18 80 per 18 bad. 18,000 per 18 80 per 18 per 18 per 18 per 18 per 18 per 18 19 19 18 bad. 18,000 once twice all through done at 18. As in number 10, then number 10 buys. Ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 123, 123 is weer voor in die boek. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 123, 123, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, selling on behalf of Charles Sondersen, nooit gedag, hier is die tweede ronde, ons begin weer hier voor, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 123, 123, speen direct 117, na speen 115, LMI 111, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. 10. 10,000 berapa 10 berapa 10,000 berapa 10 12 berapa 12,000 berapa 14 berapa 15,000 berapa 15 berapa 16,000 berapa 18 19 berapa 20 berapa 20,000 berapa 20 berapa 22 berapa 22 okay 20 berapa 22 berapa 24 berapa 44 berapa 44 berapa 24 berapa 24 berapa 6 okay 6 berapa 26 berapa 6 berapa 26 berapa 28 20,000 berapa 28 berapa 20 berapa 20 berapa 28 30 10,000 berapa 30 berapa 30 berapa 30 berapa 30 berapa 30,000 berapa 32 berapa 30 berapa 30 berapa 30 berapa 30 berapa 30 berapa 30 berapa 35 35 berapa 5 berapa 35 berapa 5 berapa 35 5 okay 5 berapa 37 berapa 40 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 5 at 5 berapa 45 berapa 5 berapa 45 berapa 5 berapa 45 50 okay 5,000 berapa 50,000 berapa 55 berapa 5 berapa 55 berapa 5 berapa 55 what 5 berapa 55 berapa 5 berapa 55 okay 5 berapa 55 berapa 5 berapa 55 berapa 5 berapa 55 berapa 55 berapa 55 57 is reg. 7 feite berapa 57 berapa 57 berapa 57 berapa 7 berapa 57 berapa now asking 60. 7 5,000 berapa 57 berapa 57 berapa 7,000 berapa segi berapa 7,000 berapa 7,000 berapa segi berapa segi berapa 7,000 berapa 60 bad. Okay 6,000 berapa segi 1,000 berapa 7,000 berapa segi 1,000 once. 60,000 twice. All through and all done at 60. Dames en baie dankie aan al sy ondersteuners, al die kopers, baie dankie. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, dames en heren, let wel, hierdie ramme kom uit dieselfde eerste string uit. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, Legacy, meeste van hulle, Legacy seuns. Dames en heren, moenie hierdie sien as 'n tweede string ramme nie, hulle is uit die voorste top string ramme. Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, prepotency, par excellence. Ons is by lot nummer 124, 124, Tweetan type 5. Tweetan type 5 in the ring, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, Tweetan type 5, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, wat sê hulle? On behalf of Leroy Phillips, let's go! What at 15,000 berapa 15 berapa 15 berapa 15 berapa 15,000 berapa 15 berapa 15 berapa 15 berapa 15 berapa 15 berapa 15,000 berapa 15 berapa 15 berapa 15 but look at 15,000 berapa 15 berapa 16,000 berapa 16 berapa 16 berapa 16 but up 16,000 berapa 16 berapa 16,000 berapa 16,000 berapa 16 berapa 16 but up 16,000 berapa 16 berapa 16,000 berapa 18,000 berapa 18,000 berapa 18,000 berapa 18 but 18,000 berapa 18,000 berapa 18 berapa 18 berapa 18 berapa 18 berapa 18,000 berapa 18 but 18,000 berapa 18,000 berapa 18,000 berapa 18,000 berapa 18 but 18,000 berapa 18,000 berapa 18,000 berapa 18,000 berapa 18 but 18,000 berapa 18,000 berapa 18,000 julle het hom mos gekyk. 20,000 berapa 20,000 berapa 20 berapa 20 20 berapa 20 20 berapa 20,000 berapa 20 berapa 20,000 but 20,000 berapa 20 berapa 20 20 berapa 22 20 berapa 22 berapa 20 berapa 25 25 berapa 25 berapa 5 berapa 25 berapa 5 berapa 25 5 7 berapa 27 berapa 7 berapa 27 berapa 27 30 10,000 berapa 30,000 berapa 30 berapa 30 berapa 30 berapa 32 20 berapa 30 berapa 30 berapa 30 berapa 30 berapa 30 berapa 32,000 once 32,000 twice 35 at 5 berapa 35 berapa 5 berapa 35 berapa 5 berapa 35 berapa 5 berapa 35 35,000 berapa 5,000 berapa 35 berapa 35 berapa 35 once twice all through and up 72 by donkey. Dames en heren, Kyk mooi na hom, draai hom vir ons asseblief. Lengte, diepte, kwaliteit. Dames en here, sterk kopram. Lot 125, 125. Twee tans toe dramanering. Let's go. Ek het 15,000 birma 15 birma 15 birma 15 birma 15,000 birma 15 birma 16,000 birma 16 birma 16 birma 16 birma 16,000 birma 16,000 birma 16 birma 16,000 birma 16 birma ek het 16,000 birma 16,000 birma 16 birma 16 18 18,000 birma 18 80 birma 18 birma 18 80 birma 18 birma 20 ek het 20,000 birma 20 birma 20 20 birma 20 birma 25 ek 25 birma 25 birma 5 birma 25 birma 27 birma 30 ek het 30,000 birma 27 birma 27 birma 27 birma 27 bird, ek het 27 birma 27 birma 27 7 birma 28 28 birma 28 birma 28 birma 28 birma 28 32 ek 32 birma 4 birma 32 birma 32 birma 32 birma 32 birma 32 birma 32 jou voor ek 32 birma 32 birma 32 birma 32 birma 32 birma 35 ek het 35 birma 35 birma 37 birma 37 7 birma 40 op 40,000 birma 40 birma 37 40 ek het 40,000 birma 20 birma 42 birma 42 birma 42 batsa ek 42 birma 42 birma 45 45 birma 45 birma 55 birma 45 op 45 birma 45 birma 55 birma 45 birma 45 birma 45 birma 45 op 45 50,000 birma 40,000 birma 55 ek het 55 birma 55 birma 55 birma 45 bird op 55 birma 55 birma 55 birma 45 birma 55 birma 45 op 55 birma 55 birma 55 birma 45 once twice, all through. Dan baie dankie, 55,000, Jelbo, 6-7 dies. Dames en heren, kyk hier Ramse kop. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, twee tans toe dramanering. Met een van die beste koppe vandag hier op veiling. Lyfheid met die sterk mannelike kop. Pak, giet zwart kop. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, sterk dekbene. 126, let's go! Dankie. 14,000 birma 15 birma 15 birma 15 birma 15 birma 15 birma 16,000 birma 16 birma 17,000 birma 16 birma 16 birma 17,000 birma 16 birma 16 birma 16 birma 18 18,000 birma 18 80 birma 18 birma 18 80 birma 18,000 birma 18 80 birma 18 bad 18,000 birma 18 80 birma 18 birma 18 20 20 birma 200,000 birma 10 birma 5 25 birma 5 birma 27 birma 27 7 birma 27 30 32 birma 30 birma 30 birma 30 birma 30 birma 32 bad okay 5 birma 35 birma 5 birma 35 birma 5 birma 35,000 batsa op 35 birma 35 birma asking 37 op 35 birma 35 birma 5 birma 35,000 birma 35 op 35 birma 35 birma 5 birma 5 birma 35 once 37 40 37 38 40 40,000 birma 40 birma 40 40 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 birma 40 birma 40,000 birma 40 birma 40 batsa op 40,000 birma 40 birma 40 40 birma 40 birma 40 40 birma 40 bad okay 40,000 birma 40 birma 40 40 birma 40 birma 40 40 birma 40,000 but now 40 birma 40 40 birma 40 once and 2 at 42 birma 5 birma 45 birma 45 birma 5 birma 45 ek het 45 birma 45 birma 5 birma 45 birma 45,000 but now 45 once twice all through and done is dit nommer 2 baie dankie Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, something special, something special, something special. 127, ladies and gentlemen, young ram, a young ram. Dames en heren, type 5, type 5, type 5, type 5. Ladies and gentlemen, ram lam type 5, lot 127. Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, take it away. 20. Dankie. Ek het 15.000 birma 15 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 bad. Op 15.000 but now 15 birma 15 birma 15 birma 16.000 but now 16 birma 16 bad. Ek het 16.000 birma 16,000 birma 16.000 but now 16 birma 16,000 but op 16.000 birma 16 birma 16.000 but now 16,000 birma 16 birma 16 bad. Ek het 16.000 birma 16 18 18 birma 18 birma 18,000 but 20 at 20.000 birma 20 20 birma 20,000 birma 2 at 22 birma 20 birma 22 birma 20 birma 22 birma 20 birma 22 birma 2 birma 25 at 5 and 20 birma 27 birma 30 birma 30,000 birma 30,000 but up 30,000 birma 30,000 birma 30 birma 30 birma 30 birma 30 bad look at 30,000 birma 30 birma 30 birma 30 birma 30 birma 30 birma 30 birma 30,000 bad up 30,000 birma 30 birma 30 32 at 32 birma 30 birma 32 birma 30 birma 35 at 37 birma 37 7 birma 37 birma 37 7 birma 7 30,000 birma 37 but up 7 birma 37 birma 37 40 look at 40,000 birma 40 birma 40 40 birma 40 birma 40 40 birma 40 birma 40 40 birma 40 bad up 40,000 birma 40 birma 40 40 birma 40 birma 40 but up 40,000 birma 40 birma 40 40 birma 42 at 42 birma 10 birma 42 birma 10 birma 10 birma 42 birma 10 birma 42 birma 10 birma 10 birma 45 up 45 birma 45 birma 5 birma 45 up 45 birma 45 birma asking 47 45,000 once 45,000 twice all through Isaac 60 minimum 60 anders gaan ons hom vir die oomblik net laat uitgaan
50, Roy, 50. Okay, sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 128 lot nummer 128. Die beterram van hierdie twee. Die beterram, hierdie is jong ramme met ontsettend baie potentiaal. Ramlammers, ladies and gentlemen, legacies, type 5, ramlam. Let's go. Hierdie is 'n Rhino, legacy se pa. Hy is out of Rhino, legacy's father. Let's go. 15. 10,000 number 10 number 10,000 number 10 number 10 is about 10 number 10,000 number 10 number 10 is about 10 number 10,000 number 10 number 10 is about 10 number 10,000 number 10 number 10,000 donkey 10 is number 10 number 10,000 number 10 is about 10 number 10,000 number 10 number 10 bird 15 is number 10,000 number 10 number 10,000 number 10 12 at 12 days number 12 number 12 number 12 number 12 days number 12 number 12,000 number 12,000 number 12 but up 12 days number 12 number 12 number 12 number 12 number 12 number 12 number 12,000 number 12,000 is Shalom Akar 15 number 15 is number 15 number 15 number 15 number 15 number 15 number 15 bad at 17,000 number 20 number 20 days number 20 20 number 20 number 20 bad at 20 days number 22 number 25 number 27 number 30 30 number 30 number 30 but set to at 32 number 35 number 35 number 32 at 20 number 32 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 up 20 number 32 number 32 number 32 number 35 at 5 number 35 number 37 number 37 7 number 7 number 37 at 7 number 37 number 37 7 number 7 number 37 bad at 7 number 37 number 37 number 37 bad up 7 number 37 number 37 7 number 37 ladies and gentlemen once Hulle laat 'n topstoetram verbygaan vir min geld. Type 5. A type 5, type 5. 37 once. 37 twice. All through. 60 sal omvat. 60,000 dat hy vir ons vir die oomblik uit gaan. Baie dankie. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 130, lot nummer 130, ladies and gentlemen, namens Klipkoppies Dorper stoet, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, tweetans stoetram, ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 130, let's go. 10,000, number 10, number 10, number 10, number 10,000, number 10, number 10,000, number 10, number 10, number 10, number 10,000, number 10, number 10, number 10, number 11,000, number 11 bid. Hit your dog days, number 1,000, number 1,000, number 1,000, number 1,000, number 1,000, number 1,000 bid. Elf days, number 1,000, number 1,000, number 12, number 12, number 12, number 12, number 12, number 12, number 12 bid. At 12,000, number 12, number 12, number 12, number 12, number 12, 14. At 14 days, number 16 days, number 16 days, number 16,000, but up 16 days, number 16 days, number 16 number 16 days, number 16, number 16 bid. Up 16 days, number 16, number 16 days, number 16,000 once, twice, all through. Done, 16,000. Donkey, buyer 73. Ladies and gentlemen, selling on behalf of Mr. Leroy Phillips, ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 135, 135 in the ring, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, Tweeton type 5. Tweeton type 5 in the ring, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, Tweeton type 5. Tweeton, hy wissel nou, Tweeton to type 5, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, let's go. 10,000, number 10, number 10, number 10, number 10,000, number 10, number 10 is number 10, number 10, 12, 15. Look at 15 days, number 15, number 15, number 17 days, number 20, number 20, 20, number 22, number 20, number 20, number 22, number 22, but look at 20, number 22, number 20, number 22, number 20, number 22, number 25, look 5 and 20, number 27, number 7, 20, number 27, number 27, 7, number 27, but up there, days, number 20, number 20, number 35, look 5 and number 35. 35, 35, 40, 40 bad. Up 4 days, 40, 45, 45, 5, 4 days, up 5 40, 50 days, 30 bad. Up 5 days, 50 bad. Up 5 days, 50 bad. Up 5 days, 50,000, Klaar? Once, twice, all through, and no. 1050, by Donkey. Donkey Dark Liter 5109. Dankie vir al die hulp. Ons sê baie min vir al ons onderbeers, baie dankie. Vandag wil ek graag vir al ons onderbeers sê baie dankie. Dankie vir julle. Julle is 'n groot deel van 'n veiling. Ons sê vir julle baie dankie. Lot number 136. Tweeton drum. Lyfwet, kleur, size. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, kyk bietjie hier. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ander wat sê vir my, ladies and gentlemen, look at them now, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. 10,000, number 10,000. Okay. Look at 15 days, number 15, number 15, number 15, number 15, number 50, 50, number 50, number 50, number 50, number 50, number 60, number 60 days, number 60, number 1880, number 18, number 1880, but look at 15 days, number 1880, number 18, number 1880, number 22, look at 20, number 22, number 20, number 22, number 20, number 20, number 22, number 20, number 22, number 22, at 5 and 20, number 25, number 5, number 25, number 25, at 5 and 20, number 27, number 27, 7, number 30, 30,000, but ek het daar by 32, by 32, by 32, by 32, by 32, by 32,000, by 32 bad. Ek het 35, by 35, by 37, by 37, 7, by 37. At 7 daar by was nou teen julle. At 37, 7, by 37, by 37 by hom Chris. 7 daar by 37, by 37, 7 by 40, 40, by 40. By 40, 40, by 2. At 42, by 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 42. Op 42, by 42, by 43. At 43, by 43, 3, by 43, by 45. At 45, by 5, by 45, by 47, by 47, 7, by 47 bad. At 50,000, by 50,000, by 50, by 50, by 50, by 50, by 50 bad. Ek het 50,000, by 50,000, by 50, by 50, by 50, by 50, by 50, by 50, by 50 once. Yes, sir. 50 twice. All through. And 2 and 5. 55. 5 and 5, Burma 55, Burma Seta, Burma Siki, Burma Seta, Burma Siki 1000, Burma Seta, Burma Seta, Burma Siki 1000, Burma Seta, rand. By hom Chris Hendricks, 60,000. Moenie julle tweede fout vir die dag maak nie. 60,000 Burma Seta, Burma Siki 1000 once, twice, all through. And all. Dan het 16. Dankie om Chris, kan ons gou 'n nommer kry asseblief? Baie nummer 40, baie dankie. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en here, 137, lot 137. Legacy het vir hulle baie mooi en baie dieselfde gemaak. Ladies and gentlemen, twee tans toedram meneering, lot 137, twee tans toedram. Look at them. Let's go. 10. 10,000, Burma 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 10,000, dankie. Ek 10,000, Burma 10,000, Burma 10,000, Burma 10,000, Burma 10,000, Burma 10,000, Burma 10 baad. Op 10,000, Burma 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 10 batsa. Op 10,000, Burma 10,000, Burma 10,000, Burma 10,000, Burma 12, Burma 12,000, Burma 12, Burma 12, Burma 12 baad. Op 12,000, Burma 12, Burma 15, Burma 15, Burma 15, Burma 17,000, Burma 7 bad. At 70,000, Burma 7, Burma 7, Burma 7, Burma 77, Burma 7 batsa. At 70,000, Burma 7, Burma 7, Burma 77, Burma 7, Burma 70,000 bad. Ek het 17,000, Burma 70, Burma 70,000, Burma 70, Burma 70,000, Burma 70, dit is sy bot. 17,000, Burma 70,000, Burma 70,000, Burma 7, Burma 7, Burma 7, Burma 7, Burma 7, Burma 17 once. 17,000 twice. All through. And all. Dan, baie dankie, kom nummer 3, baie nummer 3. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 13. 138. 138. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 138. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en here, stoet ramlam. Stoet ramlam. Stoet ramlam. Hierdie ram sit vir hulle neer. Alles lank, alles breed. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en here, let's go. 10. 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10, is Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10, is Burma 10, Burma 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10 bad. Ek het 12,000, Burma 12, Burma 12, Burma 12, Burma 12, Burma 12, Burma 12, Burma 15, Burma 15, is Burma 15,000, but op 17,000, Burma 7, Burma 7, Burma 7, Burma 7, Burma 7, Burma 70,000 bad. Ek het 17,000, Burma 7, Burma 7, Burma 7, Burma 7, 7, Burma 7, Burma 7, but at 17,000, Burma 7, Burma 7, Burma 77, Burma 70,000, but at 17,000, Burma 70,000, but now 20. Ek het 20,000, Burma 20,000, Burma 20, 20, Burma 20,000, Burma 20, 20, Burma 20 bad. Op 20,000, Burma 20,000, Burma 20,000, Burma 20,000, but up 20,000, Burma 20, Burma 20,000 once, twice, all through, and all. Dan bye bye dankie, kom nummer 55. 55. Dames en here, ladies and gentlemen, dames en here, streng ramme wat bestaan uit net tipe 5. Dames Wesfront. Dames en here, die volgende 2 ramme kom al 2 uit bingo gooie uit. Al 2 uit bingo gooie uit. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en here, lot nummer 140, lot nummer 140, ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 140, 140, ladies and gentlemen, dames en here, speel direct, 108, ladies and gentlemen, lot 140, namens Witdorper Dorpers, let's go. 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10, 10,000 number 10 number 10 is number 10 number 10 but 10 is number 12 number 12 number 12,000 number 12 is number 15 number 15 number 15 but 15 is number 15 number 15,000 number 15 is number 15 number 15 number 17,000 but at 17 is number 7 number 7 number 77 number 70 is number 7 but up 17 is number 7 number 7 number 77 number 17 is number 17 but 17 is number 70,000 number 7 number 70 up 17 days in 70,000 but now 18 days in 18 80 but 18 but 18 80 but 18 but 18 80 but 20 but 20 days but now 20 but 20,000 but up 20 days but 20 but 20,000 but 20 days but 20 but 20 but 20 but 20 days but 20,000 but 20 but 20 once 20 twice all through and all done at 20. Two on three by donkey. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 141, 141. Viertand type 5, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, viertand type 5. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 141, lot 141, ladies and gentlemen, 141, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, viertand type 5. Let's go. 10. 10 is number 10, number 10,000, number 10, number 10,000, number 10, number 10 is number 10, number 10, number 10,000, number 10, number 12, number 15, number 15, number 15, number 7, number 7, number 7, number 20, 20, number 2, Hackett 5 and 20, number 25, number 27, number 27, 7, number 27, number 30, at 32, number 10, number 32, number 10, number Cake Moy, at 32, number 10, number 32, number 10, number 35, at 5 and number 37, number 37, 35, number 35, 37. 37 but now 37 number 7 number 37 but now 37 40 Hackett 4 number 40 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 but at 42 number 10 number 42 number 10 number 10 number 42 number 10 number 42 but Hackett 2 and 4 number 42 number 10 number 42 number 10 number 42,000 but at 2 and 4 number 42 number 10 number 42 number 10 number 42 once 42 twice all through and all done 65 by donkey Ricochet bye bye donkey donkey Fali Keppers donkey allowance for the Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 144, lot nummer 144, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, namens CJ Coetzee, Witdorpers, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, tweetand kinderamenering, let's go. Wat de ander wat sê, ladies and gentlemen, dames en ander wat sê, 10,000 per 10,000 per 10 per 10 is er wat net 10 per 10,000 per 10 per 10 is er wat net 10 per 10,000, let's go. 10,000 rand per 10 per 10,000 per 10 per 10 is er wat net 10 per 10,000 per 10 per 10 baht. Hek 10,000 per 10 per 10 per 10,000 per 10 per 10,000 baht. Hek 10,000 per 10,000 per 10 per 10,000 per 10,000 12 15 at 15,000 per 15 per 15 per 17,000 but 70,000 but 70 but 17,000 but 70 but 70 but 70 but 70 but 77 but 70 but at 70,000 but 70,000 but 77 but 70 once twice all through 20,000 but 20 but 20 20 but 20,000 but 20,000 but 20 20 but 20,000 but now 20 once twice all through done at 20 by a number 100 Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot number 145, 145, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, tweetand dramenering, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren. Ladies and gentlemen, tweetand dramenering, ladies and gentlemen, look at them now, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ander wat sê hulle vir my, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ander wat sê hulle, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. Op 10,000 nummer 10, nummer 10,000, nummer 10, nummer 10,000, nummer 10, nummer 10 is nummer 10, 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 nummer 12, 12,000 nummer 12, 15, nummer 15 is nummer 15, nummer 15, nummer 15, nummer 15, nummer 15, but record 15,000 nummer 15, nummer 15, nummer 15, nummer 15, nummer 15, nummer 16,000 nummer 16, at 16,000 nummer 16, nummer 16,000 nummer 16,000 nummer 16, number 16, but record 16,000 nummer 16,000 number 16,000 number 16, number 18, 18,000 number 18, 80 number 18, 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 but 18,000 number 18, 80 number 18, number 18, 80 number 18, number 18,000, whoops. 20, 200,000, number 20, 20, number 20, number 20, 20, number 20, number 20,000, number 20, 20, number 20, number 20,000, but look at 200,000, number 20,000, number 20, 20, number 20,002 and 5, 22 after. 24, 4, 4, 4, 4, 24, 4, 4, 4, 4, 24, 4, 4, 4, 24, 4, once, twice, all through. Done by number 50. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 146, ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 146, 146, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, twee tandram, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Ivan Leroy Phillips, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, let's go! 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 12, up 12,000, 12, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, bad, record 15,000, 15,000, 15,000, but at 17 days, 7, 7, 19, 18,000, 18, 80, 18, 80, 18, 80, 20, record 20,000, 20,000, 20, 20, 20, 20, 22, bird, up 20, 22, 25, at 5 and 20, 25, 25, 5, up 5 and 20, 25, 25, once, twice, all through. Done at 25 by donkey. Yeah, Tom. 135. Meneer Jan Engels, baie dankie vir jou goeie spotting. Dames en heren, net vinnig ter kennisname, lot nummer 128 is verkoop, lot 128 has been sold for 60,000 by a 17. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, lot number 147, ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 147, 147, time 5. What, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, let's go! 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 12, 15, 15, record 17 days, 70,000, but up 17 days, 17, 20, up 20,000, 20, 20, 20, 20,000, 20, but record 20,000, 20,000, 20,000, 20, 20,000, 20, but up 200,000, 20, 20, 20,000, 20, 200,000, 20,000 once, 20,000 twice, all through, and all, done at 20, bye bye donkey, 20,000. $52 buys, 52. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 149. 149. Swift, kyk net gou by julle. 149. Lot number 149, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, selling on behalf of Leroy and Bruce Phillips, Dorpers. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot number 149, lot nummer 149, 149, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, stoet ramlam menering, stoet ramlam menering. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, wat sê hulle, let's go! 10,000, number 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 10, 12, 12,000, number 12, number 12, number 15, number 15,000, number 15, number 15, number 15, number 15, but 15,000, number 15, 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 but op 15,000, number 15, number 15, number 15, number 15, number klaar, op 15,000, number 15, number 15, number 15, number 15, number 15, number 15,000, number now 17. At 17,000, number 70,000, number 77, number 70, bud. Look at 17,000, number 70,000, number 70, number 70,000, number 70, once. 17,000 twice. Are you all through? Are you all done? 17. Number 66. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 150, lot number 150, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, stoet ramlam, let's go. 15,000, number 10, number 10,000, number 12, number 12,000, number 12, number 12, number 10, number 10, number 12,000, number 12, number 15, number 15,000, number 15, 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 but 15,000, number 15,000, number 15,000, number 15, number 15, number 15, but 15,000, number 15, number 7, number 7, number 77, number 7, number 70,000, but 70,000, number 7, number 7, number 7, number 77, number 70,000, but 70,000, number 70,000, number 7, number 7, number 7, number 7, but 17,000, number 7, number 7, number 7, number 17 once. 17 twice. All through. Number 3, boys. Lot nummer 127, 127 sold for 50,000 to buyer 32, Donkey Isak. Donkey Isak, Donkey Leroy. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 151, 151, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, let's go! 10,000, number 10, number 10, number 10,000, number 10, number 10, number 10, number 10,000, number 10, number 10, number 10, number 10,000, number 10, number 10, 12, look at 12, 15,000, number 15, number 15, number 15, number 15, bud, 15,000, number 15,000, number 15, number 15, number 16,000, number 16, look at 16,000, number 16,000, number 16, number 16,000, number 16,000, but at 16,000, number 16, onthou net, hierdie is die Philipse se laaste ram. 16 bid. Asking 18. 16,000, Burma 16,000, Burma 16,000 once, twice, all through. And done. Baie dankie. 66. Van hulle kant af, baie dankie aan al die kopers, al die ondersteuners, baie dankie. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, namens Ben van der Westhuizen, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 153, 153, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, tweetans toedramenering, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, LMI van 105, hy is uit 'n vroegbare moeder uit, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, sy het reeds 6 lammers gespeen, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, wat sê hulle, lot nummer 153, let's go! Op 10,000 per matin, per matin, per matin, 10,000, 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 per matin, per matin, bad. Op 10,000 per matin, per matin, 10,000, maar sluit erom, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, twee dan sluit erom, de matin, dankie. Ek 10,000 per matin, per matin, per matin, 10,000, per matin, per matin, 10,000, per matin, per matin, bad. Ek 10,000 per matin, per matin, per matin, per matin, per matin, 10,000, per matin, per matin, 1000, once. 12,000 per 12, per 12, per 12,000 by May. 12, 14. 14,000 per 40. 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 16,000 per 16, but ek het 16,000 per 16,000 per 16, per 16,000 per 16,000. Once, twice. All through. And then 139. One, 5, 8. 158, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, naar wat zellen. 4 tans te dramaneren. 158. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get under wat zellen. Ladies and gentlemen, namens geduld dorpers. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 158. Let's go. 10. 10,000 per matin, per matin, per matin, per matin, 1000, per matin, per matin, per matin, is er per matin, per matin, per matin, is er per matin, per matin, 1000, per matin, per matin, is er per matin, per matin, 1000, bad. Op 10,000, dankie, de matin, is er per matin, per matin, 1000, per matin, per matin, 1000, per mamore klim. En ek 10,000 per matin, per matin, 1000, per matin, per matin, is er per matin, per matin, 1000, per matin, bad. Ek 10,000 per matin, per matin, 1000, per matin, per matin, per matin, is er per matin, per matin, 1000, once. Twice, over. En dan as ek mag. As jy net 153. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 160, lot number 160, ladies and gentlemen, twee dan dramanering, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, let's go. 10,000 per matin, per matin, per matin, 1000, per matin, per matin, is er per matin, per matin, 1000, per matin, per matin, is er per matin, per matin, 1000, per matin, bad. Ek 10,000 per matin, per matin, 1000, per matin, per matin, 1000, once. 12, 12,000 per matin, per matin, per matin, per matin, per matin, per matin, 1000, per matin, per matin, per matin, per matin, 1000, once, twice, all through. 153 by donkey. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 161, 161, 161, twee tandram, LMI van 114. Dirk, wat jou LMI? Let's go! 10,000 per matin, per matin, 1000, per matin, per matin, is er per matin, per matin, 1000, dankie. Ek 10,000 per matin, per matin, 1000, per matin, per matin, 1000, per matin, per matin, is er per matin, per matin, 1000, once. 10 twice, 12 boer. 12,000 per matin, 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 1000, per matin, per matin, per matin, 1000, once, twice, all through, done, 153. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 162, ladies and gentlemen, zelfs story, twee tand, lekker kinderom, ladies and gentlemen, let's go, 10. 10,000 per matin, per matin, per matin, 12, per matin, 12,000, per matin, per matin, 1000, per matin, 15, per matin, 15,000, per matin, 15, 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 once, twice, all through, done. Onder, cover number 3, by number 3, 10, 12, 15. Baie dankie, hy is verkoop bokant vir 15. Dankie. Dames en heren, namens geduld, baie dankie. Hy sê vir julle ook baie dankie. Geduld dorpers, hou hom dop. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ander wat sê, laat nummer 164, ladies and gentlemen, twee tans toe dramanering, let's go! 10 per matin, 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 1000, 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 bad. Ek 10,000 per matin, per matin, 1000, per matin, per matin, 1000, per matin, 10,000 about that, 10,000, 12, 12,000, 12, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, bad. Heck it, 14,000, 40, 16, 18,000, but 16, but 18, 18,000, 18,000, but now 18, 80, but 18, but 18, 80, but 18, bad. 18,000, but 18, 80, but 18, 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 once, twice, all through. Done at 18. 137, dankie Chris. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 165, ladies and gentlemen, namens Kasteel, 2 Dundram, meneering. Lot number 165, lot nummer 156, 165. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, met het laaste van die dorpers. Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. Rammeton Aspeen, cijfer van 109, LMI 103, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go! 10. 10,000 per 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 10,000 op 10,000 rand meneer Sherman klaar. All through. En dan kan ek ry. Baie dankie. Hy het hom 158. Dames en heren, baie dankie. Ek wil hê ons almal moet opstaan en vir elke dorper teeler, vir elke dorper boer vandag hier, vir al ons kopers, staan op, gee vir julle self en vir hulle 'n groot hand. Well done. Righto, dames en heren, internasionale veiling 2025. Ons maak gereed vir die Meatmaster ramme. Ons maak gereed vir die Meatmaster ramme. 158. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 168, ladies and gentlemen, namens Lelikrans, Pieter Lange, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, een van 'n tweeling is one of a twin. Side, Fat Man. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, Merwatsela, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, let wel, stapboek aangeteken. On the dam side, 'n Lelikrans Master dogter. Uit 'n Lelikrans Master dogter aan die moederkant. Side, Lelikrans Fat Man. Let's go! 10,000 per 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 10 baht. Op 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 per 10 baht. Op 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000. Ek 10,000 per 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 10,000 12. Ek 12,000 per 12 per 12 per 14 per 40 per 40 per 14,000 per 40 per 40 baht. Ek 14,000 per 14 per 40 per 40 per 14,000 once. 14,000 twice. 16. 16,000 per 17 per 17,000 per 17 per 17,000 per 17 per 17 per 17 per 17 but once. 16 twice. All through. And all. Dan as ek mag. Terug. Hy is verkoop. 141. Righto, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 169, lot nummer 169, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren. Namens Sterk Fontein Meatmasters, Willem van den Berg Wepener, ladies and gentlemen, he's one of a twin, een van een tweeling, een van een tweeling, een van een tweeling. Willem, is het een Sterkberg? Sterkberg seun, lot nummer 169, let's go. 10,000, number 10, number 10,000, number 10, is number 10, number 10,000, number 12, number 12, 40, number 40, 40, number 40, number 40, 40, number 40, number 16, number 16, number 18, 80, number 18, bad, 25, number 25, number 25, 5, get 5 and 20, number 25, number 25, number 25, number 18, 20, 22, 25. Get 5 and 20, number 25, number 5, number 25, number 27, number now 30. Up there at days, number 30, number 27, number 7, 20, number 27, number 7, 20 days, number 7, 20, number 27, number 27, 7, number 27, number 27, but get 7, 20, number 27, number 7, 20 days, number 27,000, but up 7, 20, number 27, Shalom Clar. Once, twice, all three, en dan kan ek kry. Baie nummer 48, baie dankie. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 107, lot nummer 170, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren. Let wel, al Pieter se ramme is vir vrugbaarheid getoets. Hulle is vir vrugbaarheid getoets. Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 170, ver van hier. 4 ram. Let's go. 10. 10,000, number 10, number 10, number 10, is number 10, number 10,000, number 10, number 10,000, number 10, number 10,000, number 10, number 10, is number 10, number 10,000, but up 10, is number 10, number 10,000, number 10, number 8,000, number 10, number now 80, number 8,000, but 8 is number 10, number 10, number 10, number 8,000, number 10, number 10, number 8,000, number 10, number 8,000, 10, 10 is number 10, number 10,000, 12, 12 is number 12, number 40, 40, 40, number 40, 40, number 40, number 40, 40, 40, number 16, 16 December, 17 December, 17 17 December, 17 bad. 16 December, 17 December, 17 December, 17 December, 16 once, 16 twice, all through, and all. Done at 16. Gou vir ons daai nommer asseblief. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, selling on behalf of Superior Genetics, the college, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 2 tandrammenering. A Rainbow Magic Sun, ladies and gentlemen, Achilles on the mother's side, dames en heren. And look at him, ladies and gentlemen, not number 170, low on the third, lot number 171, 71, let's go. And 10,000, Bermated, Bermatines, Bermated, Bermatin,000, Bermated, Bermatines, Bermated, Bermated, Bermatin,000, Bermated, Bermatin,000, Bermatines, Bermated, Bermatin,000, Bermated, Bermatin, Bad, Ekatines, Bermatin,000, Bermated, Bermated, Bermatines, Bermated, Bermatin,000, Bermatin, Bermatin, Batsa, 12 days, Berma 12, Berma 12, Berma 12, Berma 14, Berma 44, Berma 14, Bad, Ekat 14 days, Berma 14, Berma 16, Berma 16 days, Berma 16, Berma 16,000, Batsa, 16 days, Berma 16,000, Berma 16 days, Berma 16, Berma 16 days, Berma 16,000 once, 16 twice, all through, and all. Done 16,000. What? Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 176, ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 176, lot nummer 176, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, namens Oom Willem Steenkamp, let's go! 10,000, Bermated, Bermated, Bermatin,000, Bermated, Bermatin,000, Bermated, Bermatines, Bermated, Bermatin,000, Bermated, Bermatin,000, Bermated, Bermatin, Bad, 10,000, Bermatin,000, Bermashel allemaal klaar, 10,000, Bermated, Bermatin,000, Bermated, Bermatines, Bermated, Bermatin,000, 10,000 rand meneer, 10,000 dankie. Ek het 10,000 Bermated, Bermatin,000, Bermated, Bermatines, Bermated, Bermatin,000, Bermated, Bermated, Bermatin,000, Bad, ek het 10,000 Bermatin,000 once, 12, 12,000, Berma 12,000, Berma 12, Berma 12, Berma 10, Berma 12,000, Berma 12, Berma 12,000, Berma 12,000, Berma 12,000 once, 12 twice, all through. Done at 12,000, 189. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 177, ladies and gentlemen, namens Millers Bank, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, twee tandrom, let's go! 10,000 Bermated, Bermatin,000, Bermated, Bermatin,000, Bermated, Bermated, Bermatin,000, Bermated, Bermatines, Bermated, Bermatin,000, meneer, 10,000 rand, 10,000, ladies and gentlemen, 10,000 rand begin my, 10,000, 10,000 Bermated, 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 dankie. Ek het 10,000 Bermated, Bermatin,000, Bermated, 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 Bermatin,000, Bermated, Bermatines, Bermated, Bermatin,000, Bermated, Bermatin, 12, 12,000 Berma 40, Berma 40, Berma 40, Berma 40, Berma 40,000, Berma 14,000 Berma 40, Berma 40 bad. Ek het 14,000 Berma 40, 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 Berma 14 once, 14 twice, all through. Dan het 14 as ek mag. 165. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, hier is hy nou. Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 180, lot nummer 80, ladies and gentlemen, namens klaar gehou, twee tandram, let's go. 10,000 Bermated, Bermated, Bermatin,000, Bermated, 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 nie allemaal gelijk nie. Op 10,000 Bermated, Bermatin,000, Bermated, Bermatines, Bermated, Bermatin,000, Bermated, Bermatines, Bermated, Bermatin,000, Bermatin, 8,000 Bermated, 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 Bermated,000, Bermated, Bermated, Bermated,000, Bermated, Bermated, Bermated,000, Bermated, Bermated,000, Bermated, Bermated,000, 8,000 rand meneer, voordat uitgaan, 8,000. 8,000 but now wait, Bermated, 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 Bermated,000, Bermated, Bermated, Bermated,000, Bermated, Bermated, Bermated,000, bad. Ek het 8,000 Bermated, Bermated,000, Bermated, Bermated,000, Bermated, Bermated, Bermated,000, Bermated, 10,000 Bermated, Bermated,000, Bermated, 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 Bermated,000 once, 10 twice, all through, and all. Dan, as ek mag om Chris. Recht, dankie. 165. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 181, 181, 181, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren. Namens Rian Liebenberg, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren. Side, Euro, Stanley Sien. On the dam side, out of 22.499, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren. Lot nummer 181, 181. Dirk, lyk nou ons twee is verkeerd. 181 is vanoggend onttrek. Ons is nou by 182. Nee. So, hulle is reg en jy is verkeerd. Dirkie moet oplet asseblief. Ladies and gentlemen, 182, 182, 182, 182. Namens Uitsig Boerdery, Gustaf Loods. Dames en here, 2 tandram, 2 tandram, 2 tandram. Is lot number 182, 182. Let's go. 10,000 berbatere 10,000 11 bed, half dozen, number 1,000, number 1,000, number 1,000, number 1,000, number 1,000, number 1,000, number 12, number 12, number 12, number 12, number 12, number 12, number 40, 40, number 40, number 40 bed. Get 14,000, number 40, number 40, number 40, number 40, number 40, number 40, number 40 beds. Up 14,000, number 40, number 40, number 40, number 14 once, twice, all through, done at 40. Number 20. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 184, sitting on behalf of Mr. Pieter Lange. Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, side, Lelikraan Zees. On the dam side, 190961. Aan die moederkant, 'n Lelikraans Loek-dogter, wat in 6 jaar reeds 15 lammers gehad het. 2 eenlinge, 3 tweelinge, 1 drieling en 1 vierling. Stamboek aangeteken, lot 184. Ladies and gentlemen, look at him, let's go. 10,000, berbatere, 10,000, number 10 is berbatere, 10,000, number 10 is berbatere, 10,000, number 10,000, number 10, 12. Heck, 12,000, number 12, number 12, number 12,000, number jiga, 12,000, number 12,000, number 12, number 12, number 16, number 17, number 16, number 16, number 16,000, number 17, number 16, number 16, number 16, number 16, bird, 16,000, number 17, number 16, number 16, number 16, number 16, 16,000, but up 16,000, but 17,000, but 16,000, 18,000, but 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 18,000 once, 20,000, but about 20, but about 20,000, but not 20, but about 20, but about 20,000, but not 20, but at 20,000, but about 20,000, but not 20, but about 20, but about 22, get 20, but about 22, but about 20, but about 20, but about 22, but about 22, but about 22, but about 22, up 20, but about 22, 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 once, 22 twice, all through, and all. Dan. Dankie, ek gaan Pietberg toe. Dankie Paul Burger 51065106. Lot nummer 185, 185, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, een van de tweeling, maar 20, ladies and gentlemen, geregistreerde lam, side, Valstorm, ook een van de tweeling. Dames en heren, hierdie ram is in die Lelikraan stoet gebruik. Sy moeder is 'n Witdorper dogter en stamboek aangeteken soos ek gesê het. 185, lot 185, let's go. 10,000, but about 10,000, but about 10 is about that, but about 10, but about 10 is about that, but about 10, but about 10,000, but about 10, but about 10 is about that, but about 10, but heck, 12,000, but about 40, but about 40, but about 40, but about 40, but about 60, but about 60, but about 60, 1880, but about 18, but about 1880, but about 1820, heck, 12,000, but about 20, but about 20, but about 20, but about 20, but 12,000, but about 30, but about 30, but about 20, but about 25, but about 5, but about 27, but about 27, but at 7, but about 30, but about 30, but about 30, 30, Birma 32, Birma 30, Birma 35. Ek het 35, Birma 35, Birma 5, Birma 5, Birma 35, 5. Het 37, Birma 37 online. Het 40,000, Birma 40, Birma 40, Birma 40, Birma 40, Birma 42, Birma 20, Birma 42, Birma 20, Birma 42 bad. Het 45, Birma 45, Birma 5, Birma 45, 5. Ek het 45, Birma 45, Birma 5, Birma 45, Birma 45, Birma Steffert, ons wacht vir jou. Het 45, Birma 45, Birma 5, Birma 45, Birma asking 47. 47, now 50. At 47, 7, Birma 7, 4, Birma 47, but now 47, 7, Birma 47, but now 47, 50. Ek het 50,000, Birma 50, Birma 50, 50, Birma 50, Birma 50, Birma 50, 50, Birma 50, Birma 50, Birma 50, 50, Birma 50, Birma 50, 50, Birma 50 bad. Ek het 50,000, Birma 50, Birma scheme 5. Op 50,000, Birma 50,000, Birma 50, Birma 50, 50, Birma 50, Birma 50,000 once. 50,000 twice. And 5. Fors nuwe bloed. Ek het 55, Birma 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 60. Ek het 60, Birma 60, Birma 60, Birma 60, Birma 60, Birma 60, Birma 60 bad. Ek het 60,000, Birma 60, Birma 60, Birma 60, Birma 60, Birma 60,000, Birma 60 bad. Ek het 60,000, Birma 60, Birma 60, Birma 60, Birma 60, Birma 60, Birma 60 bad. Ek het 60,000, Birma 60, Birma 60,000 once. 60,000 twice. Jou bot. All through. And all. Dan het 60. Geef 'n lekker hande klap. Baie dankie. Baie nummer 58. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 186, lot 186. Dames en heren, kyk hierdie pragtige lyfvet op hierdie ram. Dirk, kyk die klokkies. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Sterk van Duin, Willem van den Berg, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ram het prachtige lyfvet, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren. En not ramonering, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, let's go! 10,000, Birma 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 12. Okay, 12,000, Birma 15, Birma 15, Birma 14, Birma 14, Birma 16, Birma 16,000, Birma 16, Birma 18, Birma 18, Birma 18, bad. At 20,000, Birma 20,000, Birma 20, Birma 20, 20, Birma 20,000, Birma 20, Birma 20, but up 20,000, Birma 20, Birma 20, 20, Birma 20,000, Birma 20, Birma 20, 20, Birma Shalom car. At 22, Birma 20, Birma 22, Birma 20, Birma 20, Birma 22, Birma 20, Birma 22. Ek het 22, Birma 22, Birma 20, Birma 20, Birma 22, Birma 20, Birma 22,000, but up 22, Birma 22, Birma 20, Birma 22, Birma 20, Birma 22, Birma 22. Once. 22,000 twice. All through. And 24. Ek het 24, Birma 24, Birma 4, Birma 24, Birma 4, Birma 24, Birma 24, die hamer het nog nie geval nie. 24, Birma 24, Birma 4, Birma 24, Birma 4, Birma 24,000 bad. Ek het 26, Birma 26, Birma 26, Birma 26, Birma 26 bad. Op 26, Birma 26,000 once. Twice. All through. Hoeveel? Is dit reg? 30. Paul, 30,000. 30,000 sal hierdie ram gaan. 30,000. 30,000 is wat hy kos. 30,000 rand. Hy was eers 40. Ons gee jou 10,000 rand afslag vir vandag. Maar 30,000 rand, 30,000 rand is wat hy kos. Hy is 'n baie slim man, Willem. Omtrent soos jy. Want hy het hom verkoop. Hy het hom gekoop, baie dankie Paul Burger, hy gaan Piketberg toe, 5106. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, wat sê 190, 190, 190, 190, lot 190, 2 Tandram, ver van hier, Pieter Stafford, let's go. 10,000, number 10, number 10, number 10,000, number 10, number 10, number 10,000, number 10, number 10,000, number 10, number 10, number 10, number 10, number 10, number 10,000, number 10, number 10, but okay, 10,000, number 10, number 10,000, number 10, number 10,000 once. 12, 12,000, number 12, number 12, number 12, number 12, number 12, number 12, number 10, number 10, number 12,000, number 12, number 12,000, number 12, number 12,000, number 12, number 12,000 once. 14, 14,000, minimum 40, 40, minimum 40, minimum 40, 40, minimum 40, minimum 40, minimum 40, 40, minimum 40, minimum 40, 40, minimum 40, but up 14,000, minimum 40, minimum 14,000 once, twice, all through, and all done. Dankie Koenie, number 10. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot number 191, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 20 drum, let's go. Prachtige start, prachtige bedekking, let's go. 10,000, number 10, number 10, number 10, number 12, number 12, number 12, number 12, number 12, number 10, number 12,000, number 12, number 12,000, number 12, number 12, number 10, number 10, number 12,000, number 12, bad. Okay, 12,000, number 12, number 12, number 12,000, number 12, number 40, 40, number 40, number 14, 16. Okay, 16,000, number 16,000, number 17,000, number 19, number 18, 80, number 18, number 19, 20. 20,000, number 20, number 20, 20, number 20,000, number 20, number 20, number 20, 20, number 20,000, but okay, 20,000, number 20, 20, number 20, number 20,000, number 20, but okay, 20,000, number 20, number 20, number 20, number 20, number 20 once, 20 twice, all through. 48 by Donkey. Ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 192, 192, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren. Lot number 192. Een Centurion seun uit 'n Top Gun dogter. Dames en heren, 'n lang lyfram met uitstekende groei en bouvorm. Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, groei indeks van 105. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ander wat sê vir maar, ladies and gentlemen, lot number 192, ladies and gentlemen, look at them, let's go. 10,000, number 10, number 10,000, number 10, number 10, number 10, number 10,000, number 10, number 10,000, number 10, 12. Heck, 12,000, number 12,000, number 12, number 12, number 12, number 12, number 10, number 12, bud. Heck, 12,000, number 12,000, number 12, number 12,000, number 12, number 12, number 12, number 12, number 12, 14. Heck, 14,000, number 40, number 40, number 16, number 16,000, number 16, number 16, number 18. 18,000, number 18, 80, number 18, number 18, 90, number 20, 20, number 20,000, number 20, but up 20,000, number 20, number 20, 20, number 20,000, number 20, 20, number 20, number 20, bad. Heck, 20,000, number 20, 20, number 20, 20, number 20. 2 at 22, number 20, number 22, number 20, number 22, number 22. Heck, 20, number 22, number 20, number 22. Up 20,000, number 22, number 22 once, twice, all through. And then number 103. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, look at him. Lot number 193, ladies and gentlemen, 'n jong gebruiksram, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren. 'n Seun van 'n baie goeie Chief Trip. Sy ma se Lucky Night, dames en heren, 'n ram met pragtige bedekking, sterk kop, baie mooi balans tussen vet en bespiering. Hy bly altyd vet. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go. 10,000, number 10, number 10, number 10,000, number 10, 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 12. Heck, 12,000, number 12, number 12, number 10, number 10, number 12,000, number 12 days, number 12, number 12,000, number 12, but heck at 14,000, number 15 days, number 40, number 40, number 40, number 40, number 40, number 16, heck at 16 days, number 16 days, 18, 18 days, number 20, 20, number 20, number 20, number 22, number 20, number 22, but heck at 20, number 22, number 20, number 22,000, number 20, number 22, number 20, number 22, up 20, number 22, number 22, number 22, once, twice, and 5 at 27 about 7 20 about 27 about now 27 7 about 27 about now 27 at 7 20 about 27 about now 7 20 about 27 about now 27 7 about 27 once 30 there days about 30 about 30 about 30 30 about 30 about 30 about 30 30 about 30 about 32 once twice all through done at 32,000 by donkey 191. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 194, 194, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lucky four. Lucky four on the side, on the dam side, next door. Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot number 194, let's go. 10 days, about 10,000, about 10,000, about 10, about 10 days, about 10, about 12, 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 but okay, 14 days, about 40, 40, about 40, about 16, about 16 days, about 16, about 16, about 16, but 18 days, about 18, 80, about 18, about 20, 20, about 20 days, about 2, at 22, about 20, about 25, about 25, 5, okay, 7, 200 days, about 27, about 27, 7, about 27, about 27, 7 by May, at 7, 20, about 27, about 27, 30, at there days, about 30, about 30, about 32, about 30, about 32, about 30, about 32, but okay, 20 days, about 32, about 30, about 32,000 once, twice, and 5 at 35, about 5, about 37, about now 7, there, about 37, about now 37, 7, about 37, about now 37, 40, at 4 days, about 40, about 40, about 40, about 40, about 40, about 40,000, about now once, 40,000 twice, all through, down at 40, 127, baie dankie Dr. J.A. van Wyk, lot nummer 195, 195, ladies and gentlemen, 'n baie jong Magic Rooi Valk seun uit 'n damn important dogter, wat goeie teelware sterk kop. Hy's dik, hy's breed, hy's diep. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 195, let's go. 10,000, about 10, about 10 days, about 12, about 12 days, about 13, about 17, about 17 days, about 20, about 30, about 22, about 25, up 5 and 20, about 25, about 25, about 7, 20, about 27, about 27 by May, 7, 20, about 30, 30, about 30,000, about 10 days, about 30, about 30, about 32, about 30, about 32, but get 5 and about 35, about 35, about 37, about 7 days, about 37, but up 7, about 37, about 37, about 37, once, twice, all through, and on documentary 75. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 199, 199, sitting on behalf of Mustang, Kearney, Louis Fontaine. Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, hierdie is 'n ramlam, pragtig besig om sy bedekking te verloor. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, let's go. 10,000, about 10, about 10, about 10, about 10, about 10, about 10, about 10,000, about 10, about 10, about 10 days, about 10, about 10, about 10,000, about 10, about 10 days, about 10, about 10, but 10 days, about 10, about 10,000, about 10, about 10 days, about 10, about 10, about 10, about 12, at 12 days, about 12, about 12, about 12, about 14, about 45, about 40, about 40, about 16, 16 days, about 16,000, about 16 days, about 16,000, but 16 days, about 16, about 17, 18, 80, but 18, 80, but 18, 18, 18, but 18,000, but 18, 80, but 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, once, twice, all through. Thank you, Twiston Smith van Ellis Ras 5102. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 200, lot nummer 200, selfe story, in Kenny, Osvlei, 2 tandra meneer, let's go. 10,000 berbatere 10,000 rand meneer 8 bid 8 bid 8 boot 8,000 10,000 12 ek het 12,000 12,000 once 12 twice 14 14,000 14 once twice over dan het 14 165 baie dankie. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 201 namens Johan Nel, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, kyk hier Ramses te kop, dames en heren, diepte, and ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, hy is nog een ramlam, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, wat sê hulle, let's go! Op 10,000 10,000 12 ek het 12,000 14 at 14 16 16,000 18 20 ek het 20,000 20,000 2 at 20 22 bad at 22 22 boy up 22 Jobbertse at 22 once twice all through. Thank you, Banners. 112 indien jy 'n sleutel verloor het, lyk soos 'n slotsleutel, kom kry my by Dirk. Hy vra tog net as dit joune is, bring net vir my room hy saam. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 20222, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren. Ramlam, weer namens Johan Nel, let's go. 10,000 10,000 bad op 10,000 8,000 8 dae gevat 1000 10,000 12,000 once 12 twice 14 14 14 ek het 15,000 once twice all through 15 158 Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 203, lot nummer 203, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 2 tandram, prachtig, bezig om sy bedekking te verloor. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, let's go. 10,000 14,000 once, twice, all through 14. 110. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 206, ladies and gentlemen, selling on behalf of Bonus Nell, ladies and gentlemen, Omega Meatmasters, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 206, let's go! 10,000 per Martin, per Martinez, per Martin, per Martinez, per Martin, per 10,000 per Martin, per Martinez, per Martin, per 10,000 per Martin, per Martinez, per Martin, per 10,000 dankie. 10,000 per 10,000 per Martin, per 10,000 per Martin, per Martinez, per Martin, per 10,000 12. Ik het 14,000 per 40, per 40, per 40, per 40, per 40, per 40, per 14 16. Ik het 16,000 per 17,000 per 16, per 17,000 per 16, per 18. 18,000 per 18, 80 per 18. Per 18, per 18, per 18, 80, per 18, per 18, 80, per 18, per 18, 80, per 18, bid 18,000 per 18, 80, per 18,000 once 19 at 19,000 per 19, 90 per 19, per 19, per 19, per 19 once twice all through and done 110. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, hy is nie in die katalogus nie, 207, daar het 'n drukkersduiwel ingetree, so hy is nie in die katalogus nie, kyk hoe mooi, 207, let's go, pragtige bedekking, lekker groot breë stert, let's go, 10,000 per Martin, per Martin, per Martin, per 10,000 per Martin, per Martin, per Martin, per 10,000 per Martin, per Martin, but 10,000 per Martin, per 10,000 per Martin, per Martin, per Martin, per 10,000 per Martin, per 10,000, but 10,000 per Martin, per Martin, per 10,000, per 10, per 10,000, 12, 12,000 per 40, per 40, per 40, per 40, per 40, per 40, again, 16,000 per 18, 80 per 18, per 18, 80 per 18, 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 bid 18,000 per 18, 80 per 18, per 18, 80 per 18, per 18, per 18 once, 18 twice, all through, 48. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 207, lot nummer 207, ladies and gentlemen, making his way. Ach, jammer, 208, 208, jammer, 208. Ladies and gentlemen, namens om Willem Steenkamp, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, let wel hierdie rammers in sy kudde gebruik, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, wat sê vir hom lade, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, let's go. Op 10,000 per Martin, per 10,000 vir die stoetram, nummer 10,000, nummer 10,000, hy sy nie kudde gebruik, nummer 10, per Martin, per Martin, per Martin, per 10,000, per Martin, per 10,000, per my D, per my D, per my D, per my 1,000, per my 1,000, per my D, per my bid, 8,000 rand vir die ram, my 1,000, dankie, 8,000 per my D, per my D, per my 1,000, per my D, per my D, per my D, per my 1,000, per my D, per my D, per my 1,000, per my D, per my D, per my 1,000, per my D, per my D, per my 1,000, once, twice, all through. Dan 8,000, baie dankie Norman de Jager, 5092. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 210, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 210, Muldersbank, let's go, tweetand. 8,000 per my D, per my D, per my D, per my 1,000, per my D, per my D, per my 1,000, per my D, per my D, per my D, per my 1,000, 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 per my D, per my 1,000. 8,000 per my D, per my 1,000, but now I D, per my 1,000, per my 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 D, per my 1,000, but now I bid 8,000, per my 10, per my 10,000, per my 10,000, per my 10, per my 10,000, per my 10, but 18,000, per my 10, per my 10,000, per my 10,000, per my 10, per my 10,000, per my 10 once, 10 twice, all through, and done, 4-6. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, selling on behalf of SJ Visser, ladies and gentlemen, the Meatmaster, Skinnard, lot 212, let's go, lot 212. Hop, der ander wat sê vir my, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, tweede andere meneering, let's go. Hop, 8,000 by deeper by deeper by deeper by 1,000 by 1,000 by mount is but now way deeper by 1,000 by deeper by 1,000 by deeper by 1,000 by deeper by bird 8,000 by deeper by deeper by deeper by 10,000 by 10,000 by 10 by 10 but 12,000 by 12 by 12 by 40 by 40 by 40 by 40 by 16 ek 16,000 by 16,000 by 16 by 16,000 by 16 by 16 by 16,000 by 16,000 by 16 by 16,000 by 16 by op 16,000 by 16,000 by 16 once all through and all done at 16 by number 6 dames en heren, hier binne het iemand sy boekie met sy foon. Sy boekie met sy foon gelos. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, wat sê lot number 2 on 4, ladies and gentlemen, 2 on 4, let's go. On behalf of SJ, ladies and gentlemen, 8,000 by deeper by deeper by deeper by 1,000 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 by deeper by 1,000 but now we deeper by bird 8,000 by deeper by 1,000 but now 8,000 once 10 10,000 10,000 12 12,000 but 12 12,000 but 12,000 but not 12,000 but 12 14 up 14,000 but 40 40 but 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 14 once twice all through then at 14 thank you Lesoli Mogorosi from Bloemfontein 5016 as Bloemfontein. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, hier is het klip, daarom, ladies and gentlemen, de grim.
Dis hy 2-1. 220 of 221?
Lot number 221, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, wat sê hulle, side Big Mac. Hierdie ram is gebruik in die Amerika, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, let's go! Op 10,000 per 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 10,000 but op 10,000 per 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 10,000 but op 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 12 at 12,000 per 12,000 per 12 14 at 14,000 per 40 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 per 14 once 14 twice all through done at 14 48 boys ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 222, lot nummer 222, ladies and gentlemen, seun van Stainless wat weer 'n seun is van Blacksmith. Side Stainless going back Blacksmith. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, wat sê hulle vir almal, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, wat sê hulle, let's go. 10,000 per 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 10,000 but op 10,000 per 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 10,000 once 10 twice 12 at 12,000 per 12 per 12 per 12,000 per 12 per 12 per 12,000 per 12,000 per 12 per 12 per 40 per 40 but again ek het 16,000 per 16 per 16,000 per 16 per 16,000 but at 16,000 per 16,000 per 16 per 16,000 per 16 once 18 18,000 per 18,000 per 18,80 per 18 per 18,80 per 18 per 18,80 per 18 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 once twice all through 103 Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot number 225, 225, 225, 225, 225. Lelikrans Mussolini is in die stoet gebruik. On the dam side, uit die Lelikrans Max dochter, wat lekker baie gelam het. Side Matador. Dames en heren, een van de tweede nummer wat twin, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, geregistreerde lam, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, wat sê die, hier is 'n stuk vleis. Let's go. 10,000 10,000 op 10,000 dankie. Ek het 10,000 op 14 Desember op 16 Desember op 16 Desember 18 Desember 18 20 ek het 20 Desember 20 20,000 20,000 Desember 20 but once 20 but twice, all through, done at 20. 132. Well, Dirk, jammer, hy was net so 'n klein bietjie te stadig. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 227, 227, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 227. Side Fat Man. Hy is een van die drieling manne wat triplet, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren. On the dam side, uit 'n tweeling, Jos dochter, wat in 3 jaar, 3 keer gelam het met 7 lammers. Ladies and gentlemen, 227, let's go. 10,000 10,000 at 12 even 20 op 20,000 25 ek het 25 25 at 27 but now 27 but op 27 but 27 but now 30 ek het 30,000 but 30,000 but 32 at 32 but 32 but 35 but 35 ek het 35 but 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 ek het 35,000 but 35 but 35 op 35,000 but 35 but 35 once 35 twice, all through, and all. Dan number 156, 156, bye, donkey, 156. Ladies and gentlemen, that is number 233, lot number 233, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, Magic King Sean. On the side, Magic King Sean. On the dam side, Lucky Book. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, sterk gebouwde ram met baie goeie groei. En kyk bietjie sy syfers. LMI 118, groei 130, reproduksie 112, speen direk 128, speen maternaal 123, na speen 126. Jy kry hulle nie veel beter as dit nie. Let's go. 10,000 but 10 but 12 but 12,000 but 12,000 but 12,000 but 12 but 12 but 12 but 12 but 12,000 but 12,000 but now 40 but 40 but ek het 16,000 but 16,000 but 16,000 but 16,000 but 16,000 but op 16,000 but 16,000 but 16,000 but 16,000 but ek het 16,000 but 16,000 but 16,000 but 16,000 but my hele laat 'n goeie ram verby gaan vir my geld 18,000 but 19 20 20 but 20,000 but 22, ek het 22, nummer 24, nummer 26, nummer 26, nummer 26, nummer 28, bad, 28, nummer 30, 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 but once, 30 twice, all through, done at 30,000, 48, 148, dankie Dirk. Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, lot number 235, 235. 60 gram, dames en heren, Churchill, kleinseun uit 'n Lucky Night dogter. Dames en heren, hierdie ram is self in 'n seisoen in hulle kere gebruik. Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, lot number 235 in the ring, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Superior Genetics, call it, let's go. 10,000, but about 10, but about 10, but about 10, is about 10, 12, at 12 days, but about 12, but about 12, but about 20, but about 10, but about 12,000, but about 12 days, but about 12, but about 12, but about 12, but about 12, but about 12,000, but not 12, but about 14 again, at 16 days, but about 18 days, but about 16, but about 18 days, but about 16,000, but about 16, but at 16 days, but about 16, but about 18 days, but about 16,000, but about 18 days, but about 16,000, but my laat 'n goeie ram verby gaan vir min geld. 16 days, but about 17 days, but about 16, but about 18 days, but about 16, but about 16, but op 16 days, but about 18, 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 20. Ek het 20 days, but about 20, but about 20, but about 20, 20, but about 20, but about 20, 20, but about 20, but op 20 days, but about 20, 20, but about 20,000, but about 20, but about 20 days, but about 20,000, but op 20 days, but about 20, but about 20, 20, but about 20,000 once, 20 twice, all through, and all. Done. 156, 20,000. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, wat sê lot nummer 238, 238, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, Vlamseun uit 'n Fat Magic dogter, dames en heren, prepotency, 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 dames en heren, lot nummer 238, let's go! 10,000, but about 10, 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 12, 14, 13, 14, at 15 days, but about 40, 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 but about 40 again. Look at 16 days, but about 1980, but about 18, but about 1880, but about 18, but about 1880, but about 18, but about 18,000, but about 18 bad, 18,000, but about 1880, but about 18, but about 1880, but about 18, but about 1880, but about 18, but about 18,000 once, 18 twice, all through. Dan at 18. Baie dankie nommer 6. Ladies and gentlemen, not number 243. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 243, ladies and gentlemen, namens Omega Meatmasters, ladies and gentlemen, bonus now, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, let's go. Up 10,000, but about 10, but about 10,000, but about 10, but about 10, but about 10, but about 10,000, but about 10, but about 10,000, but about 10, 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 but up 10,000, but about 10, but about 10,000, 8. 8,000, but about 10, 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 but about 1,000, but about 10, 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 but about 1,000, but about 10, but about 1,000. 8,000 rand, dankie. 8,000, but about 10, but about 10, but about 10, but about 1,000, but about 10, but about 10, but about 1,000, but about 10, but about 1,000, but about 10, but about 1,000, but about once. 10. 10,000, but about 10, but about 10,000, but about 10, but about 10,000, but about 10, but about 10,000, 12. Ek het 12,000, but about 12, 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 but about 12,000, but about 12 once, twice, all through. Done at 12,048. Double chicken Jay's flute. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, Witdorper, ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 245, 245, ladies and gentlemen, namens Lelykrans, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, Sai Jabra, een van de drieling. Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, Witdorper, lot nummer 245, let's go! 10,000, berapa 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 10,000, once, 12, 14, 14, berapa 40, berapa 40, berapa 40, berapa 40, berapa 16,000, berapa 16, berapa 16,000, berapa 16, berapa 16, berapa 18,000, berapa 18, 80, berapa 80, berapa 18, 20, 20, berapa 20,000, berapa 20, berapa 20, 20, berapa 20, but, 20, berapa 20, berapa 20, 20, berapa 25, at 5 and 20, berapa 25, berapa 5, berapa 25, berapa 27, berapa 27, but at 30,000, berapa 30, berapa 30, berapa 30, berapa 30,000, berapa 30,000, berapa 30, berapa 30, berapa 30, but at 30,000, berapa 30, berapa 30, berapa 35, berapa 35, 5, at 5 and 30, berapa 35, berapa 5, berapa 35, berapa 35, once, 37, 37, 40, 40,000. 40,000, berapa 40, 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 berapa 2, ek 42, berapa 42, berapa 20, berapa 42, berapa 20, berapa 42, but ek 42, berapa 42, berapa 20, berapa 20, berapa 42, berapa 20, berapa 42, once, twice, all through, and done, your bid, sir. Net gou julle nommer? 58. Het lyk my die vrouens koop met die man se geld die ramme. Want die mans bied lekker en dan skit die vrou haar kop. Hy gebruik seker haar geld. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, wat sê ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, dis net 'n grappie, hoor. Ag, Dirk. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, wat sê ladies and gentlemen, 246, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. One of a twin, Sai Jabra. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, wat sê ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 10, minima 10, minima 10, minima 10, minima 10, minima 10,000, minima 10, minima 10,000, minima 10, but, ek 10,000, minima 10, 12, 12,000, minima 12, minima 40, 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 but, 14,000, minima 16, minima 16,000, minima 16, minima 16,000, but, ek 16,000, minima 16,000, minima 16, minima 16,000, minima 16,000, minima 16,000, but, 16,000, minima 16,000, minima 16, minima 16,000, once, twice, all through. Dan het 16. Baie dankie Karel Du Plessis, Durbanville, Weskaap, 5027. Righto, dames en heren. Vir al die Meatmaster manne, baie dankie. Vir almal wat julle diere gekoop het, dankie aan julle ook. Kom ons gee mekaar 'n lekker groot hand, baie dankie. Baie dankie al die Meatmasters. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, Van Roy, die Van Roy span, 250. Namens Kasteel, dames en heren, Pieter Wiese, Side Kasteel seun, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, stoedramanering, lot 250. Let's go. 10,000, berapa 10, berapa 10, berapa 10, berapa 8,000, berapa 8,000, berapa 80, berapa 80, berapa 80, berapa 8,000, berapa 80, berapa 8,000, berapa 80, berapa 80, berapa 8,000, berapa 80, berapa 8,000, but 8,000, berapa 80, berapa 8,000, berapa 80, berapa 8,000, 8,000 rand meneer. Stoet Van Roy, 8,000. 8,000, berapa 80, berapa 80, berapa 80, berapa 8,000, berapa 80, berapa 8,000, berapa 80, berapa 8,000, berapa 80, berapa 8,000, berapa 80, berapa 8,000. Kom ons probeer 6. 6,000 rand. Dankie. 6, 7. 7,000, berapa 7, berapa meneer Versaghi? 8,000. 8,000, berapa 10, berapa 10, berapa 8,000, berapa 10, berapa 10, berapa 8,000, berapa 10, berapa 10, berapa 8,000, berapa 10, berapa 8,000, but now 80, berapa 8,000, berapa 8, but ek het 8,000, berapa 10, berapa 8,000, berapa 10, berapa 8,000, berapa 8,000, berapa 8, once, Dis bokant oom PJ, dis nie by jou nie. 9,000, number 9,000, number 9,000, once, twice, all through. Done. Dankie Uncle PJ van Rensburg, hy gaan Kraddock toe. Tannie, help hom met die sak asseblief. Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. Lot nummer 251, Something Special, Type 5, uitstekend, uitstekend, uitstekend gedeel. Twee tand, ladies and gentlemen, side, Kasteelseen, on the dam side, Loster. Dames en heren, look at him, let's go. 10,000, number 10 is number 10,000, number 10,000, number 10 is number 10, number 10 is number 10,000. Ons gaan nie onder 10 begin nie. As ons nie op 10 begin nie, ja, gaan kom uit. Dankie. Wekke 10,000, number 10,000, number 10,000, type 5. 10,000, number 10,000, number 10,000, number 10, 12. Wekke 12,000, number 12, number 14, number 14, bad. Op 15,000, number 14, once, twice, all through. Done at 15. Number 10, boys. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 252. Namens Louis van Rensburg, tweetand cruiser seun. Een van 'n drieling, one of a triplet, tweetand, type 5, 'n prentjie. Let's go. 10,000, 10, 12, 15. 15,000, 15, 16, at 16,000, 18, 18, 20, at 22, 22, 24, 26, at 27, 28, 28, 30, at 32, 35, at 37, 37, 40, 45, at 50, 50, ek het 50, Hilbo, 50 Hilbo, 55, 60, 55, 55, once, twice, all through, dan het 55, baie dankie gee allemaal 'n groot hand, dankie om Connie, koop nummer 10, baie nummer 10. Geluk van Rensburgs. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, wat sê lot nummer 253253, ladies and gentlemen, stoot, ramlam, side 22,011, ladies and gentlemen, een van de tweeling, let's go, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 12, at 12,000, 15, 70 bad, heck at 17 days, 70, 20, heck at 22, bad, heck at 22, 25, at 5 and 25, 25, bad, up 5 and 25, 25, once, twice, all through. Done at 25,000, by donkey and by geluk julle. 95. Excuse me. Dames en heren, ons het net twee sulke vinnige vouchers wat ons graag wil uitdeel. Stiaan het redelik nou hier in 'n rafeltafel die nommers uitgeskit. En die eerste is as daai koper 6, as koper 6 dalk hier is. Is koper 6 hier? Goed, dan gaan ons dit aan die volgende ene, koper 10. Uh, 128, 128, 57, is hy hierso? 57, 11, 135, 95. Baie dankie. Julle maak het moeilijk. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, wat sê hulle, ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 254. 254, meneer, 254. Stoet Ramlam, Stoet Ramlam. Namens Witdorper, let's go. 10. 10,000, nummer 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 10,000, let's go. 8,000, 8,000, 8,000 rand. 8,000? Wat is die verskil tussen 7 en 8,000 rand op 'n nasionale veiling? Het 8,000 per by 10 per by 1000 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 per by 10 per by 10 per by 1000 per by 10 per by 1000 once, twice, over. En dan. Dankie om Chris. 29. 254, 254, 254, in the ring, 255, 2 tons to drum. Let's go. 8,000 per by 10 per by 10 per by 10 per by 10 per by 1000 per by 10 per by 10 per by 1000 per by 10 per by 1000 per by 255, 8,000 rand te begin, 8,000, dankie. 8,000 per by 10 per by 10 per by 1000 per by 10 per by 10 per by 1000 per by 10 per by 10 per by 10 per by 1000 per by 10 per by 10 per by 1000 per by 10 per by 1000 per by 10 per by 1000 once, twice, all through. Baie dankie. 161. Lot number 256, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 2 tons te drum in die ring, 2 tons te drum, namens Petrus Ludwig, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. 8,000 per by 10 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 per by 1000 per by 10 per by 10 per by 10 per by 1000 per by 10 per by 10 per by 1000 per by dankie. 8, 10. 12 as ek mag, dankie. 12,000 per by 12,000 per by 12 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 per by 12,000 per by 12,000 per by 12,000 per by 12,000 per by 12 once, 12 twice, all through, and then 4, number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 257, 257, ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 257, Stoedram, Stoedram, 257, let's go. 10,000 per by 10, per by 10, per by 1000, per by 8,000, per by 80, per by 1000, per by 10, 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 per by 1000, 8,000 rand meneer, 8,000, 8,000, 6,000, dankie. En 6,000 per by 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 6 once, 6 twice, all through. Petrus, is Petrus hier so? Petrus, is het recht? Dankie. Just your number please again, 99. 258, 258, 258, 258. Prachtige sterktebom. Ladies and gentlemen, 258, Stoetram, Stoetram, Stoetram. Let's go. As jy ernstig is oor hulle, hier is hy vir jou. Stoetram, let's go. 10,000 per by 10, per by 10, per by 10,000, per by 10, per by 10,000, per by 10 is er met 10, per by 10, per by 10,000, per by 10, per by 10 is er met 10, per by 10 baad. Op 8,000 per by 10, per by 10, per by 1,000, per by 8,000 met nou 10. Ek 10,000 per by 10, per by 10,000, per by 10, per by 10,000, per by 10, per by 10, per by 10, per by 10 baad. Ek 10,000 per by 10, per by 10,000, per by 10, per by 10,000, per by 10, per by 10 met sy. Ek 10,000 per by 10, per by 10,000, 12. Ek 12,000 per by 12, per by 14, per by 40, per by 40, per by 40. 14 once, 14 twice, all through, and all done. 14,105. Lot number 259, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, side 2300. On the dam side, hospitaal, tweedans to the ram. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get under wat sy laam neer en maak sy so daar, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. 8,000, 8,000, baie mooi pigment, 'n ram met baie mooi pigment. 8 bid, 10. 10,000, but 10,000, but 10,000, but 10, but 10, 12, 12, but 12,000, but 12, but 12,000, but 12, but 12, but 12, but 12, but 20, but 10, but 10, but 10, but 12,000, but ek get 12,000, but 12, but 12,000, but 12, but 12, but 12, but 12, but 12,000 once, 12 twice, all through. 12,000 baie dankie. 20. 20 sal hom koop. 20 sal hom koop, 20,000. Hy vra wat van 15,500? Kan ek jou vra vir 16,000? Ek weet nie wie jy nie. Nou moet ek vir hom sê, nou moet hy sê is rooi is oom. Hy sê is reg, 16 plus wat. Dankie rooi is 16 plus wat. Rooi is net gou jou nommer. 166, baie dankie. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer lot nummer 270, nummer 2 Siggy, ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 2 Siggy, ladies and gentlemen, namens DW Swart, ladies and gentlemen, let's go! 8,000, nummer by 10, nummer by 10, nummer by 10, nummer by 1,000, nummer by 10, nummer by 10, nummer by 10, nummer by 10, nummer by 1,000, number by 10, nummer by 10, nummer by 1,000, number by 10, nummer by 1,000, but 8,000, nummer by 1,000, nummer by 1,000, 6,000 rand te begin, 6,000? 6 online, 7, 6, 6,000, but 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 6,000 once, twice, 7, 8, 7 het ek klaar daaronder gevat, 8, 8,000, but by 10, 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 but by 1,000, but by 10, but by 1,000, but by 10, but by 10, but by 1,000. Kom vir ons hier so vir my. Glad nie. 8,000, but by 10, but by 1,000, 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 once, twice, all through. Dan het hy 1,000. Baie dankie, net gou daai nommer van jou. 155, 155, baie dankie. $262, lot number 262. Namens Pieter Wiese, dames en heren, side, lange ramseen, on the dam side, ou ramseen, dames en heren, tweetans te dram en heren, let's go. 8,000. 8,000, but by 10, but by 10, but by 10, but by 1,000, but by 10, but by 10, but by 1,000, 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 6,000 rand vir hom, but by 6,000, but now 7,7, but now 7,7, but by 10, but by 10, but by 10, but by 1,000, but by 8,000, but by 10, but by 10, but by 1,000, 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 once, 9, 9,000, number 9,000, number 9,000, number 9,000, number 9,000, once, twice, all through, 10,000 rand sal hom koop, 10,000 rand sal hom koop, sy baas, sy eienaar, sy teeler. Chris, en dan sê my net nie nou op hom nie asseblief. Dankie. Hot ones to lot number 263, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 263, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ander wat sê, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, twee danse drum, let's go. Dis hulle. Dankie. Ek het 10.000 per 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 10 once, twice, over. En dan. Kom maar 29 by dankie. Uh, 263. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 264, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, side, 22-300 SA Junior kampioen, dames en heren, aan die vaderkant, een tweedansprogram, let's go, 8, 8.000 per by 10, per by 10, per by 10, per by 1000, per by 10, per by 10, per by 1000, per by 10, per by 10, per by 1000, per by 10, per by 1000, per by 10, per by 10, per by 1000, per by 10, per by 1000, per by 10, per by 10, ek het 8.000 per by 10, per by 10, per by 10,000, per by 10, per by 10, per by 12, ek 12.000 per by 12, per by 12,000, per by 12, per by 12, per by 12, per by 12, per by 10, per by 10, per by 10, per by 12,000, per by 12, per by 14 bad, ek het 14.000 per by 40, 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 per by 14,000, per by op 14.000 per by 40, per by 40, per by 14, once, twice, all through. Well done at 14. Buy number 99. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 265, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, stoot Ramlam, side 2211. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ander wat sê, ladies and gentlemen, yes, quality. 10.000 per 10, per 10,000, per 10, per 10,000, per 10, per 10,000, per 10, per 10,000, per 10, per 10, 8.000 per 10, per 10,000, per 10, per 10,000, per 10, per 10, per 10, per 10, per 10,000, but now 8 bad. 8.000 per 10, per 10,000, per 9, at 9,000, maar ek is er 'n pot geweest daar. Jy so 3 minute laat. 8.000 per 10, per 10,000, per 10, per 10,000, per 10, per 10,000, per 10,000 once. 9, 10. 10.000 per 10, per 10,000, per 10, 12. Ek het 12.000 per 12, per 12, per 12, per 12, per 12,000, per 12.000, per 12, per 12,000, but 12.000 per 12, per 12,000, per 12, per 12 once. 14, 14.000 per 40, 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 per 14 once, twice, all through. Dan is 14. 95. Lot nummer 266, 266, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren. Stoot Ramlam, namens Louis Botma, let's go! 8,000 per by 10, per by 10, per by 10, per by 10, per by 1,000, per by 10, per by 10, per by 1,000, per by 10, per by 10, per by 1,000, per by 10, per by 10, per by 1,000, per by 10, per by bird. Ek het 12.000 per by 10, per by 1,000, per by 10, per by 1,000, once, twice, all through. 103, 110, number 10. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 267, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 267, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, Ramlam, let's go. Hop, naar ander wat sê, ladies and gentlemen, 8.000 per nou 80, per by 10, per by 10, per by 10, per by 1,000, per by 10, per by 10, per by 1,000, 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 per by 10, per by 10, per by 1,000, per by 1,000, per by 1,000, 6.000 rand per heren, per by 6.000, per by 6, per by 6,000, per by 6.000, per by 6,000. Meneer, dankie. Ik heb 6.000 rand per heren, per by 6.000, per by 6, per by 6.000, per by 6,000. Once, twice, all through. Dan 6,000, number. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 268, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 4 tons to drum. Side 500, let's go. 8,000 per my day, per my day, per my day, per my 1,000, per my day, per my day, per my 1,000, per my day, per my 1,000, per my day, per my 1,000, per my 1,000. 6,000 rand te begin, 6,000. 6,000 per my 6,000 per my 6,000 per my 6,000 per my 6,000. 6,000 rand meneer. 6 hit ek. 6 bid. 6,000 per my 6,000 per my 6,000 per my 7,7 per my 7,7 per my 7 per my 7,7 per my 7 per my 7 even asking 8. Ek het 7,000 per my 7,000 per my 7,7 per my 7 per my 7,7 per my 7 per my 7,7 per my 7 once. Twice. All through. Down at 7. 105. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot number 269. Get a 4 dan. Let's go. 6,000 per my 6,000 per my 7,000 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 per my 6,000 per my 6,000 board. Op 6,000 per my 7,000 per my 6,000. 6,000 rand. 6,000 to start. 6,000 rand meneer. Ek dink jy ons gaan maar onder 6,000 nie. 6,000. Ek gaan het vat vir 'n begin. 5,000 per my 5, per my 5, per my 5, per my 5,000, per my 5, per my 5, per my 5, per my 5, per my 5 once, twice, all through. Petrus, ek kan 5 kry. Dankie. Gekoop. 30. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 270, 270, 270. Ladies and gentlemen, selling on behalf of Mr. Kuni Kotsa. Ladies and gentlemen, side 34,18332 on the dam side 515015. Let's go. Oh, 6,000 per my 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 5. 5,000 per my 5,000 per my 5, 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 per my 5 once, twice, all through. Kan ek kry. 5,000. Reg? Baie nummer 30. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 271, ladies and gentlemen, 207, 271, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, fullback, side 34, JVR, ladies and gentlemen, 5 bet, 5,000, per my 5, 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 per my 5,000, per my 5, per my 5, per my 5, per my 5, per my 5,000, per my 5, per my 5, 5,000, 5,000 rand. Gaan ons om wat uitgaan? Laat hy net eers uitgaan asseblief, hy is nie te kopie. Hy is verkoop. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 273, ladies and gentlemen, 273, 273, 273, 273, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 2 tans te drum. Let's go. 8,000, 8,000. 8,000 per my day, per my day, per my day, per my day, per my 1,000, per my day, per my day, per my day, per my 1,000, per my day, per my day, per my 1,000, per my day, per my 9, at 9,000 per my 9, per my 10, per my 10,000, per my 10 bad. Okay, 10,000 per my 10, per my 10, per my 10,000, per my 10, per my 10,000, once, twice, all through. 12, at 12,000 per my 12, 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 per my 11,000, 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 11, 11, 12, 12,000 per my 12, per my 12, per my 12, per my 12, per my 12,000, per my 12, once, twice, all through. 12,000, baie dankie. 29. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 275, is die laaste een van hulle? Laaste een van hulle, lot nummer 275, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 275, lot 275, 6 gram, let's go. 5. 5,000 per my 5, 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 per my 5,000, per my 5, per my 5, per my 4. 4,000 per my 4, per my 4,000, per my 4, 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 per my 4,000, per my 4, per my 4, per my 4, per my 4,000, per my 4, per my hold on. Op 4,000 R, meneer, as jy moet klaar het, 4,000 once, twice, all through and all done, kan ek kry, 4. Baie nummer 30, baie dankie. Daar hy, valie van rooi telers, kopers, kykers, gee hulle lekker aan, dames en heren, dankie. Dit is net soos die skape, rateltuig. Right, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, laaste span vir die dag, Persies. Lot nummer 280, 280. Namens Dirkie Kotse, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 4 tandram, let's go. 6,000 rand, 6,000 dankie. Ek het 6,000, maar 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 7, at 7,000, maar 7,7, maar 7, maar 7,7, maar 7, maar 7,7, maar 7, maar 7,7, maar 7, once, twice, all through. En dan as ek mag, 7,000, 218, dankie. Namens meneer PJ van Rensburg, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, 281, lot nummer 281, let's go. 6,000, maar 6,000, maar This is about 6,000, but 6,000, but 6,000, but 6,000, but 8,000, but 8,000, but 8,000, but 80,000, but 8,000, but 10, 10,000, but 10, 12, 12,000, but 12, but 12,000, but 12, but 12, but 12, but 12,000, but 12, but 12, but 10, but 12, but 12,000, but 12,000, but 12, but 12,000, but 12 once, 12 twice, all through. Done. Dankie Uncle PJ, 78. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 283, 283, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 283, 6 tandram. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, wat zellen voor allemaal, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, wat zellen, let's go! 6,000, 6,000, maar 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 6,000, ek het 6,000, maar 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 6,000, op 6,000, maar 6,000, maar 6,000, maar 6,000, maar 6,000, maar 6,000, 7, ek het 7,7, maar 7, maar 7,7, maar 7, maar 7,7, maar 7, 8, 8,000, maar 80, maar 80, maar 80,000, maar 80, maar 80, maar 80, maar 80,000, maar 80, maar 80, maar 80,000, but now 80, maar 80,000 once, 8,000 twice, all through. And all. Done at 8,000, 218. Ladies and gentlemen, 284. Lot number 284. 2 tons to the rum, 2 tons to the rum. Namens Pieter Andries Visa. Let's go. 6. 6,000 Birma 6,000 Birma 6,000 Birma 6,000 Birma 6,000 Birma 6,000 Birma 5. Ek het 5,000 Birma 5 Birma 5 Birma 5 Birma 5,000 Birma 5 Birma 5 Birma 5 Birma 5 Birma 5 Birma 5 5 Birma 5 6. Ek het 6,000 Birma 6,000 Birma 6,000 Birma 6,000 Birma 6,000 Birma 6,000 Birma 8,000 Birma 10 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 Birma 1,000 Birma 10 Birma 10 8,000 Birma 10 Birma 10 Birma 10 Birma 10 Birma 1,000 Birma 10 Birma 10 Birma 1,000 but now 80 Birma 1,000 Birma 1,000 once. 8 twice, all through, and all. Done. 78, thank you, PJ. $285, ladies and gentlemen, look at him, 285. Tweet tons to the drum, look at him. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, let's go. 8,000 Birma 8,000 but now 80 Birma 1,000 Birma 80 Birma 1,000 Birma 80 Birma 1,000 kom 8,000 8,000 6 dankie ek het 6,000 Birma 677 but now 77 Birma 7,000 but now 780 Birma 1,000 but now 80 Birma 1,000 Birma 80 Birma 1,000 Birma 80 Birma 80 Birma 80 at 9,000 Birma 10 Birma 10,000 but now 10 Birma 10,000 Birma 10 Birma 10 bird ek het 10 11,000 11,000 11,000 11,000 Birma 12 at 12,000 Birma 12 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 Birma 13 bird ek het 13,000 Birma 14 Birma 40 Birma 40 Birma 40 Birma 40 but op 14 15,000 Birma 14 Birma 14 Birma 14 Birma 14 Birma 14 Birma 14 bird ek het 15,000 Birma 14 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 once twice all through done at 15 so I'm happy ek het gesien hy wil my stop hier by 10. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, wat sê hulle lot nummer 286, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 2 tons to the drum. Let's go. Ek het 6,000 Birma 6,000 Birma 6,000 Birma 6,000 Birma 6,000 Birma 6,000 Birma 6,000 77 Birma 77 Birma 80 Birma 1,000 Birma 80 Birma bird at 9,000 Birma 9 Birma 10 Birma 10 Birma 12 Birma 12 Birma 12 Birma 12 bird ek het 12 40 40 Birma 40 Birma 40 Birma 16,000 Birma 16 Birma 16 Birma 16 but at 16,000 Birma 16,000 Birma 16 Birma 16 bird ek het 16,000 Birma 16,000 Birma 16 Birma 16 Birma 16 Birma 16,000 once all through and done at 16 148 baie geluk aan die verkoper en die koper sover ons hoogste prys op die bursies vir die dag 287 fullbacks to drum ladies and gentlemen dames en heren 'n ram wat uitstekend goed gedoen het op skoue let's go 8,000 8,000 Birma 10 Birma 10 Birma 10 Birma 1,000 Birma 10 Birma 10 Birma 1,000 but now 80 Birma 1,000 Birma 10 Birma 10 Birma 1,000 Birma 10 Birma 10 Birma 1,000 Birma 10 Birma 10 Birma 1,000 but now 80 Birma 1,000 Birma 8 bird 8,000 Birma 9 10 11 11,000 on my half days, Birma 12, Birma 12,000, Birma 12, Birma 12, Birma 40, Birma 40, Birma 40, Birma 16. Ek het 16,000, Birma 16,000, Birma 16, Birma 17,000, Birma 16, but 18,000, Birma 18,80, Birma 18, Birma 18,80, Birma 18, Birma 18,80, Birma 18, Birma 18,80, Birma 18, but 18 Birma 20, Birma 20,000, Birma 20, Birma 20, 20, Birma 20,000, but up 20,000, Birma 20, 20, Birma 20,000, Birma 20, 20, Birma 20, but ek het 20,000, Birma 20,000, Birma 20, Birma 20, Birma 20, Birma 20, Birma 20, Birma 20, 20, Birma 20 once 20 twice, all through, and all. Dan baie dankie Pieter Wiese, kopermiddag. Baie geluk aan PJ. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 288, rooi kop, stoet, ram, lam. Let's go. Out 6,000 Burma said they serve at 6,000 Burma said they serve at 6 Burma said they serve at 6 Burma said they serve at 6 Burma 6,000 Burma 6 Burma said they serve at 6,000 Burma 6 bird. It says they serve Burma 8 Burma 1,000 Burma 9 Burma 10 Burma 10,000 Burma 10 Burma Yobo. It 12,000 Burma 12 Burma 12 Burma 12 Burma 40 Burma 40 Burma 40 Burma 16 at 18,000 Burma 18 80 Burma 20 20 Burma 20 Burma 20 20 Burma 20 21. It 20 30 Burma 30 Burma 20 30 Burma 30 Burma 20 30 Burma 30 Burma 20 30. Get 20 Burma 20 30 Burma 30 Burma 20 30 Burma 30 Burma 20 30 Burma 30 Burma 22. Once. 24. 26. 26 Burma 26 Burma 26 days Burma 26 Burma 26 Burma 26 days Burma 26. Asking 28 bid. 30. Derek days Burma 30 Burma 30 Burma 30,000 Burma Derek days Burma 30 Burma 30 Burma 30 Burma 30 Burma 30 Burma 30 Burma 30,000 Burma Derek days Burma 30 Burma 30 but up Derek days Burma 30 Burma 30 Burma asking 2 30,000 once 30,000 twice all through and all dan het 30,000 baie Kim Koenie, gee my lekker hand. Dink daar is 'n internasionale wêreldrekordprys vir 'n persie. Righto, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, lot number 289, 289. Dames Dirkie Kotse, 289. Let's go. 6,000 Burma said they serve at 6 Burma said they serve at 6 Burma 6,000 Burma said they serve at 6 Burma 6,000 Burma 6 Burma 6 Burma 6 bird. Up 6,000 Burma said they serve at 6,000 Burma said they serve at 6,000 Burma 6,000 Burma said they serve at 6,000 but 5. Ek het 5,000 Burma 5,000 Burma 5,5 Burma 5,000 Burma 5,5 Burma 5,000 but now 5 Burma 5,5 Burma 5 bird. Ek het 5,000 Burma 5,5 Burma 5,000 but now 5 Burma 5,000 once twice all through and then I can get dat hy uitgaan dat sold. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 290 92 lot nummer 290 Stoedram namens Vice Besigheidstrust. Ek het 6,000 Burma 6,000 Burma 6,000 Burma 6 Burma 6,000 Burma 6 Burma 6,000 Burma 6 Burma 6,000 Burma 6 Burma 6 bird. Ek het 6,000 Burma 6,000 Burma 6 Burma 6,000 Burma 6,000 Burma 6 Burma 6,000 but ek het 6,000 Burma 6,000 Burma 6,000 Burma 6,000 Burma 8 8,000 Burma 8 Burma 8 Burma 8 Burma 8 Burma 1,000 Burma 8 Burma 8 Burma 1,000 Burma 8 Burma 1,000 bird. 8,000 Burma 10 Burma 10,000 Burma 10 8,000, 8,000 Burma 10 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10 Burma 10 12. Ek het 12,000 Burma 12 Burma 12 Burma 12 Burma 12 Burma 12 Burma 12 Burma 10 Burma 12 Burma 14 bird. Ek 14,000 Burma 14 Burma 16,000 Burma 16 Burma 16,000 Burma 16,000 Burma 16 but ek het 16,000 Burma 16 Burma 16,000 Burma 16,000 Burma 16,000 Burma 16 but op 16,000 Burma 16,000 Burma 16,000 once twice all through and all done 148. Lot number 290, lot number 290, ladies and gentlemen, lot number 290 or 91. Lot number 291, Gidi Oberholzer, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. Ek het 6,000 Burma 6,000 Burma 6,000 Burma 6 Burma 6,000 Burma 6 Burma 6,000 Burma 6,000 Burma 6 Burma 6,000 Burma 6 Burma 6,007. Ek het 8,000 Burma 8,000 Burma 8 Burma 9 het 9,000 Burma 9 Burma 9,000 Burma 9 10 het 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10 12 Burma 12,000 Burma 12 Burma 12 Burma 12 Burma 12 Burma 12 Burma 12 bird. Ek het 12,000 Burma 12 Burma 12,000 Burma 13,000 Burma 13,000 Burma 13 but het 14,000 Burma 14 Burma 45 Burma 40 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 Burma 14 once 15 16 16 18 18,000 per my 1880 per my 18 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 per my 18 once, twice, all through. En dan sê van baie dankie Willem 208. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 293. 293. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 293. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, namens Dirk Liter, 6 stand, stoedram. Let's go. Ek het 8,000 per my 10 per my 10 per my 1,000 per my 10 per my 10 per my 10 per my 1,000 per my 10 per my 9 het 9,000 per my 9,000 per my 9,000 per my 9,000 per my 10 ek het 10 12 11,000 per my 1,000 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 12 het 12,000 per my 12 per my 12 per my 12 per my 13 13 per my 13 per my 13 13 per my 13 per my 13 13 per my 13 14 ek het 14,000 per my 14 per my 40 per my 40 per my 40 per my 14 bad ek het 15,000 per my 15 once, twice, all through. Then it's 15. 218. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot number 294, 294, 294. Stoet Ramlam, PJ van Rensburg. Let's go. Wat met ander wat sê vir almal, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, wat sê 6,000 rand begin by 6,000. 6,000 per my 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 10 per my 1,000 per my 8,000 per my 10 per my 10,000 per my 10 per my 10 per my 12 12,000 per my 12,000 per my 12 per my 12 per my 12 per my 12 per my 14 bad ek het 14 16,000 per my 16,000 per my 17,000 per my 17,000 but op 16,000 per my 16 per my 17,000 per my 17,000 per my 17,000 per my 16 bad op 18,000 per my 10,80 per my 10 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 bad 18,000 per my 18,000 but now 18,80 per my 10,000 once, twice, all through. Done at 18,000. 218. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 295, 295. Ladies and gentlemen, sitting on behalf of Mr. Dirk Liter. Arroykop, let's go. 8. 8,000 per my 10 per my 10 per my 10 per my 1,000 per my 10 per my 1,000 per my 10 per my 1,000 per my 10 per my 10 per my 1,000 per my at 9,000 per my 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 9 bad ek het 9,000 per my 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 9 per my 9 but once, twice, all through. Dankie Casper. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 296, lot nummer 296, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren. Busman so, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ander wat sê hulle, let's go. Stoeter meneer, let's go. 8,000 per my 10 per my 10 per my 10 per my 10 per my 1,000 per my 10 per my 10 per my 1,000 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 6. Ek het 8,000 per my 10 per my 10 per my 1,000 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 once, twice, all through. En dan kan ek kry. Dankie Casper, 516. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 297, ladies and gentlemen, 297, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 2 tans te drum, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, wat sê hulle, let's go! 2 tans te drum, meneer. Ek het 8,000 per my 10 per my 1,000 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 per my 9 het 9,000 9,000 once, twice, all through. 209. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 298, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, namens Dirk Liter, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, Stoet Ramlam, let's go. 8,000 by 1000 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 7 6 6,000 by 6,000 by 7 8 8,000 by 10 by 10 by 1000 by 10 by 1000 but now 80 by 1000 by 80 by 1000 9 at 9,000 by 10 by 10,000 by 10 11 11,000 by 1,000 by 12 at 12,000 by 13 13 by 13 by 13 by 40 40 by 40 by 40 by 16 ek het 16,000 by 16 by 17,000 by 16 by 16,000 once twice all through dan at 16 by number 10. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 299, 299, 299, twee tans to drum, twee tans to drum. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, onder wat zellen voor allemaal, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, onder wat zellen, let's go! Ek het 8,000 by 10 by 10 by 1000 by 10 by 10 by 1000 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 by 10,000 once 10 10,000 by 10 by 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 10,000 once twice all through dan at 10,000. Dames en heren, vir die persies die grootste hande klap van die dag. Well done guys. Well done, well done, well done, well done. Hulle verkoop hulle nie self nie, dankie. Julle het julle bemarking goed gedoen. Well done, ons is baie trots op julle. Dames en heren, baie baie dankie. Dankie, dankie, dankie. Dankie vir almal. Daar's nog een ram oor. Dirk, gaan jy hom saamvat plaas toe. Dames en heren, daar's nog een, Dirkie. Meneer Kotse. Wat wil u graag hê vir daai ram? 10,000. Ons sal nou kyk wat ons met hom kan doen. Dames en heren, kyk asseblief, daar is nog een ram oor, 10,000 rand. Baie, baie dankie, dankie vir julle ondersteuning. As julle vanavond nog oorslaap, kuier lekker saam met almal, ry môre veilig terug huis toe. Dames en heren, baie, baie dankie vir julle ondersteuning. Huis verkoop, 206, koper 206, 10,000. Koper 206, 10,000. Net vir die van julle wat nog hier is. Ek is nie doodseker hoeveel diere het ons presies verkoop. 600? 600 oor die laaste 2 dae. 100% verkope. Baie dankie. Gee julle self 'n groot hand. Baie, baie dankie. Stian, vir jou en jou span, julle is huisters my maat. Well done, baie dankie. Marinda, baie dankie, jy wat vanaf hoofkantoor af gekom het. Dirk Odendaal, wat vanaf ons Port Elizabeth kantoor af gekom het. Dirk, vir jou ook baie, baie dankie.